We haven't had these temperatures in 120,000 years.
Millions and millions of people need help when climate emergencies arise.
We have the solutions to solve these problems, but we have to do it together.
We're fighting, dark forces.
They are trying to kill us. It is not a joke.
What do you give your child when they can't breathe? You actually have to take action.
Action, not even ambition anymore.
And one of the actions is how we move the money. It really does mean moving those funding away from fossil fuels and putting them in better things.
Because if we continue to burn fossil energy, we will not meet our goals.
Welcome to the Climate Hub, live from the headquarters of the UNFCCC and the ongoing United Nations climate meeting here in Bonn.
This is our first 2 days of live broadcasting from this very important meeting, which will set the stage in many ways for the UN Climate Conference COP29 in Baku in Azerbaijan later in the year in November, but also for next year's very important COP30 taking place in Brazil.
And to solve the climate crisis, we need to collaborate. And at this broadcast, We Don't Have Time collaborates with the UNDP, the United Nations Climate Change, with the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, the Marrakesh Partnership, and also with the UN Race to Zero. And the partners of We Don't Have Time, we have together been broadcasting from the COPs since 2021. But this is the first time we broadcast from the Bonn conference. So Nick, please tell the viewers, why are we in Bonn this year?
Yeah, I mean, normally we wouldn't be in Bonn, but a very special process has now started since the last UN Climate Conference in Dubai. And governments are now supposed to revise their national climate plans up, their NDCs, and they're now supposed to include a lot more on adaptation as well as also on cutting emissions. But they really need to reflect all parts of the economy, which the previous ones didn't wholly do. It's a very tight process. It's not that far to Brazil next year when they're supposed to complete them. So for this and for various other reasons, many partners felt that we should be here right now in Bonn and get in there early as the negotiations proceed up to Baku, which is being called the Finance COP.
Of course, so the role of finance is massive, and the Simon Steele, who's Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change, he said in his opening speech, and I quote, "We must make serious progress on finance, the great enabler of climate action. We cannot afford to reach Baku with too much work still to do."
Yeah, exactly. So many countries are actually short of cash, and many also have a hard time attracting investors, particularly in developing countries. Even borrowing money is highly expensive these days, and they need this help to actually transition from fossil fuels, but also deal with a lot of other challenges. We need all areas of the private sector to be pulling in the right direction and pushing in the right direction, and we need to do this with speed, and we need to do it with urgency. We want to see the money move, and we want to hear from progressive parts of our economies going forward. What are you prepared to do to help policymakers take the next big steps? There's a massive gap between what we need to do and to actually get on track with the Paris Agreement. Yeah.
And we will, of course, also cover the big elections. Never before in history has the global population been voting, had the opportunity to vote like this as this year. So we just had the national elections in India, with 642 million people voting. And of course, yesterday, the European Parliament vote was cast here in Europe, and we'll talk more about the results of the elections and how they affect the work with climate action going forward. And we'd like, of course, for you to join us and discuss on our app. It's free to download the We Don't Have Time app, but you can also join us on the website, wedon'thavetime.org, to post climate warnings, climate love, and of course also ask questions to the speakers that we have on board on this broadcast.
Exactly, and it's a really big point, that because we have a very good social media profile, people are having conversations on that social media profile at wedon'thavetime.org, and we'll be covering all the climate issues today and tomorrow. So yeah, go check out the wedon'thavetime.org and the app.
And with that said, let's get this broadcast started.
So, since finance is going to be one of the major themes of our broadcast here from Bonn at the June meetings, it's my pleasure to introduce one of our first experts, an expert on climate finance. I hope I can pronounce this properly, Darshan Vignaraja. Thank you very much indeed. Director at the Climate Policy Initiative. Darshan, could you say firstly, what is the Climate Policy Initiative, just briefly, and then give us a sense of where is climate finance right now in the world to fund this transition, and where do we need to go with climate finance annually to have a chance of delivering on the Paris Climate Agreement?
Sure, let me do that, Nick. First, it's a pleasure to be with you today. It's an exciting day here in Bonn. Let me start with the Climate Policy Initiative. We are a think tank of a sense, a policy and advisory service. We mainly work governments, but occasionally we work businesses. And we're really looking at how to influence the climate policy dialogue as effectively as we can, particularly around the topics of climate finance, transition finance, ensuring that there is the investment available to meet both our mitigation and adaptation goals. So that's the Climate Policy Initiative. I think you then asked, where are we in terms of climate finance? Yes, look, Nick, it's a very tricky question, is the first one, right? So let me try and give you a simplistic answer. At Climate Policy Initiative, we do a lot of work tracking the global and domestic flows of climate finance. That includes all flows internationally, all flows domestically, both private finance and public finance. And we do that in order to try and furnish those in the halls of places like Bonn with the right facts, data, and evidence to enable them to make informed choices about where the world needs to go and what are the right interventions, the right policies to be bringing on stream. And very specifically, what sort of quantums of finance are required. And importantly, how do you deliver that finance in a way that it has efficacy and high impact, which are two very emotive topics in the world of climate finance. Last year, we released a global landscape of climate finance, and that highlights that for the first time, we went above $1 trillion of climate finance mobilized in 1 year. Now, that is a substantial lift from what we tracked in the previous years, and that reflects the flows during 2021 and 2022, so an average across the two. Now, 1.3 trillion, of course, a sizable amount. It's often difficult for a layperson to get their head around, including my good self, what $1 trillion entails. But essentially, if you look at the global economy today, we know it creates global GDP of about 100 trillion, maybe a little bit north of that. So 1.3 trillion for climate finance, given how much is already flowing from commercial sectors. Of the 1.3 trillion, we estimate just below half is private finance, private capital, and the other half is public capital. And much of that, for both, is spent domestically. But then there are the very emotive topics like the 100 billion that we've seen the OECD just on the 29th of May republish or reiterate their report of where the global developed countries have got to in their provision of climate finance international climate finance which supports the negotiations, and which was agreed to be 100 billion year on year, running through the years 2020 to 2025. Unfortunately, the developed countries did not make that level in the years preceding 2022, which is the years 2023, which is the year calculated in the OECD report. So that gives you a sense of some of the public finance elements as well as some of the private finance potential. I think what's really interesting to reference is just how quickly the private finance opportunities are growing in this space. Much of the growth that we've seen, up to 1.3 trillion, is driven by, I would say, electric vehicles and renewable energy in sectors, in regions like East Asia, Europe, the US, and actually to a degree Latin America. So we're seeing some real shifts in the amount of private finance, while we know that it's very difficult to increase public finance budgets. You can look in the US, in Europe, and all over the world, and you will find that there are real constraints over fiscal space and how much can be channeled or purposed for international climate finance or even domestic climate finance. So there's some real limitations, but if you would ask me, I would say there's some real possibility and real opportunity in this space.
So basically, 1.3 trillion, you mentioned how big the economy is. It's about 1% of global GDP going into climate finance. Good news there. But going into very specific sectors, not the whole economy, as it were, of countries. So where do we have to be to halve emissions by 2030 and hit net zero in 2050 in terms of finance flows? I think you guys have crunched some numbers on that, yeah?
Yeah, we have, and I would pay tribute to many of those who count the needs, and we do a lot of synthesis work in the area. We've recently released a top-down needs assessment report, which highlights that our needs, we think by 2030 we're looking at somewhere in the region of $5.96 trillion per year at the end of 2030. Now that's the optimistic range, right? The range actually goes up to 9 trillion by 2030. That's potentially it's that large, and there are some quite difficult to predict elements of the finance picture, like how much we might run into in terms of loss and damage requirements, how much we might run into in terms of adaptation and resilience, which typically has always been undercounted for very good reasons. Very difficult for countries, entities, individuals to predict how they're going to need to spend money in order to adapt.
Right.
So generally speaking, there is a vast gap between where we are today, 1.3, and where we need to go, let's say 6 to 9 by the end of this decade. And we anticipate those figures will go north of that relatively quickly across the trajectory between 2030 and 2050.
Right. We're hoping to bring on another guest here. Do we have Sagarika Chatterjee with us, Department Director Climate Finance? Yes, we do. One of the Climate Finance Climate Champions. Hello, Sagarika. Lovely to see you.
All over the world, you will find that there are real constraints over.
I can't actually hear Sagarika. Could we do something with the sound? Maybe she's on mute. Are you on mute, Sagarika? Is there a little mute button or something that you could press? Maybe not. Can the technicians just work on that? And I'll just come back to Darshan. Just stay with us, Sagarika. Darshan, we're talking about Baku a little bit, and that they talk about this being the finance COP. Why do you know why they've made this a finance COP? Is there any reason for this, or?
Yeah, very specifically, it was actually referenced in some of your intro discussions.
Yeah.
We are at a pivotal point in climate finance negotiations,
Yeah.
which is a third pillar of what the core of the climate discussion focuses on. There are three elements: the degree to which we can mitigate, how quickly can we reduce CO2 emissions, the degree to which we need to adapt, and the finance to make either of those two happen.
Right. Hold that point there. I think, Sagarika, you're with us now. Speak.
Fantastic. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant.
Okay, super. So we were talking before the show the other week and saying what you would like to take on this topic. And you thought there might be like three perspectives you could give in terms of moving forward the climate finance story. Give us your ideas here.
Yeah, sure. So I think the first thing is, I think as Darshan's mentioned, we really need to transform the entire financial system. It isn't working right now for all of the climate solutions and technologies that we need to scale up as fast as we can. And so one of the areas that we have to make headway in is de-risking. This holds the key to being able to unlock a lot of the solutions. And why? Because it reduces the cost of finance. And I can give you some specific examples. And then the other key area is how we're going to bring all of the entrepreneurs and their stories, their visions to life through finance. And I can give you some really interesting examples of that, Nick, of where there are stories of entrepreneurs on the ground that are really managing to change things, but they need access to finance.
Okay, can you give us some of those? Yes, yeah. We do. One of the climate finance, climate champions. Hello,
yeah. So can you hear me okay, Nick?
Yeah, I can hear you very well. There is a little bit of interference, but I think we press on. I can't actually hear Sagarika.
All right, great.
Could we,
so
do something with
the first one that I wanted to highlight, which is a really interesting story, is Baku. So if you think about Kenya, today 18,000 Kenyans die from air pollution. And part of the reason for that is we have 20,000 fossil fuel vehicles taking commuters into work every day. So it's a major source of air pollution in transport and urban commuting. So a very interesting company founded by Abhijat Bhattacharya is basically breaking new ground in electrification of public buses in sub-Saharan Africa. Now, one of the big problems that you have with e-buses is the upfront costs and the high capital expenditure. And the interesting thing about Baku is how they're using finance itself as a big innovator. So they have a pay-as-you-drive model. Basically, this is mileage-based subscription, and it provides leasing, charging, and servicing for the bus over the battery life. And what it means is that they started Baku with piloting 2 e-buses in 2021, and you think of the BYD electric bus K-series that was built in China. Now today there's 17 buses in Kenya, and these are being built in Kenya. And in time, we look for there to be about 1,000 electric buses in Nairobi. So very interesting example of how finance can be used to unlock. Now, who's financing Baku? Well, at the moment, there's a couple of investors. One is Novastar, KfW, British Investment and Corporation are also involved in this. But we need to find a way to unlock finance so that we have commercial banks involved in this, and we move beyond concessional capital, grants, impact investing. So all of these things have a natural ecosystem domestically to get scaled up.
So what's interesting there is you've got private capital and you've also got public capital working together in a sense to deliver this. And so the public capital is important, even if it's smaller perhaps in the overall climate finance story, but it's there to actually provide what? De-risking, getting things moving, attracting the private capital in, which might be in the end considerably larger going down the road than the public capital. Is that right? Is that your perspective from both people here? We need that public money to still flow, right? It's not going to all just be private capital to finance the transition.
Yeah, very much so, Nick, if I can come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so, and I think you highlight exactly the slice. I mean, people talk of the capital stack, right? And concessional capital can be very varied in what it does and the role it performs. It can really come in right at the bottom in a sort of first loss construction, or it can really be a grant which allows new markets to be tested, technologies to be pushed into more challenging locations. So for those reasons, the role of development finance institutions like the multilateral development banks, as well as critically, we do work in South Africa, Indonesia, and Brazil. Each of those regions, to just name 3, have very capable public development banks, which are increasingly sitting on a mainstreamed climate and nature positive agenda. So they have mandates which are enabling them to deploy elements of this concessional capital into just the sort of structures that Sagarika was talking about.
Sagarika, can you hear me? Clearly. Okay, so we'll just go carry on with Darshan. So Darshan, just thinking about some of this movement of the money, we just had a report just recently out called Banking on Climate Chaos that said something like the 60 private banks spent $7 trillion on fossil fuels since Paris. So there needs to be some way that the system, whether it be government regulation or whatever, needs to surely work on some of these, because we still have a disjointed economy where, you know, it should all be pointing in the climate transition direction while supporting poverty, alleviation, all the other things. But it's just simply not doing that in all cases. What is the role of government in the banking system? Does it have a role to play to get it to point in the right direction?
An absolutely critical role. Without doubt, a critical role. And there has been some advances. If I look back over the last 5 years, we are seeing evidence of regulation tightening, of more, if you look back and you think of things like TCFD, the Task Force of Climate Finance Disclosures. Now, disclosures only get you part way. The next step is, how do you begin to think through transition planning? So for many of those banks that you just referenced, they would argue, look, we may be working with clients which have defensible and scientifically based transition plans. And they are supporting elements of fossil fuel activity in the economy, but they're doing so with a plan where those fossil fuel companies are beginning to extract and repurpose themselves. Now, that's an idealized picture, right? I think you would be very naive to believe that that is the case for all of the banks. But it does point to the sort of things that policy makers and regulators can do in this space. So the mandation of transition pathways and transition plans, so that they are regulated, they have a globally agreed standard, and all companies above a certain size need to report against those. We see the UK government, we see the Japanese government, a number of them are running consultations, or have even gone on further, like the New Zealand government, which has prescribed a degree of that. So there's a crucial role for governments to play. Yet I don't want to leave you with the sense that we need to wait till governments play that role, because I think we mentioned in the intro the state of the elections and the uncertainty and the direction that populations and the degree to which they prioritize the environment is very varied in many different locations. So without a stronger voice in governments, be they democratic or other governments in different parts of the world, maybe that's not going to be forthcoming at the speed we need it to be. But the private finance institutions can still make steps themselves. Right.
So, Grika, I think we've got you back after a painful moment for us all here live in Bonn, and we're so sorry about that. You've probably been the guinea pig for the tech team getting things together, so sorry about that. Come back in with us. So, I mean, what do you have a perspective on the role of government in actually getting the finance moving? Not actually the volume of money that the public purse has, but how they actually get. I mean, there's the insurance sector that sometimes is actually underwriting the fossil fuel expansion. There's obviously the banks. There's others. How do we get the whole system financially moving in the way of decarbonizing our global economy?
Yeah,
it's a big question.
Well,
it's a big question. Sorry.
No problem, and no problems about the audio. It happens. So, I mean, this is the year where we have to get things together, right? We have to have ambition in those nationally determined contributions. We have to see this create the highway for private finance, as Nick Stern and Vera Songway have set out And in their climate finance framework, Nick Stern and Vera Songway set out the priority actions for doing this. So we know what the solutions are. I want to share with you a really interesting example of where I've seen things working. And you may think, okay, this is so specific, but I think we have to look at the specific examples of innovation and how could we scale them up and learn from them. And the example is the Ecuador Debt for Nature swap. So everyone knows about the Galapagos Islands. It's a living lab for scientists. And it's at risk from illegal fishing, too many tourists going there, many other threats. So what happened in last year was Ecuador refinanced 1.6 billion in debt through a smaller loan, a marine conservation linked bond. And that led to an overall decrease in the amount owed. So very, very important. But let's just go a layer underneath that and look at what was happening in the finance sector, working with policymakers and conservation experts. So Credit Suisse, the investment bank, underwrote issuance of marine bond. Ecuador's credit rating was CAA3, so the marine bond credit rating needed to be much higher. And they managed to achieve a much higher credit rating of AA2 through credit enhancement. And these are the players that were involved in that. So political risk insurance came through the DFC, the US International Development Finance Organization, everyone will know. An underfunded liquidity guarantee was provided by the Inter-American Development Bank, and then reinsurance was facilitated from 11 private insurers, including AXA XL. So what happened as a result? So debt for Ecuador had a 1.1 billion saving. And then for the Galapagos, there's 450 million funding for marine protection and conservation projects, as well as a new endowment going into perpetuity. So these are the kind of deals that we need to see scaled up. And all of the players in the finance system have a role for this, working very closely with policymakers.
So it's absolutely clear then that we obviously need more money in climate finance. We don't have enough right now. It is growing, as Darshan said right at the beginning. So it's come some way from where it was. There are now many creative initiatives and solutions with partnerships between government agencies and governments and the private sector, helping developing countries, in the case of Ecuador. What do we... going forward, do we see that there is a determination within the political process under the UN system to move forward on this, or could it be coming from other places, or is there some sort of, where do we see the energy to actually raise the finance further? And I ask this question simply because it feels to me right now that some governments have forgotten what the cost of climate change will be if we don't actually do anything about it, which is far higher than the investments we're talking about. So I think they need to be reminded, maybe again, that it's not a cheap and cheerful situation, this, right? We are going to have a very expensive world to try and function in if we let climate change carry on. So have governments sort of forgotten the cost-benefit ratio of climate change action? I just ask that as an existential question.
Nick, I think you're absolutely right. We need to drive home that message. I mean, this is a key year of elections, right? In countries that are going to be developing their climate plans, we have to have the finance costs and benefits evaluated. And a lot of the solutions are going to come from this very close collaboration. But there is one initiative that we were involved in that gives me more confidence that things are changing. And one thing we did last year was we worked with UN member states through UN regional commissions in 5 regions that included Africa, LATAM, Caribbean, a couple of other regions too. And we worked with UN member states and also with the private finance sector to create a short list of tangible projects across climate and the SDGs. That resulted in about 63 shortlisted projects in 5 regions, ranging from e-mobility through to land restoration and many other sectors as well. And the result of that was about 2 billion was raised for those climate projects. And we did manage to attract financiers. That wasn't myself, obviously, it was the project developers, whether that was governments or the project entrepreneurs from private projects. And so this kind of initiative demonstrates that if we do work together, we really can try to get tangible opportunities financed. But we absolutely need to reiterate that none of the climate action that is needed, whether it's mitigation, adaptation, or nature, is going to happen without the finance.
Okay, super. Darshan, just very, very briefly, that 1.3 trillion right now is mainly benefiting the developed countries.
Correct. 84%.
84% of it.
Yep.
So we really need to step up what we're doing in the developing countries. Some of the projects that our dear friends Sagarika was mentioning are happening in developing countries, but there needs to be much bigger flows into those nations, yeah?
Yeah. So to your answer, I think governments have not forgotten. That's what's happening in Bonn. It's the discussion on the new collective quantified goal.
Right.
That is what will follow the 100 billion. That sits right at the heart of climate negotiations.
Right.
And if it goes well, it is the basis upon which in 2025 we're going to see ratcheted NDCs.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Sorry about the technical difficulties, but we got the messages over. A great pleasure to have you both on the show. And yeah, great. Thank you very much indeed for this introduction to this two-day broadcast. I'd like to now welcome on stage Andrea Lindblom, who's head of communications at the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, one of our closest and most long-standing partners. Andrea, Exponential Roadmap has put together some very interesting sessions today and tomorrow. What is your main focus at this event?
Well, we have the Exponential Race to the Top sessions, and we've drawn inspiration there to some extent from a recent speech that UNFCCC Executive Secretary Simon Steele made, where he talked about the race that is on to win the clean economy. And of course, at Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we're all about solutions, about exponentially scaling climate solutions. So in our sessions, we're going to be talking about how companies, how cities, regions, also countries are driving these solutions to win the new economy, and how all that can really empower, embolden more ambitious national climate action plans, these NDCs that you've already talked about.
Okay, and what do you begin with?
We begin with Johan Rockström, a leading climate scientist, who will actually make the case for why exponential action is needed, that it is possible, and that's what we'll start out with in just a second.
Great. Well, take it away, Andrea.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay.
Welcome to this Exponential Race to the Top session hosted by the Exponential Roadmap Initiative that unites innovative, transformative, disruptive companies to drive exponential transformation for halving emissions by 2030. We need maximum ambition, maximum acceleration, maximum cooperation. In a word, maximum action. Those were the words of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, just a few days ago, when the World Meteorological Organization, WMO, released a new and really worrisome report. In this session, we'll discuss why maximum acceleration and maximum action really is all about exponentials. And we'll do that with Johan Rockström, Professor of Earth System Science and Director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, who should be showing up right here on the screen. Fantastic, great to have you with us, Professor Rockström. And we'll do so also with Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. But let's start with you, Johan Rockström. The month of May, we've heard, was the hottest in history. In fact, we've had now 12 months in a row that were the hottest in history, and that's according to the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service. Now, we also see the impacts of climate change around us. We've seen an extreme heat wave in India. We have seen floods in southern Brazil, devastating, displacing hundreds of thousands. Floods in East Africa, including floods in southern Germany. Professor Rockström, what does climate science tell us where we're headed with the climate action we have so far?
Yes, hello, Andrea. Great to be with you. And let me be very clear. There's never been so much scientific reason for concern as today. The latest science, which you just summarized clearly, is that we've just had the first taste of a 1.5 degrees Celsius world. It has cost us so far 300 to 600 billion US dollars in invoices from all the extreme events. You counted up a few of them. They're starting to hurt people across the entire world. But what really worries us, in addition to that, are three key factors. Number one is that the remaining global carbon budget last week was updated, and it's now down to 200 billion tons of carbon dioxide for us to have a chance at all to hold the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit. 200 billion tons of carbon dioxide in a world that emits 40 billion tons each year gives us 5 more years. So we're truly in the decisive decade of humanity's future, which is why we need, for an orderly phase out of oil, coal, and gas, to cut global emissions by half over the next 5 years, which is a pace exceeding 7% decline, reductions of emissions each year. And we're still continuing to increase emissions by up to 1%. That's number one. Number two, which is even more concerning, is that we have in these reports that you were referring to, the WMO, the Copernicus report, and the latest carbon budget report, the first confirming conclusions that warming is accelerating. We've all deep concern, the climate crisis is actually based on the linear relationship between more greenhouse gases gives more heating. But now we're seeing a tendency over the past 10 years of how the rate of warming is accelerating, actually almost doubling compared to the warming rate from 1970 to 2008. And the third and final concern, I quite recently came back to Brazil and saw this firsthand, we are very close to tipping points. We cannot exclude crossing tipping points in the Greenland ice sheet, all tropical coral reef systems, the West Antarctic ice sheet, but potentially also that we're underestimating the tipping point in the Amazon rainforest because of all these multiple transgressions of boundaries. It's not only about greenhouse gases and temperature, it's also water insecurity, biodiversity loss, deforestation, and land use change, which makes the big tipping point systems more and more brittle. So yes, it's urgent, and exponential pathways is the only thing that counts.
Maybe you can explain that a little bit more. I remember you making that same point over a year ago, actually, at the Stockholm Climate Week, when you said there is no safe landing on a linear journey. And of course, the science that you just cited, the observations that we have of how climate impacts are here already now, just reinforces that point. But why is exponential transformation needed to get us out of that, to ensure a livable planet?
Well, in a very simple way of explaining it is that, our only chance to keep the Earth system, the planet, the climate system in a stable state that can support our world, our lives, future generations, is to stay within planetary boundaries. All of them translates to absolute budgets. And these budgets are now so small with regards to land, fresh water, nitrogen, phosphorus, carbon, that the only orderly pathway we now have is transformative change following exponential pathways. So for a safe landing for humanity to avoid crossing irreversible changes to the Earth system is to go from linear change, and linear change tends to be when, we change things incrementally with 0.1, 0.2% per year, to start changing things well beyond 2, 3, 4, even 5% per year. And as soon as you change things more than 2% per year, you're actually doubling or halving something over one generation, and that is non-linear. So you're actually changing things faster than an incremental journeys. Now, this is what has been taking us on the hockey stick patterns of negative change. But what is interesting, and our only, I would say, opportunity today, is to shift these negative hockey sticks over to positive hockey sticks, where we can show that we can have exponential positive journeys. And the question is this possible? And the answer is yes. We see exponential rise of renewable energy systems across the world. We have double-digit annual increase in several percentage points that give us this non-linear positive exponential journey on, for example, electric vehicle adoption in countries like Norway, but also in the trends in China. So it's a question of going from linear to non-linear, which is exponential.
Thank you, Professor Rockström. And that's where I'd like to turn to Johan Falk, CEO of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative. Johan, what makes you convinced that this exponential transformation is possible?
Yeah, this is really as you said, the foundation of our initiative. It's inspired by Moore's law from the computer industry, which has been around for 50 years, which is really about doubling the number of transistors and cutting the cost every year by half. So I would actually claim that exponential is business as usual, because virtually all solutions follow that type of S-curve. They go really slow in the beginning, they reach a certain tipping point, then they start to grow incredibly fast. We've seen that with television, we've seen it with cars, and lately with computers and phones. So what Johan talked about is happening in renewable energy, electrical vehicles, storage, which has actually passed that critical tipping point. So they start to basically outcompete the fossil solutions. Now, we have a number of solutions which hasn't passed the tipping point yet, but is actually growing really incredibly fast. And that's around heat pumps, energy efficiency. And then we will talk more about circular fossil-free steel, all these solutions which are ramping. We need to ensure that we shift these S-curves to the left radically.
So that they kick in earlier.
So they kick in much faster. So that's our mission.
Thank you, Johan. I'd like to pick up there on something that Johan Rockström, we've also heard you say, which is that this new economy that this exponential transformation would get us to, that actually is the economy that gets us better results, and is in fact the only economy that provides prosperity and equity to all of us on the planet. Can you explain?
Yeah, I would argue that that's one of the failures in our communication on sustainability. But let me just hammer home before coming to that Johan Falk's point about exponentials. I mean, the theory around the S-curves, which are founded entirely on true empirical evidence, dates back to Roger Everett's theory of diffusion from 1961, where he shows clearly that when you have innovative solutions penetrating some 20-25% of any market in the world, you start seeing this movement from small, marginal volumes to exponential increase, and you start seeing things doubling faster than a linear pathway. And this is exactly what we will expect, given that the sustainable solutions across the board actually have increasing evidence of giving more attractive, more competitive, more advanced, healthier outcomes. And that is what has made me and many colleagues with me increasingly reposition the whole sustainability and climate transition agenda from being this conventional story about we have a problem, we need to solve it, and to solve it we have to either back off or somehow sacrifice for our economy or our lifestyles, when in fact we have more and more evidence that the solutions we're talking about gives us better outcomes in terms of health, in terms of jobs, in terms of economy, in terms of competitiveness, but in particular in terms of security. And security is fundamental when you get more energy dependence, more water security independence, more stable food systems. You have more likely chances of avoiding displacement, migration, even conflicts. These are amplifying effects of a conventional development pathway, which is why Johan Falk's point about exponentials is his point about this being business as usual has actually validity, because the way things go exponential is if you provide a better offer. And if the offer is more silent, more healthy, more technologically advanced, more economically competitive, then you have a chance of things just going suddenly, very rapidly exponential. And that's interesting in the food transition, in circular material flows, in the retail industry, in textile, in everything that has to do with mobility today. Many times we are early on that curve, admittedly, but we know that the outcomes will actually be much more aligned with both social and ecological benefits. So it's in that sense quite an exciting moment, but it's also one of the frustrations that now that we have all this evidence of potentially catastrophic risks, unacceptable risks, and scalable solutions, why are we not stepping on in a much, much faster pace towards following these pathways? And I think that's what we need to think through very carefully. How do we accelerate?
Well, we're calling our sessions here the exponential race to the top for a reason. Johan, just very briefly, as we need to wrap up this session. Yes. Why?
The current NDCs will not take us to 1.5 or even 2. And that's a major challenge. So they need to be strengthened. And due to this rapid technology development, we will see that in the presentation, I think later today, there is actually an opportunity to raise the ambition by factor 3. But secondly, I would state it's not possible to cut emissions just by focusing on cutting emissions. We actually have to focus also on the scaling up of the solutions to shift out the fossil economy. And by getting companies, regions, cities and countries to start to cooperate and compete about the new economy, because we basically shift out all the solutions, we can achieve that race to the top, the exponential race to the top.
Thank you both, Johan Falk and Johan Rockström. Thank you for joining this introductory session of the Exponential Race to the Top, broadcasting live here in Bonn from the UN Climate Change Conference in Bonn. Just a second here, as we're a little bit delayed and I'm a little bit lost, but welcome to this session, Exponential Race to the Top session number 2, on driving the energy and materials transformation. Let me ask our technical friends here over there at the table for just a second to give me my card so I can take a sneak peek at what I'm supposed to be saying as we ran a little bit of overtime. Thank you so much. So just a reminder here that when COP27, the last UN Climate Change Conference, when that ended, there was this big decision, let's get out of fossil fuels, let's triple renewable energies. And that was the key agreement of COP27. Here at Bonn, of course, countries have again reiterated that. We really must do this. But countries are not the only players in this, of course. Companies play a key role in making this transformation happen and in driving the energy and material transformation through the value chain, because it's in the value chain where, for most companies, most of the emissions are. And no company, of course, no country either, can achieve the global goal of net zero on their own and for themselves. So welcome to this exponential race to the top session, Sriram Rajagopal of Inter-IKEA Group. We have Jody Sao of Xishan Hardware. Thank you very much for joining us from China. And we have Niklas Schilberg of Volvo Cars also joining us from Sweden on Zoom. And let me just check whether Niklas is here. He'll be joining us shortly. And my first question goes to Sri. You at IKEA, you have a target of 100% renewable electricity in the supply chain by the next fiscal year, 2025. How will you achieve that?
Thank you so much for inviting us to this very important discussion. IKEA is a global home furnishings company, for those who don't know us. We are committed to the science of 1.5 degrees Celsius. We will be halving emissions across our value chain by FY30 compared to our baseline year FY16 and getting to net zero latest by FY50. 100% renewable energy, 100% renewable electricity is a key enabler to make this commitment happen. Let's zoom into electricity as such. For our Scope 1 and 2 operations, we are already at 100% renewable electricity. For Scope 3, as of FY23, we were at 71% renewable electricity. So there is a job to do from getting from 71 to 100. We look at renewable electricity in a staircase approach. So first priority, or if I may, top of the staircase is generation of renewable electricity on site. We encourage our supply chain partners to invest in on-site assets. It could be PV panels, wind turbines, CHPs, to generate as much electricity on site as possible. For suppliers who have a problem with financing, we come in with a €100 million loan program where we help accelerate on-site investments. Middle of the staircase, if I may, is power purchase agreements. Not all the electricity can be generated on site. It's only, we have seen typically 15% is generated on site. For the remaining 85%, we need to look at off-site options. So PPAs is one of them where we enter into long-term agreements, our suppliers and the vendors as such. It could be a solar park, wind providers as such. And this also brings in additional renewable capacity into the market. And bottom of the staircase is energy attribute certificates. So we put in place a renewable electricity program in June 2021, which has now expanded to 13 countries, constituting 90% of our electricity consumption. And in these 13 countries, we want to get to 100% renewable electricity by FY25.
And China is one of these countries.
Indeed. In China, we actually went in from 29% 2 years ago to 87% renewable electricity in FY23.
And it's great then that Jody is joining us here from one of your suppliers, Xishan. Now, Xishan produces carbon steel products and like these white wire type baskets that many of us may know from our living rooms, and also these white wire drawers that go into closets. But coating these wires with white color, that requires heat. And this production energy usually comes from fossil gas. But Xishan has actually started ditching this gas and electrify the heating process. Jody, can you explain how you've been doing that?
In today's world, industry often use fossil fuels like natural gas, which contributes significantly to climate change. As an IKEA supplier, Xishan primarily use natural gas for our powder coating process, making up about 50% of our energy use. To take on more social and environmental responsibility, we are committed to using 100% renewable energy by 2030. To achieve this, we started looking for alternatives to natural gas. One promising option is using electricity from solar panel. We discovered that electricity could replace fossil fuel in our production process through infrared heating. Infrared heating works by converting electricity into infrared light, which directly heat the product. These methods can reduce heat loss and is more efficient. We test this process in 2 phases. First for drying, then for curing. It took over 6 months to perfect the drying phase, where we made several adjustments and gained valuable insights. This experience helped us smoothly transition to the curing phase. The key to our success was segment temperature control. We divided the production line into sections, adjusting the temperature in each part based on the product's needs. This ensures that every section can reach the necessary temperature efficiently. By embracing this change, we are on track to meet our goal of using 100% renewable energy by 2030, taking a significant step toward a more sustainable future. Thanks.
And thank you for sharing that, Jody. But surely there have been some, well, both opportunities, of course, in this, but also some challenges. Can you tell us what those were?
Yes, the main challenge we encountered during the exploration process is first, in the powder curing process, when using infrared heating on workpiece, hidden surfaces do not reach the same temperature as those that are exposed, and the thick materials can't achieve same temperature as thinner one. Second, infrared heating electricity costs much higher than natural gas. After more than half a year of experiments and multiple adjustments, firstly, we divide the production line into different zones for temperature control, according to the heating condition of different surface of the workpiece. We adjust the temperature in the corresponding zones so that each product surface can meet the request temperature. Secondly, infrared heating trials have gradually expanded from partial to 100% coverage. We utilize infrared heating for production when the electricity price is low, resulting in energy cost saving. We realize that the challenges and opportunities go hand in hand. Thanks to the unremitting efforts, we are able to seize more opportunities. At present, the temperature setting of the infrared drying process is 195 Celsius degree, and the curing process is 185 to 195 Celsius degree. According to the electricity consumption of a powder coating line, natural gas saves about 49%, and the carbon dioxide emissions save about 311 tons a year, with a return on investment of 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Opportunities and challenges go hand in hand. That's probably a theme that we'll come back to in the session and in all of our sessions probably throughout the day. Niklas, at Volvo Cars, you want to have a fully electric fleet by 2030. You want to reduce emissions per car by 75% by 2030. So what transformations in the value chain are required for you to meet this target?
Well, I would say that it's almost all in the value chain because once you take away the tailpipe emissions, it's all about producing the car and where do the materials in the car come from and how are they produced. And actually, our factories don't stand for a huge percentage of this. So it's really all in the supply chain. And that's why we work really hard with our suppliers in order to achieve this, just like Jody has explained now. These are the kind of innovative ideas that we need, really. So what we do is we, of course, we need to tackle the big CO2 emitters, and those are the battery, the steel, the aluminium, and the plastics. That's where we have our big emitters.
What competitive advantage do you see for your company to be driving this transformation?
Well, our customers and our customer base and the ones that are attracted to us want these kind of products. They see premium product not only in the materials that they can have and the quality of the product, but also knowing that it is produced sustainably.
Shri, you're putting money and effort, as you mentioned earlier, into a program to support suppliers to switch to renewable electricity. You also invest in materials that are not fossil-based, for instance, like bio-based glue that together, all these wooden boards that we all know. What allows you to be confident that these investments will pay off?
I think to start with, we see this as clearly a part of our business strategy. It's a competitive advantage if we are early movers in this space. It also helps in building business resilience. We are a brand which has been around for 80 years, and we need to do everything to secure the existence for another 80 years and much more. And this is a necessity. It's not only something which is a good to do, it's a necessity for businesses to transform. So that's, for us, the starting point. And then for us, we've sort of, through the innovative spirit and of our co-workers around the world, across the value chain, we've seen a lot of innovative ideas in terms of how we can address costs. For example, electricity, which I spoke earlier about, bundling electricity across all suppliers to lower costs. That's one way of how you could look at mitigating cost in the short run, but also complementing that with energy efficiency to also save money, which can be reinvested into renewable energy. And also on materials, to question status quo. Why do we need to use this material? Can we use less of this material without compromising on every quality, safety, everything else being same? Can we reimagine the amount of material that goes in? And also taking a longer-term view. In some materials like green steel or bio-based glue, it follows a total lifetime cost. It's more expensive in the initial stages, but then when we ramp up, we also see there's a potential for it to go down over a period of time. So we need to very much tackle this on a portfolio level. Some here and now savings, some where we need to take a longer-term approach. But it's absolute necessity for business durability, business resilience, and a competitive advantage. How we see this.
Thanks for highlighting that. Oh, Nicholas, you want to come in? Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to add, I completely agree. I'd just like to add that that there are two other points. One is actually access to capital. And if you do have a sustainability program that you report on and you're open with this, you are able to get cheaper loans in that sense. And the other aspect is in our workforce, and in what we can see is that almost all, I would say all the new recruits, the young new recruits that we get in, all say they're attracted to our company due to our sustainability ambitions.
Thank you for that important point in days where the workforce is indeed contested among companies. But I'd like to get to the perspective of a supplier here, Jody at CSUN. The return on investment for this infrared heating system that you talked about, that is 10 years. So 10 years for this heating system for coating the carbon steel products with infrared heating. That's a pretty long time. It seems quite scary, but what would need to happen for your company to have that return on investment earlier?
Yes. The current return on investment data is derived from the result of mass production over the past 10 months. It is possible that we could enhance saving through efficiency improvement or reform after 1 or 2 years of production. Secondly, we can utilize energy storage, taking advantage of the low electricity cost at night to store electricity at night and release it for infrared heating during the day shift. In addition, the remaining photovoltaic electricity can also be stored for infrared heating. And thirdly, the current cost of natural gas is over 4 RMB per cubic meter in China. What will be the future price we cannot predict. There are too many possibilities for the next 10 years. With technology evolving rapidly, we might be able to shorten the returns on investment through technological upgrades or renovation in 3 or 5 years. Therefore, as long as we take the first step, there will be endless possibilities ahead. Thank you.
And I hear a call to action almost in there, and I'll ask you about that in just a minute, but I would like to ask your reflections here, both Sriram and Nicholas, on, and I will grant you that I've not prepared either of you, but on a scale of 0 to 10, how big is that level of trust, that leap of faith that you might be taking? Can you give that a number?
I think I would say we are at 6, and we would need to, there is a lot that we need to do, and our co-workers are working so hard day in, day out to get there, but we also need to work together as different stakeholders in the society to make this happen.
So a little bit of trust is needed, but the opportunities there are huge, I hear, and are really from all parts there of the supply chain. Jody, what is your call to action to other companies and to investors that would, well, that'll make it easier for you really in your transformation?
We think the success of infrared heating technology is an important breakthrough in the sustainable development journey of our factory. Replacing natural gas with renewable electricity will be one of the ways to mitigate climate change, and it also makes the manufacturing industry more resilient when facing energy shortage. We strongly encourage different industries to join the infrared exploration journey and the continual push toward electrification. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Shri, who should do what to make it easier for IKEA to drive this transformation of energy and materials even faster?
I think, as I said, we need different stakeholders in society to act on. From a government perspective, we would really benefit from more ambitious national determined contributions, NDCs 3.0. We need to clearly see a phase out of fossil fuels. We need to see removal of subsidies. We need to see policies and legislations in line with the science of 1.5 across the world. We need this, you mentioned about 3x renewable energy increase, 2x energy efficiency that needs to flow in across all the countries. And then also on circular economy, it's really, really important to have investments and recycling infrastructure to close the loop, because that will enable us to meet our material emission reduction goals. But we can't outsource everything to governments, so private sector also has a role to play, in terms of clear commitments, clear targets, science-based targets at that, clear climate roadmaps, transition plans to instill this faith in governments as well that we are ready to walk the talk. And then governments, and we need to tango here, both private sector and governments working together to make the net zero society happen.
Niklas, what would you add to that?
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we as companies, we need to set ambitious targets. We need to show that we're serious about them. They're not just very far in the future and someone else will take care of it later, but that we're actually taking action now. And that way we show that there is a market. We show the suppliers there's a market for this, and they need that in order to invest in it. So that's needed. And I would like to say that, again, what you mentioned there, Sriram, of the NDCs, everything comes down to energy. Whatever you're doing, whatever we're doing or producing, or what our suppliers are producing, if you're doing it also for recycling, for the circular economy, whatever you do, you need energy. So that has to be solved. We need to have fossil-free energy, and governments need to shape up on the NDCs. And that's really what it comes down to.
Let's stay on these for a second, and of course we've referred to them repeatedly now, the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, as they're called under the Paris Agreement, the national climate action plans. So the climate action plans that are sort of a little bit in parallel to what companies are doing in their transition plans, but on a national level. And you said they need to set the direction. Can you spell out a little bit more why it is so crucial for companies that countries set this policy clarity through these documents?
I think it's a very pivotal moment in the history, like in February 2025, when countries lock in their plans, they are locked for the next 5 years.
2030, right? When we want to have halved.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And we need maximum action and exponential action to happen during these 5 years. And spelling it out clearly in the national climate action plans, it gives faith to private sector as well to engage and to invest long term as well. When we see that government is ready to act, it also, it's a vicious, it's the circle, reinforcing circle.
Virtuous one.
Virtuous cycle.
Not vicious.
No, it's a virtuous cycle where government actions can spur more corporate action, which in a sense will feed into country targets as such. So it's super important that we pin this. NDCs 3.2 are super ambitious. We need to really raise the bar.
And Nicholas, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the energy companies are, for the most part, often state-owned. So there they have the NDCs have a massive influence on that. But also, even so, just like you said, Sriram, we need to stick to the climate targets. We need companies and investors are very risk averse, and they want that stability, and they want to know what might happen in the future and not have changes all the time.
Thank you so much for that reflection. Like just one last call here, since we're talking about the value chain, given this is an external platform, so you might be a little bit more cautious, but what are the messages that you're giving to both your suppliers on what message are you giving to them to help you drive the energy and materials transformation? What's that message that going through the value chain across the world?
I think it's that of partnership, as in it's not enough that we delegate the responsibility throughout the supply chain. As a brand, we need to sort of step in and support suppliers in the journey through the size of our brand, because, and then, whether it is through financing mechanisms, whether it is through policy actions, the reason why we are at Bonn is also to mobilize the voice, collective voice, which will also end up supporting, hopefully, a lot of suppliers around the world and doing this partnership. So we do our part, and suppliers are also, doing their part, being more ambitious and building this resilient business for the future, a collective IKEA business for the future.
And of course, we'll talk tomorrow. We'll talk a little bit more in more detail about the financing program and about how you, as a big company, are supporting your suppliers financially to make that shift. And Nicholas, what's your call to action to your suppliers, but also to your customers?
Yeah, I mean, for the suppliers, it's about, you mentioned it again, it's the partnership, but it's also about showing that it is actually a competitive advantage. If they do this, we will certainly be a big customer of theirs, and there will be others that want to be as well. So it's to show that they come to gain by doing this. It's not just an added cost.
Thank you so much, Niklas Schilberg of Volvo Cars. Thank you, Sriram Rajagopal, Inter IKEA Group. Thank you so much for joining from China, Jody Sao of Xishan Hardware. I hope I got that right this time around. And that was it. We're wrapping up this session of the Exponential Race to the Top. Do stay tuned as we go into our next session on cities and regions and countries. Again, this word of the NDCs, or the acronym of the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, will be coming up quite a lot. Stay tuned for that, and see you on the other end. Welcome to this Exponential Race to the Top session from Exponential Roadmap Initiative. When the UN body for climate science, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, little slip there, the IPCC, when that IPCC releases its only special report of this assessment circle, then that will be a special report about cities. And that's because cities play such a big role when it comes to decarbonizing buildings, when it comes to energy and transport and also waste. It's often cities and regions that lead the way. And countries can really only deliver on their national climate targets when the cities and regions deliver. So now the Exponential Roadmap Initiative, we unite companies, right? We unite companies that are innovators, transformers, and disruptors. We don't unite cities so much, but that's what ICLEI does, Local Governments for Sustainability. So for this session, we teamed up with ICLEI, and Yunus Arikan will be joining us in just a moment, coming now. Please, I do welcome here, the first gentleman to join us here on the scene is Ziaul Hake of the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Climate Change of Bangladesh. Welcome. And then we have Yunus Arikan of ICLEI. We have on Zoom Carolina Urrutia, former Environment Secretary, Bogota, Colombia. And we have the mayor of Chefchaouen in Morocco, Mohamed Safiani. Thank you for joining us. I would like to put my first question here to Mohamed, who is the newly elected Vice President of ICLEI. So congratulations for that. Your city is an intermediary city. I call it an in-between city. So it's not small, it's not rural, but it's also not a mega city. And it has lots of growth ahead of it. With that lots of growth comes the opportunity to leapfrog, to avoid the mistakes that some of the already big cities might have made on that journey. What are the opportunities that you see to leapfrog, and how are you seizing these opportunities?
Thank you very much, Andrea. Dear friends, dear colleagues, first of all, is the opportunity to thank all members of ICLEI, all the teams and all partners of ICLEI, because I was elected as one of Vice President of ICLEI. It's a great honor for me and for my city, Chefchaouen, to advocate all the climate action at the local and regional level in Africa and around the world. So thank you very much again. As you say, my city, Chefchaouen, is blue cities, painted in blue and committed to green. In the north of Morocco is an intermediary city, and this is an advantage for us. Because now is a big, very big and large city, and now is rural and very, very small city. So it's an intermediary city as a function, as a role, as a scale. And that's one of the benefits of that is the proximity. We have a human scale. And the proximity, when we talk about proximity with people, with civil society, with the local actors, and that's helped us to have one participatory approach would support our initiative and our programs and our vision. So that the planification, we do it with the local, with the approach, participatory approach. We had the Vision 2030, we launched it in 2018, and we are working on it. And all the action plan that we had, we said with participatory approach that is easier in intermediate city as Chefchaouen. And the local economic development is very, very, very important for us because we work with the local, with the rural area, because we know that intermediate cities, we have a strong relationship between the city and the rural area. So we are working in this economy, solidarity and social economy, and this is very important for us. And the planification of urban planification is important for us because we have to do what we are thinking about climate mitigation, adaptation, and the scale of the city will help us to avoid, as you say, the mistakes down in largest cities in the world, and in Morocco, in our region, Tangier, for example, and Tétouan are the largest city that we have. Such we have some lessons about this largest city, and in our urban planification is planification of the city for the future is down on basic on that, and the climate and sustainability is for us very important, and we share that with the civil society, with the local players at the city. So I think is very important that, and intermediate cities grows more rapidly than others in Africa, and with the global networks as ICLE, we share best practice, we share new ideas in Africa and around the world, and all that help us to grow correctly and to respect our values of climate and sustainability.
And can you just give one little example of how you're doing that? What one mistake that you've seen from others is the one that you're avoiding?
Yes, I think that mobility, for example, in a bigger city, in some cities that I know, I think we should do it differently, and that we are working on that. We are planning our city, and the planification of the construction of neighborhoods, the new and the result of rural immigration. We saw in larger cities some mistakes, and on that we are working on that, and to avoid this type of mistakes.
Thank you. I would like to turn to Carolina now. There in Bogotá, you were one of the practitioners that was invited to an IPCC meeting when this special report on cities that I was talking about earlier, when that was being scoped. What stories of urban transformation did you share in that meeting from Bogotá?
Well, good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation. I think, contrary to Mohammed, we made all the mistakes. Bogotá is an over 8 million people city. We grew in a quite disorganized manner. And of course, city planning is relatively new in action, despite the fact that it's been part of the legal framework for years. So I think slowly correcting these mistakes that were made in the past, that we didn't know were mistakes because we didn't know we were going to be facing a climate crisis of this size, have to be corrected while the city still exists. And I think that's a huge challenge. Bogotá has two examples that weren't really, particularly the first one, which is our transport model, wasn't really thought about in terms of climate change. We really began making corrections to our transport system for two main reasons. Quality of life, as I mentioned, Bogotá is a huge city. Most of the people in Bogotá spend upwards of an hour and a half in public transport every day. And initially, our public transport system wasn't centrally planned and had a lot of issues with air quality. So beginning in the early 90s, a huge reform agenda started to happen with our transport system, beginning with changing our fuels. The fuel quality in Bogotá was really quite bad. And so arrangements were made between the national government and our gasoline producers to bring better quality gasoline and diesel to the city. And that had a huge change in our air quality, but it of course also had good results in our climate change and GHG emissions in general. And the key to the transformation of our transport system has been that it has been continuous over the past 25 years, starting with fuels, then going into buses. Bogotá had the first really big rapid bus system in Latin America, and I think in the world. It's still one of the biggest examples of rapid bus systems in the world that really began to grow in the beginning of this century. And even though growth hasn't been continuous, improvements to the system have. We're slowly going into electric buses. We're in a constant competition with Santiago de Chile to be the cities outside of China with the most electric buses. There are now almost 1,300 electric buses circulating in Bogota, but that's also because we don't have a metro or a subway system. So growing that, building our first metro line and making sure we have clean transport from a rail perspective has also been a priority for Bogota. These added reforms have amounted to about an 80% reduction of our particulate matter from the public transport system. And this is a life-changing improvement for many people in Bogota, particularly women and children who tend to be the ones who get sicker from air quality issues and who have to stay home to take care of their children. And that usually results in affecting their opportunities to join the workforce. So that has been a huge difference. It's still going on. We have a long ways to go, but Bogota has managed to reduce about 18% of its emissions from 2017 to 2023, based mostly on these huge changes on transport. And that brings me to the second one that Mohamed also mentioned, and it's planning. Bogota put forth a new land use master plan, a planning system for the city. It's going to be valid for the next 12 years. And despite the fact that we didn't get to build a city of proximity, we're trying to build smaller cities inside our big city, building on the idea, not of a 15-minute system. We're way too big to be a 15-minute city, but we can be a 30-minute city. And what we did was plan for a city that has access to economic opportunities, to transport, health, education, everything that's really vital for our citizenry in 30 minutes. It's going to take a while for the city to evolve in that manner. It's probably going to take the full 12 years that the land use plan is going to be in use. But it's really important that we start thinking of the city, not especially cities as large as Bogota, not just as a whole, but of smaller communities inside the cities that can build on proximity, quality of life, better transport, and of course, green areas. And that would be, I think, besides transport and proximity, one of the most important changes our land use plan made. And it's the fact that not, rejecting a lot of land use pressure, especially for construction, we decided to amplify our green and protected areas instead of making them smaller. Our land use plan increased green and protected areas by 30%. This, of course, has a huge political cost. Those who are building the city, housing, still have a lot of pressure on the system to make sure that we have more space to build. And instead of building a sprawling city, a larger city that rejects the idea of proximity, we decided precisely not to use our rural land, not to use our protected areas, but to go into a model of urban renovation, where we start going into places of the city that are quite abandoned, that aren't really fulfilling their full potential in terms of urban planning, and making these alive parts of the city through transport, through investment from the city and with the private sector. There's a lot of complaints that this makes urban development a little more expensive, and it does. It's a little more costly and it takes more time. You have to talk to the people. You have to think about renovation in terms of participation and what people actually want because they're already living there. But we're sure that it makes for a better quality of life, for less pollution, and for a better scenario, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation to climate change.
Thank you, Carolina and Mohamed, both for sharing those stories from on the ground, as it were. Now, Yunus, you lead global advocacy at ICLEI. And we've named this session Seizing Opportunities to Win the New Economy, Cities, Regions and Countries. What examples can you give us from other cities and regions in your network that are wanting to seize the opportunities to win this new economy?
Thanks, Andrea. First of all, it's really a great pleasure to collaborate with you once again, because we were together in Dubai, in Sharm el-Sheikh, and it's also good that you are catching the discussions here in Bonn. So we're very happy to see our leaders addressing in this session. I would like to pick up those from the global north, because Mayor Sefiani and Carolina are representing the voice of different contexts in the global south. So let's see what's going on in the global north. Maybe I can start with the city I live, the city of Bonn. This is one of the champions of climate neutral cities to be climate neutral 2035. This is 10 years before the federal target of Germany. And it was revised in the past couple of years because city administration has created a network with citizens, a new grouping, so that the contribution of the communities, neighborhoods are then taken up in collaboration with the administration, so that it's not a top-down from the city hall, but it's a collective effort. Maybe you are noticing mobility plans, as both of the leaders here discussed, is also an issue in Europe. And the city is trying to use more non-motorized transport or installing solar power much rapidly than before. The good news, maybe you're aware, there was an election last night. This city, which is under the green policies, the public voting was about the national average for the green policies. So which shows that if the politics are close to the city, citizens, they can much better connect and reflect to the political context. Another example, last week, here we had the former mayor of Vancouver, Greg Robertson. It's one of the greenest cities. And Vancouver is also, for example, although it was in the north, far north, they are using the district heating. Sorry, they are using the wastewater system, the waste heat from the district wastewater system for district heating of the buildings in Vancouver, in a cold city like Vancouver. They are using that kind of a capacity, and 10 years ago they introduced the zero emission standards for buildings, and last week the UNFCCC negotiators are talking about buildings. That shows again how cities can contribute the topics in implementation, then the negotiators can benefit from this experience. And maybe last example again, this time from Tokyo. Tokyo is one of the most urbanized and full of high-rise buildings. For the past 12 years, Tokyo is implementing an urban cap-and-trade system with the residential and commercial buildings being part of a cap-and-trade system, which is being implemented in the United Nations as well. And they don't wait for a conclusion from the UN negotiations, but they continue to implement. And one of the serious emission reduction policies comes from this kind of communities, commercial activities, and citizens on board. This shows that Global North and Global South, as long as you have a passionate leader, you have good skilled staff, and if you have skilled citizen engagement, the progressive policies can be implemented everywhere, and we can make changes in the lives of our neighbors.
So thank you, Yunus, for sharing more stories there from the so-called subnational level. And now I'd like to turn to Ziaul Haqe of the national level, of representing Bangladesh, which is a country sandwiched between the Himalayas and the Bay of Bengal. It's one of the most climate vulnerable countries in the world, whether it's floods or cyclones or sea level rise. You're facing it all and having to deal with it all. But you also have tremendous potential for renewable energies. So I'd like to know how the building out of renewable energies could help you, or could give you an opportunity to increase your resilience.
Thank you, Andrea, for having me in this very important dialogue. You are right that in terms of the vulnerability, we are facing catastrophic impacts, adverse impacts of climate change. And in an assessment, it says that we are losing almost 6.8% of our GDP each year. And if we go this business as usual approach, then it will increase the loss of GDP in the years to come. And you are right that we have potentials. We have a lot of potential in terms of tapping the renewable energy resources. And you know that we submitted our NDC update in 2021, where we tried to include the renewable energy contribution to a greater extent. At the same time, now we are actually in the process of developing our 2025 NDC. And at the same time, we are also focusing on having the city-level climate action plan. Our big cities, the capital cities, Dhaka City Corporation, they have developed a comprehensive, ambitious climate action plan for 2030, 2040, and 2050. So we are hoping that this time, while developing our national NDC by 2025, we'll obviously assess and reflect the aspiration of city governments to our national mitigation targets. And hopefully there will be a great deal of improvement in terms of utilizing the renewable energy in our NDC submission.
And we'll get to that and a little bit deeper in just a minute. But as of now, Bangladesh is still a least developed country. So though you're trying to, or aiming to outgrow this status by 2041, so you face huge costs of capital, and that's a barrier, right? What opportunities are there for the national government to come together with cities and regions to attract investments for clean technologies and for renewables?
Yeah, good question. In fact, officially we will get graduated from LDC in 2026, and we also developed a perspective plan. We call it the Mujib Climate Perspective Plan for 2041, where we will reach our 100 years of independence in 2041. So in that case, not 100, it will be 75 years of our independence. So we actually developed a trajectory where we will try to achieve from vulnerability to resilience to prosperity. So in that case, we put forward a visionary targets in terms of the renewable energy. So by 2030, we will improve our contribution, the relative contribution of our renewable sources from now 6% to 30%. And by 2041, where we are actually aspiring for having a good prosperous country, by 40%, our relative contribution of renewable sources in our national electricity generation would be around 40%. So last month we have NAP Expo. The Bangladesh convened Global NAP Expo, and in the NAP Expo the government has launched, our Honorable Prime Minister has launched the Climate Development Partnership, and we invited all development partners to come in and to join forces with us to mobilize the resources. We are also trying to mobilize domestic resources, but at the same time, we are also trying to harness the resources that will be utilized in a coherent and synergistic fashion. There should be no duplications, the overlapping. So we want to put our all development partners in a unique the climate development partnership. So let's see, and at the same time, in the Mujib Climate Perspective Plan, we have also developed a climate and disaster risk instrument, financial instrument, where we will try to put some innovative financing mechanism into our to integrate in our national policies, national mainstream system.
And maybe Mohammed there can give an example, because Mohammed, I read somewhere that you are quite a pioneer in putting together finance, for instance, for a public green lighting project. What was your recipe for success there?
Yes, thank you very much. We know that not it's easy to have access to finance and climate finance at the local level. Less than 10% of climate finance goes to the local, but we can be innovative. We can work with the multi-level action is very important for us. I will give some example from Chef Shawan. Energy, for example, energy. We had with the support of national government and the region of Baku in France, we launched the first energy info center. It's the first one in Morocco. The first one in Morocco to advise and to support all studies and school and companies to use renewable energy and efficiency, energy efficiency. Example 2, for example, with public lighting. Public lighting, we had agreement with the UN Capital Development Fund, UNCDF, and the national government, Moroccan national government, to support us to have 100% sustainable and smart public lighting network that we have. And if we are working on that. We are implementing the project, and in a few weeks we will finish 100% of city. That will be the first city in Morocco 100% LED and sustainable and smart public lighting in the city. Solar energy, we have now 50% of the municipal buildings equipped with solar energy. And the wastewater with the gap found, we have support of study to have the valorization of the waste, and with national government on basic of this study that we had supported by gap found, they are helping us to have a new valorization station and central for waste that we have. So that's some example. And the last one in food, because my city Chefchaouen is recognized as an intangible heritage city for Mediterranean diet, gastronomy, Mediterranean gastronomy in UNESCO, and with the ICLE, we have Afri-Food Links is one project very important in food system, and we are working in this project. Some example that we have. So I think it's very important to be supported by networks as ICLE, and to have the multi-level climate action and multi-level sustainability action with the region, with the national government, and with the international organizations.
So we're almost approaching the end of this session. Carolina, I would like to hear just one brief example from you of a barrier that you overcame in your work in Bogota. Could have been a financial one, where you came up with innovative solutions like Mohammed did.
Well, I think there's a very interesting barrier that many city officials are facing that we don't talk about enough, and that I think should be a part of the conversation. And it's sometimes citizens are expecting climate action to look a very certain way, and they're kind of disappointed when it isn't as fast as they like. And my example is going to be the tensions that are constantly there at the city level in terms of, for example, transportation. As Bogota builds its first metro system, as it gets rid of old buses and replaces them with electric buses, there's a lot of modifications going on in the cities. And sometimes, for example, we have to sacrifice trees on our streets, right? We have to knock down trees to make space for trains or for new buses, for whatever is necessary. And despite the fact that we have very advanced compensation systems, every time we have to sacrifice a tree in the public space in Bogota, we have to plant 5 new ones. And that's already a challenge because we don't have a lot of space in the urban part of the city to plant new trees. But people feel continually disappointed. People have very strong affectionate relationships to public trees. And sometimes politically, it's very hard to convince them about the advantages of having cleaner public transport and the idea that these public green spaces are going to be not only compensated, but improved upon using the resources that come from building these public spaces. So I think often there's a lot of tension between what people expect to see at climate action and what's actually happening. And perhaps the second one that I could mention very briefly is precisely that of financing. And I think it speaks to a lot of the tension that we feel from the city level with the national government. And it's about how national governments necessarily have to help finance the biggest projects. We have a huge challenge in Bogota in terms of water. We're building a big purification and a plant that will treat 70% of the wastewater of the city. And unfortunately, we haven't been able over the past 15 years to reach an agreement with the national government on how to finance that plant. We have to have national government authorization in order to assume the debt that we need from the World Bank to build that water treatment plant. And again, I think the political scenario, the political economy of it all isn't always easy. Mayors and presidential figures are often at odds in the electoral scene. So we have to make sure that international organizations make it easier for national governments and city governments to get over their political differences and make sure that we're financing the right programs and projects at the right speed.
Thank you so much, Carolina, for those. Now, we do need to wrap it up. I want to turn to Yunus for just one sentence answer here. What one recommendation would you have to national governments to both design NDCs that reflect subnational action and empower subnationals to accelerate action?
I think dialogue is the most important thing. And the good news in Dubai, there was a commitment called CHAMP initiative with the Emirates, and 72 countries endorsed this. We really recommend all these endorsing countries, and you have seen the case of Morocco, Colombia, Bangladesh, and many others. Now they are in the phase of designing this into their national policies. If we come to Baku, in this end of the year, if they already start these dialogues and then bring the results to the global processes, and that we present this in Belém, this will really shape our next 5 to 10 years much more collaboratively. And of course, we are discussing here many of the mitigation-related issues or solutions that are helping our lives easier in terms of our resources. But let's remember, the biggest problem is on the adaptation side. You have seen Rio Grande do Sul, you have seen Katrina. The addresses, the solutions to these challenges are beyond municipal budgets, and the national and federal governments should all collectively work together. So solution is dialogue, openness, and transparency, and sharing this prosperity of we are living in a new era of multi-level climate action, and that's what gives us the power.
Thank you so much, Yunus Arikan of ICLEI, Local Governments for Sustainability, Ziaul Hake of the Ministry for Environment, Forest and Climate Change in Bangladesh. Thank you, Carolina Urrutia, Bogota, formerly Environment Secretary there, and Mohamed Sefiani, Mayor of Chefchaouen, the city that I still didn't pronounce correctly, but forgive me for screwing that one up. Next, we'll discuss national climate action plans in even more detail. So stay tuned for that. Thank you for joining this exponential race to the top session on seizing the opportunities and winning the new economy, cities, regions, and countries. Most important policy documents this century. Blueprints for investment, tools for propelling our economies and societies forward. That's what this next generation of national climate action plans, or NDCs, nationally determined contributions, should be. NDCs 3.0. These plans are due by February 2025, so time to get in it. Welcome to this exponential race to the top session on national climate action plans designed to win the new economy. This session is organized together with the World Council for Sustainable Development, WBCSD. I got almost lost on my acronyms there, WBCSD, and I welcome Dr. Jenny Dodson of the WBCSD to the stage. Welcome, Jenny. We also have Dr. Lutz Morgenstern of Germany's Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate. We have Owen Bethel of Nestlé joining us on Zoom, and then we have Ita Kettleborough of the Energy Transitions Commission, ETC. Thank you so much for joining the session, everyone. My first question would go to you, Ita, since just earlier today you released a report on these NDCs 3.0. Before we look at the NDCs 3.0, what does your research that you published there tell us about the shortcomings of the NDCs 2.0?
Absolutely. So we all know climate change is possible, but we know government and industry have to act, and we're not currently on track to deliver the Paris Agreement and a net zero economy. And the NDCs, unfortunately, the existing NDCs, are one of those areas where we're far below the level of ambition needed to keep 1.5 degrees on the table. But we do have this real critical window now. We can use the NDCs. They're an incredibly powerful tool in the global toolbox to tackle climate change. And at the moment, there are three major areas that aren't being reflected. Existing technological progress of clean technologies, which are roaring ahead. Existing national commitments, including everything agreed, that the governments agreed at COP last year in Dubai. And also existing industry commitments, which are really ambitious, including in the harder to abate sectors, where they're really making big commitments to delivering decarbonisation. And if we were to reflect those three areas into the NDCs, and see, we're arguing this should happen in NDCs 3.0, global ambition across the NDCs could be 3 times higher than the existing NDCs today. Now, that wouldn't get us all the way to where we need to be for 1.5 degrees, so we would need to keep pushing further, but it does give you a sense of quite how behind our existing NDCs are, in that we can triple ambition based on existing technological progress, country commitments and industry commitments that have already been made today.
So you hint on the private sector there. And Lutz, my question to you would be how collaboration with the private sector can help countries to design better national climate plans.
Yeah, thank you. And first of all, thank you for inviting me here to that. So at this question, the collaboration between countries and the private sector, I think we first have to distinguish between the elaboration and design of the NDCs itself, and then later the implementation of these plans. So first looking at the design of these plans, where do we need the collaboration of the private sector? We need the private sector to be loud and vocal in favor of strong and ambitious climate policies. And we are really happy that we have many companies that are speaking up, because we also have those that maybe are more hesitant to climate policies, and those are loud as well. So we need those that are in favor of climate policies to be as loud. This is an important part of the collaboration. We need their advice. We need to in dialogue. That we need to understand what they actually need in these NDCs, so that they can be real investment plans. And we need collaboration in terms of the private sector can showcase that the transition actually works on the ground. If they have ambitious transition plans, that makes it easier for governments to actually convince those that are not yet convinced that it's possible. So this is the plan of the design, what can flow into the documents itself. Then the implementation of climate policies, which is much broader, of course. There we need private sector to actually deliver on the ground, to do the real work, because we as the governments, we just do the framework, but then it needs to be implemented. We need private business also to finance these activities, because
and we'll get into that a little bit later, so don't shoot off everything.
Okay, then I won't shoot, but this is really important. And then, of course, the advancement of technologies, where also this cannot be done by governments. We need private sector to really be forward-looking and come up with the technology that we need. And for all that, and then I'm concluding, we need to trigger those real action on the grounds with the NDCs, and therefore the signals have to be set in the NDCs.
And here we have Owen Bethel of Nestlé. So you, Lutz, mentioned the company transition plans, and of course the transition plans is where companies like Nestlé are charting their transformation. What would you say, Owen, how could countries design their plans, the NDCs, in a way that would allow you to be more ambitious, and how could company plans be better reflected in those NDCs?
Yeah, sure. So thank you. Thanks for the opportunity of being with you virtually today and to join this discussion. I think from our perspective, first of all, we're very happy to be loud about the need for action on climate change. So just per to the previous comment, I think as a company, Nestlé has made a net zero commitment. We are on the way there, but we do need a supportive environment, and we're happy to advocate for that, but we also need to see policy go in that direction. So NDCs offer a really good opportunity to send a strong signal about what the world's going to look like over the next 10 years or so. That gives business confidence. It gives business confidence that we're also making the right decision to decarbonize, that we are investing in things that make sense from a policy and a business perspective. And we're actually currently looking at revising our plans at the moment for the next 5-year period. So I think increasingly there's this sort of coordination between what countries are doing and what companies are doing, particularly global companies, around planning the future. And so the right signal from NDCs helps give us confidence to go in the same direction. I think specifically from a Nestle perspective, we encourage the inclusion of food and land use emissions into NDCs. That's because they are sometimes quite hard to abate. Agriculture is linked to up to 1/3 of emissions. And there are no kind of easy technological quick fixes for agriculture. It's more about a long-term program of moving to a more regenerative approach. And it's also about implementing policies that stop any of the negative effects of agricultural production, such as deforestation. So if all countries included a no deforestation approach into their NDCs, that could actually tackle a very significant amount of emissions in the short to medium term, alongside a longer term plan to switch to more sustainable food production. So that's an immediate kind of call to action from our side. We are seeing some encouraging moves in that direction from countries like Colombia, which have really embraced this sort of food systems approach to decarbonisation. We're hoping to see other countries do that as well. And that then becomes an attractive proposition for us to think about where to invest and how to reform our sourcing of things like coffee and cocoa and all the other food ingredients we rely on. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. Now to Jenny here at WBCSD. You're setting off on work that aims to co-create climate plans of national and of corporate actors. The idea being that unlocks finance to deliver on both of these plans. Can you explain a bit further how that's supposed to work?
Fantastic. Thank you, Andrea. And first of all, wonderful to host this fantastic discussion together with you. So I think what we're really seeing, and I think you heard here about the alignment between business and governments. I think what we've seen as a shift in the past few years is really towards that this is an opportunity. We have the solutions are moving fast, but now it is a question of winning that opportunity. And I think that's partly why these climate plans are so important, but also the corporate transition plans, how they move forward. So it's an opportunity, it's urgency, it's mission possible, but now it needs to be mission together. And I think that's what we haven't seen to date. So we're really seeing governments increasingly recognizing that they need to engage the private sector because that private sector balance sheet of finance is so critical to achieve national climate plans, but also as businesses are developing their corporate transition plans, and particularly looking at how they decarbonize their supply chains, they're realizing how essential it is to engage on policy and the enabling environment to enable them to achieve their goals. So I think this is a moment of opportunity, and it's really important that these NDCs and the corporate transition plans are not just setting out individual plans, but there's also a real working together, a co-creation to see how those align and how each can move and help the other to move as well. So we get this ambition loop moving. So what we're doing at the moment is developing a kind of how-to framework. You know, what is that best practice, those examples of success that we can where we've done similar things before, where we've had the government setting out the challenge, business coming forward to really say how they can problem solve and develop the solutions, but what is needed on both sides to move further and faster. And I think this is a real space in which business and governments can work together better and unlock finance.
I want to touch on something that Lutz mentioned earlier, the distinction between design and delivery, and Aita, you touched on that with the implementation gap, right? Which really is the delivery part. So the NDCs 2.0, we've said there is an implementation gap, they're not being delivered. What recommendation do you have for countries to better deliver on their plans, on their new and more ambitious plans, including?
So I think there's kind of three things here. So the first is that implementation is absolutely key, but it is important to ground it all in the bolder plans are also critical, because ambition encourages and accelerates the action. We kind of know success in the low carbon transition to date has been driven by industry's response to these ambitious government targets that provide that clear direction of travel and allow, reduce market uncertainty, kind of create this positive ambition loop that allows industry to kind of step behind government's vision and kind of unleash its innovation and unleash its delivery power. So it is important to kind of ground it with the kind of really recognizing the importance of these as bold, ambitious documents. That said, as you've said, ambition alone will never be enough, and we must ensure implementation. And there's really two key things that we see for NDC 3.0 to become that kind of blueprint for country-level climate action. So the first is setting out the policies and investments needed to deliver on the targets. There is a tendency often to put the target out there and kind of state it and hope that that's enough. The target is important, but more critically is then linking that to the national policies, the other strategies that are being developed, the enabling environment that's been created, that together will kind of provide the pillars that support delivery. And nowhere is that more important really than the investment requirements, especially where NDCs are conditional, which a number of countries obviously make conditional NDCs, very, very clearly stating what the policies are, what the investment needs will be, and then linking that to an implementation plan. Who is going to do what? When are they going to do it? And what do they need to enable them? So that's the first kind of really big. And then secondly, the other part of this, which often, to be honest, when we talk about it, it's not the most exciting part of NDCs, but it is really, really important.
And that's for those people that get excited.
Okay. But that's that NDCs need to set out these targets and these plans in a really clear, comprehensive, and hopefully increasingly standardized fashion. NDCs are powerful because they're nationally determined, and countries can and do shape them to their national context, to their national growth plans, to their environment. However, if we can have more NDCs moving towards absolute rather than relative targets, ensuring that all sectors of the economy are covered, and here absolutely echoing Nestlé's calls of the importance of, for instance, food and land use being covered, and also gases outside of CO2, so making sure methane, etc., and nitrous oxide are covered. And then also making sure that there are really clear sectoral targets and granularity. What does the sectoral transition pathway look like for the country? That doesn't have to all be in the NDC, so we're not talking about creating NDC giant, but that the NDC really clearly points to and links to the country's clear sectoral transition plans, which you make tangible with things like, for instance, gigawatt installation targets for renewables, or bans for fossil fuel technology, dates for bans, so ICE, internal combustion engine phase-out dates. These types of granularity go a huge way to moving NDCs into this blueprint for country climate action.
Thank you for that. Now you've hit, and everyone else has hit in various sort of terms and instances on money, right? Because that's what this is all about. The delivery is all about the money, and of course that's a big topic at the negotiations here. Will be an even bigger topic at the upcoming climate change in November in Baku. So at WBCSD, the work that you're embarking on is really about unlocking co-investments. But in practice, how can public and private collaboration really mobilize the finance that we need?
Yeah, fantastic question. And I think
if you had the answer.
I don't have all the answer yet. And I think this is where we need to be innovative, right? And we need to push outside the comfort zones and test new models and approaches. But I just want to share a couple of examples of success. And I think this speaks to what Ita was talking about in terms of sector approaches and granularity, and what I was saying about co-creation and problem solving. So for instance, and it's a different way of doing things. So in Denmark, for instance, they set a really ambitious climate target of 70% emissions reduction. But they didn't just go out and then go, okay, we're going to model what we think each sector can achieve. They actually threw the problem to the private sector. They threw the gauntlet to the private sector and said, okay, we're going to bring you together. We're going to have some CEOs lead bringing together the sector and ask you to come back to us and tell us, what could you achieve? How far could you go? And what is it that you would need from government in order to achieve that? And also what investment could be unlocked? What else would be needed to enable that? At the same time, the government also engaged, and thought about what was possible. But I think that's a really interesting approach and a different co-creation approach to really bring the private sector together and say, okay, what is that possibility? What could be achieved? And that came out with about 200 recommendations, and now the government is implementing some of those policies. We've also got a program called the Zero Emissions Vehicles Emerging Markets Initiative, which is working with a number of different countries who want to scale electric vehicle freight corridors. So in India, for instance, India was wanting to scale freight vehicles, but was facing challenges in terms of putting some of the policy instruments in place because there wasn't that sense of ambition and support from the wider landscape. And so we were able to bring together a number of different member business organizations, not the manufacturers, but actually the companies that require these vehicles for their operations. So like Amazon, steel companies, others who made demand commitments for 350 zero emission vehicle freight. They said that they could put those in place if they had the policy enabling environment to deliver on that. And also brought in the finance aspect as well to enable this. And what this has helped to unlock is about $350 million of investment. That's the starting point for a green corridor, but now that's being scaled in India and also in other countries. And what we talked about is this 3x5 partnership approach that brings together government, finance, and business, and particularly utilising the demand, the whole supply chain in order to get that investment unlocked. And so I think there's some really interesting examples there. And what we're trying to look at is what are those innovative approaches? What are those different co-creation mechanisms that we can use and can be scaled and replicated in different countries with businesses to really unlock investment and really look at implementation piece of these NDCs and also support corporate transition plans.
Owen, how do you see your company, Nestlé, there working with governments on investments, essentially, to deliver NDCs?
Sure, yeah. So I think there's a lot of potential for us to do that. We do have a couple of examples already. For example, in the Philippines, where we worked with the Climate Change Commission over there to bring public-private stakeholders together to consider how to roll out regional climate plans based on the NDC. So that was more like a kind of facilitator role that we played. And that's because the team in the Philippines has been very vocal about our net zero ambitions and wants to help create value beyond what we're just doing. What we're doing as a company, we want to bring others into the fold. We want the right enabling environment. And sometimes we have to, get involved in that and facilitate discussion, which I think is one potential role for us. I think the other is to think about this NDC 3.0 co-creation opportunity. If you look at countries like Brazil, they're preparing for COP30. They also have a very strong focus on the concept of a bioeconomy, growing the food and beverage sector, the agriculture sector, in a way that is compatible with nature and with climate. And I think we can help deliver that. We have big plans for Brazil. We're investing a lot of money in moving to regenerative agriculture, in measures to reduce and prevent deforestation. And taken together, they can make a very significant contribution to the ambition that countries have laid out. I think, having said that, as one company, we can't make a huge difference. I think what we can do is sort of show a direction that things can go in, and we want to do that to create a more investable set of opportunities in food and land use. A lot of money has gone towards renewables. An increasing amount of money is going into transportation. We just heard an example of that from Jenny. I think there's less sort of financial flows going towards agriculture at the moment, and we want that to change because then that will help us transition quicker. It will help rural development, and rural development's not just about climate, it's about jobs, it's about tackling issues like poverty. And we see all of that coming together in a really good mix for countries that want to seize the opportunity here. So hopefully Nestlé can work with countries, but we won't be able to make a huge difference on our own. We need to bring the whole industry with us. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. Now to the national perspective again, Lutz, that you represent. How, and we've heard the word again a couple of times, the blueprint for investment. So how can the national climate action plan, how can that be? How can you make one that is a blueprint for investment?
Yeah, I'm actually quite confident that the EU will deliver an NDC that is a blueprint for that kind of investment, so, for the investment needed, which is of course public investment, but also catalyzing private investment. And why am I so confident? Because I think we are already doing that, and we have to build on that, of course. I really liked what Patricia said on the criteria, and I think I could easily tick all of the boxes because what we have in our NDC, in the current NDC for 2030 and what we will do again for 2035. We have a clear headline target, a very clear direction of travel, signal to investors. For 2030 it was a reduction of minus 55%, and it will be much more, of course, for the time thereafter. But then below this, we have a very clear set of policies that really give clear signals to investors. And I want to mention two of these policies. One, of course, is the emission trading system by the EU that we will continue, and it gives the clearest signal to investors because it puts a price on carbon. So far it was in the sectors of energy and industry, and we have seen that this is successful. So we will expand that to other sectors, including transport and buildings, that will also be covered by a unified carbon price within the European Union. And this is a very reliable tool that any investor can and has to take into account. I want to mention it as a second instrument, and that directly relates to giving signals for the phase-out of fossil fuels or the transitioning away from fossil fuels. And this is the ban of fossil fuel engine combustion cars in the EU in the year 2035. And what else could there be as a clear signal to car makers that this is the future where they have to go to? So when they actually plan for their future investment, also in their utilities, in their factories, they know where the EU is heading, and they will probably direct their investments in that way.
Now, I have not prepared you for this, and I apologize for that. But we did have elections yesterday in the EU. Do you feel with people that might be concerned that the clear path forward from the EU might become a little bit more muddled? And what would be your words of consolation to people that might be concerned?
Well, I'm not concerned because the Green Deal was a project that was supported by quite a number of parties. And some of these parties maybe have lost some votes, but other parties have gained votes. And Ursula von der Leyen, her big project, the Green Deal, was I think was reconfirmed because there was no shift away from those, looking at all those parties. That have actually adopted the Green Deal. So I'm quite confident that the EU will remain a strong and ambitious partner in the international climate field.
Thank you, and thank you for your flexibility in answering that impromptu question there. Jenny, you want to come in?
Yeah, I think just one of the things that we haven't touched on in this discussion is, although Owen did briefly, was around kind of people and making, you know, the focus of the work we're doing really relevant to people and engagement. And I think that's something to take away and really important in this next round of NDCs, but the work we're doing going forward is that this isn't just a technical and investment focused agenda, but it is a people positive agenda. And I think you know, that is also extremely relevant for the businesses we're working with, who are often working, you know, with businesses, with farmers on the ground. And I think that's also where they can help and support countries as well.
Thank you, Jenny. I do have a last question to all of you. Well, bear with me. It asks you to complete one sentence, so it really isn't a long answer. A national climate action plan designed to win the new economy must ... Whoever wants to go first may do so. Go, Ida.
I can go first. I would say an NDC designed to win the new economy must provide bold ambition and clear direction.
Thank you. Who wants to top that?
Yeah, I think the NDCs are well designed if they enable all relevant stakeholders to do their best, actually, to go as far as possible in order to contribute to these climate goals and also to catalyze the necessary investments.
Thanks.
And I would say, to summarize that, it's mission together. It's got to be whole of economy, whole of society approach, mission together.
An economy to win the new a national climate action plan designed to win the new economy must. Owen.
I think it must include all sectors and not forget about things like food and land use, which is a significant contributor. I think, as we said before, the focus has been a little bit skewed towards certain areas which maybe have more attention. So I think, must take a holistic approach, let's say. I'll finish the sentence like that. Thank you.
Thanks, Owen. And that brings us to the end of this exponential race to the top session here. Thank you so much, Owen Bethel of Nestle. Thank you, Jenny Dotson, WBCSD, Lutz Morgenstern of Germany, and Aita Kettleberry of the Energy Transitions Commission, ETC. Thanks for joining us today. Do stay tuned for the next session, everyone, on landing the exponential narrative. And thank you for now. Stay tuned. We're already gearing up for that one. Thanks.
Thanks.
And welcome again to this exponential race to the top session on landing the exponential narrative. We keep being reminded of the urgency to act. For example, by leaders just this past week here in Bonn. We're heading for 2.7 degrees of global heating, Simon Steele said in his speech when he kicked off the Bonn Climate Change Conference. The entire carbon budget will be busted before 2030, is what the UN Secretary General said just a few days later. And indeed, carbon emissions were on the rise again in 2023 by 1.1% compared to 2022, something that Johan Rockström reminded us of earlier in this program. And at the same time, we see the impacts of climate change hitting us. We've talked about that, the floods in Brazil, devastating extreme heat wave in India, and examples are really all around us. So let's discuss where that leaves us on the exponential narrative. And I'm very pleased to be joined by Matthew Phillips and Jakob Beauton, who's here joining us on the screen. Matthew, you lead a project that is called Groundswell, a collaborative project born, I want to quote here, from the belief that we must and we can shift the climate narrative. But why is that even important?
Thanks, Andrea. It's good to be here. I guess the reason we think it's of fundamental importance to change the climate narrative is because currently we're being hit on all sides by, I would say, broadsides of doom and despair. If you look at the mainstream press that we've analysed, we can see that 76% of articles would support what I would call a climate doomist narrative. I'm sure that Jakob would tell us how we're seeing a surge on social media that doesn't just have a doomist mindset, but also attacks solutions, attacks EVs, heat pumps, vegan diets. And what that's leading to is a sense of basically depression, that we can no longer do this, a sort of outright collective paralysis. And I would say until we can shift that narrative to a narrative that says it's going to be difficult, but we can still meet our collective climate goals, we're actually not going to be able to attain them. I think it was the car maker Henry Ford that said, whether you think you can or you can't, you're probably right. And it's important that we tell ourselves a story of we can, so indeed we can go and grab those climate goals with both hands.
And one of the ways that you seek to shift this narrative is through really pushing, showing the examples of where there is exponential growth of solutions. And Jakob, on your platform, in your Breaking Lab videos, you've also highlighted these examples of where we do have exponential growth of climate solutions, of renewable energies, where we are approaching these positive tipping points on the S-curve, on the exponential curve, so where we get to the point where it's not painful anymore, where the solutions are just taking off. So you covered this in your videos, and I would like to find out a little bit about why. So what gets you excited about covering the exponential growth of climate solutions, the exponential narrative?
I mean, you already explained that one of the big problems is that we always hear bad news, and people are kind of sick of hearing bad news. And I think one of the main issues, if you're talking about sustainability, is that you're talking about a topic that everybody says it's a very, very important topic. It might be even the most important topic of our time. But the problem is that many people also don't want to hear about it anymore, because everything they hear for a long time now is bad news and is like this blame game, who to blame for what went wrong. And that's not how you get the people. And that's one of the reasons why I really like these stories, where you can see, okay, we are doing something, and we are here, we have positive news. And actually there's a very nice story about the video I did I did an interview with Nigel Topping about this exponential growth, and we made a video out of it that said, oh, we are further than we are expected to be. And like 1 week later, I was walking on the street in Cologne where I live, and an older person, usually it's not my main audience, he screamed to me and said, hey, I just want to thank you, because you made my week because of this video. And he explained that he saw this video and he was so positive about it that he said, I made his week. And I think seeing these reactions, you can imagine that people are so hungry for these good stories. And that's why I love to tell them.
But then again, understanding exponential growth, it seems, is not necessarily intuitive to people, right? We expect things to move linear. We expect things to be incremental, and maybe we're also slightly scared about exponentials. What challenges maybe are there then in storytelling for you when you do these kind of videos?
I mean, there are different rules that I follow to get people excited about this topic. The first thing I always start with is you need a good hook. And especially when you're talking about sustainability, you need a good hook to catch the people so they listen to the information. And I can tell you, if you say, oh, I have this new video about CO2, this is not a good hook. People don't want to see this. So you need to think about, okay, what could be a smart way to get people into watching this. And then the other thing is, like you already said, I mean, exponential growth is one thing, but also we are not so good with numbers. So you always have to think, okay, how can I explain it in a way that people can relate to it and understand what I tell them? And there are two things that really help. First of all, you can see what examples can you find in the everyday life of the people. So you can compare, for example, amounts of water with bathtubs, of course. But if you're talking about CO2, it's not that easy anymore. So you have to see how can you compare an amount of CO2 in tons to what people can relate to. And that might be 100-kilometer drive with a car, or maybe what you exhaust in a year or so. So this is the first thing. And the other thing is that you have to make it visual, because CO2, again, you can't see it. So you have to see, how can I make this visible? And this is the same for every topic for exponential growth. Also, when we did this video, we made visualizations to show the people, okay, what does it really mean? And we gave them examples out of our everyday life where you can see, okay, what impact does this have on me? For example, if we are talking about how expensive is electricity and how nice it is if solar power, for example, gets cheaper and cheaper.
Now you're a partner in the Groundswell project, and Matthew. So you in this project you work with this audience, right? With the audience on YouTube, but at the same time, the exponential narrative also really needs to land with decision makers, and fairly soon, ideally. So what do you do to do that, to succeed with that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we need the exponential mindset to land with everyone. I mean, Jakob is bang on, I think, when he says we need to focus on people's lived experiences. What makes this abstract thing relatable? We know that 80% of citizens feel completely alienated by climate and nature messaging. So if we are not meeting audiences where they're at, how can we expect them to be converted from a linear to an exponential mindset? I think citizens, clearly the types of citizens and ordinary people that Jakob is speaking to is a key audience for government decision makers. Who do governments listen to? They listen to their voters. So making sure that we're directly speaking to the grassroots is incredibly important. We also need to speak to that great fourth establishment, the media, the press, because they actually do so much, even in these modern times, to actually inform what the climate and the political and the economic conversation looks like. And the final thing that I think we need to do is just open up a conversation with decision makers and governments themselves. We hear in these climate conferences so much that governments just aren't hearing from businesses, from citizens as much as they need to. So how can we as connectors better kind of open up that dialogue, that conversation, so everyone is hearing what they need to in a way that makes sense to them and resonates with them?
Why is that such an important message to land now?
Well, we are, I would say, at a moment of extreme jeopardy in terms of the climate politics. We are in a moment where governments are required under the Paris Agreement to come back to the table with their updated national climate plans. The current national climate plans, as we heard in the previous session, are no way near where we need to get to in terms of a 1.5 degree limit, which is a sort of safe temperature goal for the world. So how do we get those national climate plans in line with 1.5? And the answer is we enter into a really open dialogue with citizens, with businesses, with youth, with investors on the possibility that governments have if they are to heighten their ambition. So it's very important they hear that right now, and then they resubmit these national climate plans with that heightened ambition incorporated within them. And we've got about 12 months to do that.
And as we look towards COP29 at the end of this year and then COP30 next year, Jakob, what is your wish? So what should come true for climate comms, if you want to call it that, communication on climate change on this exponential narrative? So for climate communication to be more effective, what needs to come true?
That's a very good question. I think it's hard to say there's one answer on it. I think there are different things we have to do. We have to get more professional, I think. This is important for us. So because it's such an important topic, we can't just go in there and spontaneously see what we can do. And actually, you said before that I partnered with Groundswell. Actually, I didn't. It was like totally random. I was in Detroit on an event with TED, and then I was at COP, and it was random that I met these researchers there, and we did videos together. And it seems to be like both of them were supported by Groundswell, but actually we never planned this. And I think what I wish is that we get more focused, that we work together as partners, because I think one important thing is, like, if you want to save the planet, save the climate, it's hard to do this like on the side. There are people that are working full time to destroy it. So it's important that we have people that also work full time to save it. And I think therefore it's important that we get more professional, that we work together, collaborate. And I think that would be my wish for the future, that there's more teamwork and more different players working together for the big vision.
Thank you, Jakob. Matthew, in a year from now, so just 1 year from now, when hopefully we will have seen countries that have submitted national climate action plans that are more ambitious, and as we approach COP30 then, how will we know we've been successful in landing the exponential narrative?
Well, I think the key thing is what you're already hinting at, Andrea, which is that we have plans that are in line with that 1.5 scenario. If we can be in Belém in Brazil for those COP30 negotiations, and all of the plans submitted ladder us up to that target, I think we can really be very proud of ourselves as a society. I think the other thing to be really clear about is that those plans need to include specific sectoral policies on what is required from businesses and investors. So these aren't just like far away or abstract targets. We're really getting into granular detail so that we can create an ambition loop between government actors, but also businesses, cities, regions, and investors. And when that is taken forward from Brazil, then we might just meet the Paris targets that we need to by 2030.
Are you, just really short last question here, are you starting to see that, let's say, co-ownership of society, of the private sector with the national governments in delivering that ambition?
Well, we've talked a lot on this session about exponential, and the exponential curve is one that starts like this, and then it suddenly goes up very, very steeply. And I think what we're seeing in terms of this conversation towards 1.5 alignment is we're in the foothills of that curve, but I really hope and think that in the next 12 months, we can send that into a much steeper curve. So let's make it happen.
And Jakob is doing his bit to achieve that. Thank you so much, Jakob Bouton, YouTuber, science researcher. Thank you, Matthew Phillips, project lead at Groundswell. And that ends this Exponential Race to the Top session on landing the exponential narrative. Katharina will be up in just a second. Thanks for joining us.
Well, great to be back here in front of the cameras. It's another topic here. We're going to deep dive into the topic of the cities. And the world's cities occupy roughly about 4% of the land on the Earth. And they stand for about 70% of the energy consumption and roughly about 75% of the energy, the emissions coming from different types of energy use, etc. And also we know that the cities are growing. They're growing fast. In 2050, the estimate is that 70% of the global world population will be living in cities. So we need urban energy solutions, and we need to scale them fast. And we also know that these solutions do exist. And this is what we're going to talk about in this session here. And we have some guests coming up, lined up for you here. We'll kick off with a pre-recorded message, however. It's a recorded message by Mark Watts, who is Executive Director at C40. And C40 is a global network of roughly 100 mayors of leading global cities that are working to combat climate change. Let's listen to Mark Watts.
Hello everyone, I'm Mark Watts. I'm the Executive Director of C40. Really sorry I can't be with you today, but I'm delighted to be able to participate, albeit virtually, in the Alfa Laval Sustainable Cities event. I thought the clear, straightforward message from the Sustainable Cities event at COP29 was, we've already got the technologies, we've got public leadership, we've got private sector leadership, we need to bring it all together, we need to collaborate. City governments have got a really big role to play in the energy transition because it's their regulation that's going to create and shape the markets that are going to drive us in that direction. And we need that good, clear, strong regulatory legislative signal that we're getting in cities like Washington DC or New York or Tokyo. New York's a great example where there's a really strong regulation that essentially requires that all of the skyscrapers across the city are now retrofitted. But they also, Barcelona, Seoul, cities that are retraining a workforce so that everybody can see that there's jobs for them, opportunity, benefits for them in this transition. I think district heating, district cooling has got a big role to play just for the simple physics of the fact that you're taking out a multitude of inefficient individual boilers and replacing them with a combined system that reduces waste and losses. But obviously it needs to be supplied by clean energy, and we need to make sure that they're taking advantage of the resources that are already available. We're seeing great innovation, the way that Hong Kong is using seawater to bring into its cooling system, or right here where I am in London, underneath my feet in fact, there's a district heating system that now takes waste heat from the tube, the underground. We need scale because we've got to halve emissions within now the next 6 years by 2030, so we've got to move very fast. That in fact is what C40 is all about. It's taking a great idea, a great regulation, a great business innovation that's being delivered in one city and then transplanting it all around the world so we get much better economies of scale and markets everywhere can see the direction of travel very quickly. The biggest obstacles that we see is first the current lack of volume demand for technologies that we can see are big parts of the solution. So heat pumps in particular means that prices are still too high for lots of building owners to really consider them. So we need to get together, get some aggregation of demand that then brings down the price through large volumes of sales. The other is it's the workforce being ready for what is going to be a massive transition. So we need a lot of investment now to train people to be able to make the transition from their current jobs supporting the fossil fuel industry to helping in moving to renewable energy and retrofitting of buildings. The responsibility of city government, I think, is straightforward. Science-based targets set a really clear direction, strong regulation, make sure the market knows exactly where the public sector is leading. And the responsibility of industry is similar actually. We need science-based targets just the same, but also I think there's a real responsibility to not allow industry organisations to campaign to hold back strong regulation for the transition to clean energy and retrofitting of buildings, but individual companies to make sure that the collective voice is pushing the public sector in that direction as well as waiting for the pull. One of the big solutions we need is quite simple and is more collaboration, because we haven't got time now for everybody to have to invent for themselves. We need city governments to be working with each other in networks like C40 so that when one city has developed a regulation that really works to drive a market faster to the emission reduction targets that we need to see, allow new technologies to enter at a faster pace and scale, that they copy that and adopt it right around the world rather than trying to reinvent it themselves. And I think the same when it comes to collaboration between city government and between industry, many of which operate across many different cities, different continents. Let's come together and apply the same high standards that are in place in one continent to all of the other places where that business works. Well, I'm really excited to hear the outcomes of the Alfa Laval Studio discussion. You know, this is daunting in many ways. We're talking about massive system change in a very short space of time, but it's also incredibly exciting because all of us in our professional lives have got a real chance to make a difference in shaping a better future for everyone. So really looking forward to hearing the outcomes of the discussion.
Thank you, Mark Watts. A very clear message coming from you. Thank you. So now we have two guests lined up. The first guests are on Zoom. And it's my pleasure to introduce Vida Rosita. She's Energy Policy Analyst at International Energy Agency. Terrific that you are with us on Zoom. And also we have Rosalinde van der Vries, Clean Planet Director. What a great title, European Commission. And Rosalinde is also Deputy Mission Manager of the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission and Vice Chair of the Mission Innovation Steering Committee. Let's see if we can get Rosalinde on. There you are, terrific. Welcome to our broadcast, Rosalinde. So, Vida, your reflections on Mark Watts' opening speech here, please.
Well, thank you. First of all, it's a great pleasure to participate in this really important discussion that covers the topics that I'm most excited about, efficiency and cities. And I couldn't agree more with Mark. The need for energy efficiency has never been stronger. We will not achieve clean, affordable, inclusive energy transitions without significantly ramping up implementation. And every day we're wasting millions upon millions of dollars across all sectors and systems by not investing in energy efficiency. And on the plus side, we now, for the first time ever, have a global target of doubling energy efficiency progress by 2030. This is ambitious, but doable. As Mark was saying, these are exciting times, but only doable provided action is taken now and provided we develop approaches that can offer up the speed and scale needed. We very much need the sharing of successful solutions approach that Mark was highlighting. And as you'll hear later on in the discussion, the main focus of our 9th Annual Global Conference on Energy Efficiency in Nairobi was how. How do we ramp up energy efficiency implementation? And here cities play an absolutely crucial role in the implementation of national policies, in setting regulations, permitting processes, and cities offer up the right scale for innovation towards systems efficiency, where neighborhood and community projects can ensure that existing resources are utilized as efficiently as possible, where bulk procurement can be implemented and where renewables can be generated closer to demand centers, where waste from part of the system can be a resource in a different part of the system. And that's a theme that we've been focusing here at the IEA in our recent report for the Italian G7 presidency, where we look at how national governments can enable cities to take a leading role in climate action and how digital technologies and data can help. And one of the themes that we've particularly zoomed into is the need to better align future power system planning and urban planning processes. And as Mark said, we need much more collaboration.
Coming back to the Nairobi conference during this session too. And Rosalinda, what are your thoughts after having listened to Mark Watts, please?
Yes, well, good afternoon, and it's a real pleasure to be here.
Energy efficiency is an urgent priority, both because we need to deliver stronger, but we can deliver.
Continue, Rosalinda.
Yeah, thank you so much. No, I mean, obviously, I think Mark made so many very, very important points. I would like to focus on 3 key points that he raised: the regulatory framework, the need to have a strong demand for technologies, and also the workforce. And over the past 5 years, the European Union has put in place our European Green Deal policy and also our accompanying laws and legislation. So we have now a wide range of initiatives and legislation covering all sectors of society and economy. And our climate and energy targets, coupled with this legislation, are really designed to ensure that we have a credible path to achieve climate neutrality in Europe by 2050. We have regulatory and legislative signals which are also science and evidence-based. And in terms of creating demand for technologies that are part of the solution, I think that the European Cities Mission can play a key role here by exploring options for innovative procurement in those cities. And with this mission, we work with 100 cities in the European Union that have the ambition to be climate neutral already by 2030. And we are really empowering these cities also to become role models for all European cities and beyond to be climate neutral by 2050. All these cities have developed an action plan and a related investment plan that go alongside what we call climate city contracts. And we have set up a mission platform that is basically guiding these cities and also making sure that they can connect to each other and learn from each other. And we're really encouraging these cities to make use of the possibilities of pre-commercial procurement and public procurement for innovative solutions in order to basically increase this demand for the technologies that provide these innovative solutions that we desperately need to deploy and bring also at the use of the citizens. So regarding the preparation of the workforce for green jobs, I would like to highlight the recently adopted Net Zero Industry Act as a good example of EU action. The Net Zero Industry Act will establish what we call net zero industry academies that will train over 100,000 workers within the next 3 years. And the act will also bring in support for mutual recognition for professional qualifications. Horizon Europe, our framework program for research and innovation, has provided almost 3 million euros in funding to establish, for example, a hydrogen academy that will pave the way for a sustainable skilled workforce in this important sector. And also we have launched the European Battery Alliance Academy with an additional funding of 10 million euros, which will train, reskill, and upskill approximately 800,000 workers in this area by 2025. So let me finish by saying that Mark's final message, that the scale of change we need to bring about is both a challenge and an opportunity, resonates with what we are doing in the cities mission. So we are really supporting the transitioning of 100 cities to become climate neutral in Europe by 2030. It's a massive undertaking. Success is not guaranteed, but really we are advancing to achieve our goals. And we really want to make sure that also other cities feel inspired and start working as experimentation and as innovation hubs for climate neutrality. So ultimately, it boils down to collaboration between the public and private sector, between the different levels of governance, European, international, national, city level. And I do believe that if we connect all the dots between the public, private sector and our citizens, we will be getting there. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Rosalinde. Let's listen to some voices from the 9th Global Annual Conference on Energy Efficiency that just took place a few weeks ago in Nairobi.
Energy efficiency is an urgent priority, both because we need to deliver stronger, but we can deliver stronger, and that's the focus of this conference. Last year at the 8th Annual IEA Conference, governments agreed to the ambition to double energy efficiency, which led to the new target coming from COP29, where the world is now globally committed to doubling energy efficiency. What does it take to deliver that? That's what we're here to discuss. What are the actions, the policies, the actions by business, the actions by consumers, which is all about making it happen.
If you look at energy efficiency, I mean, there are so many actions you need to get going. So it's very important just to get started and just to start doing something. And there are so many things you can do. You can do things in building, transport, many sectors you need to challenge. So basically just get started.
Technology is available now. If we want to reach the 1.5 degree target, we must act with a higher pace.
I really find that vis-a-vis energy efficiency, there are several solutions that already exist. And what I would love to see is many more of these examples that are practical being shared amongst private sector and policymakers as well.
My call for action is now to put all the forces into the implementation. And first of all, we have to discuss and to sit together and to exchange our experience and to share best practices. Communication is key in all of this, and that's what we are doing here in Nairobi.
So I'm here at the conference in Nairobi in order to ensure that we promote the idea that we need to reduce the energy consumption of the existing building base. Existing buildings are about 38% of the total CO2 emission of the planet, and therefore we need to address that in order to ensure that we reach our ambitions for net zero.
We need to move from only talking electricity to talking energy. Even kiln cooking, part of what we are doing.
I think one of the interesting elements, because we are looking at sectors like industry and buildings, it's sector coupling. It's the opportunity by combining the forces of the different heat, electricity, in general energy users and producers together in order to maximize in a systematic approach the solutions and optimize the energy that is a scarce resources for the decades to come.
The next decade globally has to be the one of heating and cooling decarbonization, and that it is so essential to look at cooling today. Cooling demands are not so important as we speak, but they are growing exponentially all over the world. And they are not only driving energy demand, they are driving potentially other harmful gases, as it was brought this morning by a lot of stakeholders. So developing from today integrated plannings for efficient cooling solutions, and in particular district cooling solutions, is absolutely essential.
Even though countries have different issues, different challenges, different resources, energy efficiency really is a global resource. We can all benefit from making more use of energy efficiency to lower our bills, to lower emissions, to make our citizens' lives better.
This is the time where we need to go from what to the how. We just have to implement at scale, and the only way to do that is to collaborate together.
Loud and clear from Nairobi. We have 3 more distinguished guests here to join us in this session. Vida and Rosalina are still with us on Zoom. And with us, we also have here in the studio Mathias Frumery. He is Climate Ambassador and Head of Delegation to UNFCCC from the Swedish delegation and from Ministry of Climate and Enterprise. Wonderful to see you here. And also Anna Hall, Head of Public Affairs at Alfa Laval. And with us here on Zoom, we have Cassie Sutherland. Great to have you also, Anna and Cassie, Managing Director, Climate Solution and Networks, the C40 Cities Network. So, according to the IEA, the pathway, annual progress needs to double from a baseline of 2% per year to an average of 4%. So we know we really need to speed up this action here. And Anna, you were in Nairobi. What are your main takeaways on the topic of scaling and speed and from Nairobi, please?
I would say that the discussions in Nairobi, this is a decade of actions. We only have 6 years to 2030, so it's really action. IEA put forward the 2024 energy efficiency policy toolkit, which I think was very good. It was a lot of good examples. Unfortunately, this has no silver bullet, so we need to look on each system, each city and each industry and building, landscape to define what is the solution. So in Nairobi, it brought together almost 70 countries, 500 participants, and there were business leaders, there were governmental delegations, and all were then talking about how can we do this, make it happen, implement and scale. There was a business leader roundtable, and I would say that actually the business leader roundtable echoed the toolkit for energy efficiency and brought forward that we need to put energy efficiency in the energy transformation plans, negotiating NDCs now. We absolutely need to see how we can unlock both private and public money. We need to work with the energy efficiency industry, the energy productivity industry. We need to work on the energy efficiency in the building stock, and we need to work with electrification. And actually, the first time I heard when we talked about district energy, as Aurélie was mentioning here in the beginning, how we can look upon energy not only as electricity, but also heat, as in heating and cooling, how important it is to have a holistic view on the energy system. Energy efficiency is the first fuel to reach the Paris Agreement.
Well, thank you very much, Anna Hall. I'd like to listen to Vida's reflections after having listened to the call to action here from Nairobi, please. Vida.
Thank you. Well, what the discussions in Nairobi really emphasized is the need for stakeholders to come together. There's an agreement that we need more energy efficiency implementation. We need more systemic solutions, and we need to collaborate further. And the discussions in Nairobi, very importantly, also emphasized the need for peer-to-peer learning and exchanges of experiences, and the need not to reinvent things, which also resonates with what Mark was talking about previously. And the policy toolkits that were mentioned, this is a resource that we're continuously looking to expand and broaden to be able to facilitate the sharing of experiences. So I'd love to hear more about what we could do in the spaces of cities and bringing city experiences, successful case studies, successful projects, successful policies and regulations to the broader community. Thank you.
Thank you, Vida. So Rosalina, what are your thoughts after having seen the call to actions here?
Yes, well, I think it's really very, very clear that there is no silver bullet and that we really need to join forces together. And I think it is really very important also to continue to recognize the role that research and innovation has to play in order to speed up things. Often people think research and innovation it's a bit more long term, which is also true. We are, through research innovation, obviously also looking at the longer term, where the IEA net zero roadmap has basically shown that if we look at the 2050 perspectives, this cannot be achieved by only deploying the existing technologies. We still need additional emission reductions also through technologies that are currently at demonstration or prototype phase. But I believe that the city's mission has clearly shown how research innovation can contribute to more immediate action. And there we have calculated that currently through the city's mission, we will be able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by nearly 200 million tons of CO2 equivalent, which is the same as the total annual emissions of Croatia and the Netherlands combined. And here I would say that the peer-to-peer learning is so important. So as I mentioned, through the platform that we have created for the cities, where actually all interested cities can join, we are providing through the platform really this basis for peer-to-peer learning, because there's so many great examples out there, and I think we don't have time to waste. So I think also solutions can be applied in cities much faster if they can already learn how things have been done in other cities and then replicate them in the other cities. I also would like to underline the importance of the societal dimension, behavioral change, and of course there the toolkits that have been developed by IEA are extremely important. And also from the research innovation angle, we do not only focus on technological solutions, we only focus on a societal engagement and also to make sure that the transition is also socially fair and just. And again, here, the context of the city's mission, we really encourage the cities to collaborate and develop action plans together with the local communities to really ensure this buy-in, which is also easier than in the end to bring about behavioral changes by the citizens living in these cities. And finally, if I may just mention also the importance of the global dimension. So alongside of the launch of the city's mission in 2021, we also started to work and engage globally through the urban transition mission of Mission Innovation, where we are working with over 100 cities of 40 countries, together with the Global Covenant of Mayors, to really implement these solutions in the cities globally. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rosalind. Very impressive work indeed. Matthias Premier, you're here to negotiate at the UNFCCC meeting. What is your take on the role of the cities in reaching the Paris Agreement?
Thanks. And first of all, could I just say I'm so happy to see we don't have time here in Sur Place in Bonn to highlight all the solutions which are available. I mean, as Anna and others have said, the solutions are out there. If they're not there now, they will be available in the next 5 to 10 years within the span of the next round of NDCs. So I think the important mission here of actually highlighting that these solutions are available, and again, coming to cities, I mean, as others have said here as well, that it is in cities that much of the action is actually taking place, because that's sort of where the solutions need to be implemented. So the more that cities can highlight that these solutions are available, speak to their national governments to make sure that national governments are aware of these kind of solutions that cities are implementing, the higher the ambition we will be able to see in the next round of NDCs. And that's really sort of the key and the heart of our work right now, to ensure a high level of ambition in the next round of NDCs to be presented just in a couple of months, basically.
Well, thank you very much, Matthias. Cassie, from the C40 perspective, what are your thoughts after having listened to the speakers here and also the previous call to action from Nairobi?
Hi, thank you very much for having me. It's great to be here. And actually, the speakers have all set me up very nicely, because as my boss, Mark Watts, said it right at the top of today's session, there is a huge benefit and opportunity around scaling and replicating city solutions around the world. So maybe I'll give you a very short world tour of some of these solutions we're seeing in our cities to really show some of that potential, and also that really, what's already happening and being implemented, so that we can see the results. And we are seeing cities already doing this. Cities are called the doers rather than the delayers. They're delivering on the ground. They're delivering for residents across all of the areas we just talked about today: workforce, cutting emissions, increasing climate resilience, focusing on energy efficiency first. So there's really huge potential to learn and scale from them. So maybe let's start in Bogota just briefly, where the city owns and operates the bus fleet. And looking across bus fleets and public transport is a huge opportunity for cities to reduce their emissions. And in Bogota, the city is now only purchasing electric buses instead of diesel buses. Of course, this improves air pollution. It manages to reduce carbon emissions from transport, but also enables financial savings, as the ongoing operational and maintenance costs of electric buses are much lower than that of diesel buses. Now, what's interesting in Bogota as well is they recognized that the transport sector was a heavily male-dominated workforce and sector, and so used this opportunity of rolling out a new set of electric buses to launch a specific training program for female bus drivers. So looking to increase gender diversity in what was normally a male-dominated sector, as well as increasing buy-in to the rollout of that electric bus fleet. So a really great example that many, many cities could be replicating around the world. Maybe to give another example in Latin America, we've seen city of Rio de Janeiro has been the first municipality in Latin America to sign a power purchase agreement, ensuring 100% renewable energy supply for their municipal operations. And this has now come into effect at the end of last year and will avoid around 40,000 tons of CO2 emissions in the next 5 years and delivering around the equivalent of $6 million of savings. Great results for the city itself, but also forms a blueprint for many other cities in Latin America to introduce and implement the same kind of legislation and regulation around this power purchase agreement. So really very powerful in terms of that scaling impact it can have. And I think maybe I'd like to give you an example as well. I'll go now to Oslo in Norway, where it really shows the impact that city decisions can have on a national market. Because we haven't talked about that so much, but really that kind of ripple effect that you can see from city actions, not only towards influencing national legislation, but also a whole market within a country. And the city of Oslo really dramatically changed the use of construction machinery in the city by using city procurement for large-scale construction projects, and ones right in the middle of the city, so very visible ones, where they required large electric construction machinery instead of usual fossil fuel construction machinery. So it's much quieter, it's better for air pollution, and of course reduces emissions as well. And now we've seen more than 30 different construction sites in Oslo using this very heavy machinery is now fully electric and zero emission. And by setting that kind of policy and agenda, it's really increased the market for zero emission construction machinery in the city, but also in the country. And now we see in Norway over 15% of sales for new large-scale construction machinery is now electric, whereas really that was starting from a very, very small percentage only just a few years ago. So I could give city examples all day, but I'm sure you're on a time limit today. But maybe that just gives you a little flavor of really where we can look at cities, we can learn what the impacts are, we can look at the method and deployment they had. And as Mark said, not reinvent the wheel and reinvent these solutions, but now in this decade of action, just get to the point of scaling and implementing and delivering at scale.
Thank you very much, Cassie. Great examples here. I'd like to turn again to you, Matthias. I know that the Swedish government is working on a document that will showcase good examples of how we can speed up the work with the NDCs. How much can you disclose of this process here?
I wish I could say more at this time already, but what we're hoping to do is basically collect a number of examples. I mean, as we just heard also from C40, that there are solutions out there, and hopefully on the basis of those solutions, engage with partners globally just to sort of to create that kind of certainty amongst policymakers that it is okay to make that extra, to go that extra mile, to take those extra steps in terms of aiming for even tougher emission reductions in your next round of NDCs. And obviously we're talking primarily about the G20 countries here. G20 account for 80% of global emissions. So it is for the G20 as a group to collectively raise their level of ambition in the next round of NDCs to ensure that we can actually limit temperature rise to 1.5. So what we hope to do is by sort of highlighting that there are solutions out there across all sectors in the economy to create bolder action in the next round of NDCs. And of course, joining hands and implementing those NDCs once they are presented as well.
Looking forward to reading the full document once it's out. Thank you very much. Anna, Alfa Laval has been working on cities as enablers for, well, more than 100 years. What could you say, quite in brief, because we only have about 3 minutes here, they tell me, about what Alfa Laval and the cities can do in terms of energy efficiency?
We've been working with energy efficiency for 100 years and energy efficient cities, district energies, for 50 years or above 50 years. But I think I would like to come back here to C40 because all these good examples of electrification, because electrification is very important with heat pumps, with our transport fleet, our heavy industry and so forth. But we don't have power to do that. Honestly, we don't have power short term before 2030. So we need to think on this energy system more holistic. Looking, for example, how can we, in Europe, a new study now showed from Aalborg University that 2,000 terawatt-hour of heat is released in the air or out a lake every year. It's crazy. That can heat the whole building stock and the hot water in the whole Europe. So we need to find these systems so we can reuse heat. We don't want to, in cities, heat our building stock with electricity. We want to heat it with heat so we can have the electricity for the cars, for the heavy industry, and for reducing carbon emission. So that's something we have learned, and cities are wonderful arenas for this. Just one short example, Kemira in Helsingborg, southern part of Sweden, they have been working with energy, delivering heat to the city since 1974. By doing that, they can reduce the carbon emission with 131,000 tons every year. That is like the region of Skåne would have all the cars, 73,000 cars, standing still for 9 months.
It's massive.
Really.
Another great example is Hamburg, where the city from the big smelt work there is being used to heat the city so we can have energy for other purposes. So there are many good examples. Great to have you all joining us in this session. Matthias and Anna, please stay on. And a big thanks to Rosalind, Cassie and to Vida for joining us in this session. Thank you. So in terms of scaling the solutions, who would you like to direct a call to action, Phil?
I think in terms of scaling solutions, strategic partnerships are absolutely key. And I think the call to action is for cities to really see the opportunities in terms of the opportunities that energy companies can bring to that, the opportunities that industry can bring through innovation with the local academia and through other forms of education in the city. The opportunities that it can create to support and develop local supply chains and create jobs. So the energy transition for a city can achieve huge benefits in terms of growth.
So it's really about lifting the good examples to elevate it, what's really happening that works for many players in the field of sustainable cities.
Absolutely.
So Sezgin, call to action, who would you like to direct it to?
I think all of us have a responsibility, I would say, all of us. But if we anyway try to be a little bit more specific, I would say, as was mentioned earlier, together to have coupling and to cooperation with the industries and different the city together is one way. But then call for action is actually the most important thing for me. Is when you look at heating and district heating, the solutions are and the possibilities, potential is everywhere, but it's not exactly the same. To have policies and conditions that support the local strengths is important.
Thank you. And I guess you see that all the time, that it's not really the same depending on where you set your foot, so to speak. So yes. What would be your call to action?
So yeah, if I choose one, then it comes back to the collaboration part, and we have mentioned in industrial waste heat several times in this conversation so far, and this is key. If we really want to go sustainable, this is key to achieving it. So for industry to be aware of the potential that they have to share industrial waste heat, and for these collaboration discussions to take place. So reach out to your energy company, to third-party actors, understand what the potential is.
Excellent advice. Well, thank you so much for joining us and for sharing your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This was from a previous broadcast in April on sustainable cities. And we now have the pleasure to have been joined by two more guests here in the studio, three more guests actually. One guest in the studio. It's Katrien Bjerre Eriksen, Managing Director from Synergy. And on Zoom we have David Rademacher, who's Vice President Sustainability and Climate from E.ON.se. And also we have Aurélie Beauvais, who's Managing Director Euroheat and Power, and she was previously seen on the interview from Nairobi. And we're going to talk about going from the how to the now, because we know that in order to stay on the 1.5 degree pathway, to the Paris Agreement pathway, we need to reduce energy, we need to reduce emissions by 42%. And we need to do it by 2030, and this is soon. And what many people don't know is that 40% of this can be done by reducing, potentially, energy consumption. So that's a big dent we can take out of this, the road to the Paris Agreement if we focus on energy efficiency. So, my first question here goes to Matthias again. Sorry, it goes to Aurélie. I was a bit quick here. You're the Managing Director of Euroheat and Power, which is the European Association promoting sustainable district heating and cooling solutions. So what would you say, Aurélie, is the role of district energy in the race towards net zero?
Hi there, it's great to see you again, and thank you to the whole team for allowing me to speak here and share some views indeed on the critical role that district energy will have to support the decarbonization of our economy up to 2030, and indeed not only 2040, 2050. And I like to recall people that hopefully time doesn't end in 2050. So although that's a target that we've set for our climate neutrality purposes, well, our economies will continue to grow and evolve after that. So that's really important to have this resilient, future-proof approach from the beginning. And that's really the beauty of district heating and cooling networks, their ability to connect to a huge variety of end users, a huge variety of energy infrastructure, to incorporate also significant sources of renewable and clean heat sources. Of course, I think you mentioned 2030 as a very immediate, let's say, milestone that we have ahead of us. Of course, we're not there yet at all. If we just look at the potential of district heating, we supply 13% of the European heat demand today in Europe. We should be at 20 in 2030. That means about 3,500 new networks and the modernization of the thousands of kilometers of pipes that we have in Europe. That's just for Europe. Of course, the challenge globally is even bigger, because in Europe, we're actually doing quite well compared to the rest of the world when it comes to renewable integration. So yeah, a lot of opportunities for sure, because the resources are abundant. And I think that's a positive message that bears repeating in the current context and in the aftermath of the European election. But we have a lot to do on the regulatory, policy and financing front. And I'm sure you will ask about it afterwards.
Well, thank you very much, Aurélie. I'd like to turn to David now. You focus on developing strategies for sustainable city businesses from the E.ON side. And I'd like to hear what your take is on the private company's role, like E.ON's, in this transition. See if we can get some sound from David. Can you hear me, David?
You can hear me okay, right?
Yes, we can.
So absolutely. I mean, E.ON and our role is a bit special in the energy industry because we're fully downstream focused. We have no generation portfolio. So E.ON is the largest energy network operator in Europe, and we serve roughly 50 million customers in Europe. And that's why we have a special role to take. We have to prepare the resilience of cities and the decarbonization at the same time, because let's face it, we're talking a lot about achieving carbon neutrality in cities, but we are right now in the midst of a climate crisis where especially cities are facing enormous stress, heat waves, droughts, floods, and the energy infrastructure has to play an important role in making cities livable and keeping cities livable. And that's what E.ON can contribute. 90% of the heat in cities is wasted, and we've talked a lot about district heating and efficiency already, but we have to understand that reducing energy consumption in cities And recovering wasted energy in cities is essential to achieving the targets.
Thank you very much, David. Katrine, Synergy is an interest organization that works to ensure that Denmark and the citizens of Denmark reduce energy waste when it comes to industry, the public, and also public buildings in Denmark. So you say that the climate, the economy, and the welfare must go hand in hand to ensure that the Danes will have access to clean energy and also be able to follow the 1.5 pathway. Could you elaborate on this a bit, please?
Yes, sure, and thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here today. From our perspective, it's really interconnected. So a great economy, a great welfare, and a green transition. The green transition is interlinked. So meaning in that way that we see energy efficiency as a kind of a Swiss knife. So being able to actually boost the economy and also increasing our health and welfare by having better homes to live in, and also to meet our climate goals, of course, and reduce our use of fossil.
So in terms of the cities in this Swiss Army knife, I like the metaphor here. So what is the role of the cities?
The cities in Denmark have been very vital and essential in the climate action and in the green transition in Denmark. To take an example, district heating, the households, 65% of households of the households in Denmark are connected to district heating. So it's really something that has been pushed through our municipalities, our cities in Denmark. So I think Denmark and the Danish cities are leading by example here, showing how we can actually expand the district heating system, but also by how we can use waste heat, which is a huge potential of energy that we are looking into in the coming years.
Thank you very much, Katrine. Matthias, I'd like to turn to you now. You mentioned in the previous session or the previous panel here the G20 and that they stand for about 80% of the emissions. So what special actions can the G20 take in terms of taking us down in time?
Well, I mean, it's G20 countries in terms of both their scale of their economies and the size of their emissions have a special responsibility, I would say, in terms of bringing down emissions and securing our global ability to limit temperature rise to 1.5. But I would also argue that G20 countries maybe are in some ways more ready to implement some of the solutions which are available. I mean, I think if you look at countries globally, of course, all countries have to find their own pathway, how to secure a climate resilient development pathway. For some countries, that means sort of more energy access and maybe not sort of so much on energy sort of reducing an energy consumption. Rather, we have to secure energy access in those countries and making sure that energy access is actually not sort of increasing emissions. Whereas for G20 countries, I mean, I think there is that combination of both sort of reducing emissions by reducing energy consumption and kind of solutions which Anna was highlighting, that there are solutions out there to sort of increase energy efficiency, you know, across for cities, for industries, for individual households and so forth. So the solutions are out there for the G20 countries. You know, it's up to us, all actors here, who can ensure that those solutions are being made available and that they are known. So in order for us all to be able to sort of to create that kind of certainty for policymakers to bring forward new ambitious NDCs ahead of COP30.
Again, you're here to negotiate the NDCs, and what does it mean that now we have to sort of, the NDCs encompasses everything? What sort of transitional problems or challenges or possibilities will this entail?
Well, I think the beauty of the Paris Agreement is that it is what we say nationally determined. You know, you as a country, you determine what you can do to contribute to the global goals of reducing emissions. So we will limit temperature rise to 1.5 and create more resilient societies and transform financial flows. I mean, the three elements of the Paris Agreement. But then, of course, it's up to countries themselves to say, what can I do as a country to contribute to this? And what we had, the outcome we had from COP28 was to say that the new NDCs are to encompass all of the economy, all gases and represent sort of a contribution then to 1.5. What we had already in the Paris Agreement was that all countries were supposed to come forward with new NDCs. So that obligation was already there. The new element from COP28 sort of presents this this call for all countries to make their NDCs economy-wide, which not all NDCs are presently. Not all NDCs include all gases. Methane, for example, is excluded from a number of NDCs. We were happy to see the agreement between the US and China just before COP28, where they agreed that they would reflect the role of methane in their new NDCs. So that's the kind of action which you want to see, across from all countries ahead of COP28. But again, I think it's worthwhile to recall that this call for all economy-wide NDCs and all gases, I would say, in particular, counts for the G20 countries to make sure that they actually can deliver these high ambition NDCs.
They need to carry a heavier load for many reasons. Yes. Thank you very much, Matthias. Anna, your reflections after having listened to this, and also I'd like to connect with the aspect of cost, because this is really a topic at hand here. Money.
Money is a big issue, and that's also going to be the theme of next COP, right? How are we going to finance this? But to be honest, in Nairobi, we discussed finance a lot, and there was no one saying that finance does not exist, but how do we unlock it? And that was really interesting to hear. And one thing many people brought up was that if you look upon, when you invest in clean technology, in solar panels or something, you have an asset. But when you invest in energy efficiency, if we want to double that, it's just an investment to save money. How do you tell your bank that, or your financial instrument in your country? So I think we need to change the view on how we look on investments when it comes to energy efficiency if we're going to double the implementation rate. And I think also here, when it comes to finance, there's no silver bullet. There will be a variety of private money and public money that need to go hand in hand. We talk about that 80% should come from private, and I think it will, but we need to unlock it. That's the message.
So Anna, you have Matthias next to you here. What sort of call to action would you like to give for Matthias and other negotiators here in terms of the role of energy efficiency and cities?
So keep the bold discussion. We need bold targets on energy efficiency. I think also not talk about energy planning, which we tend to do, but also energy efficiency implementation, where I think cities can be really, really important change arenas, where we can put KPIs on, where the governments can have some discussion on how do we really implement at scale. Foster the public and private collaboration, foster the collaboration across the value chain, how we, for example, can reuse the heat from the data centers, from the industry and so forth. IEA latest report on electricity 2024 show that the data center power consumption is about to double before 2026. That's in low scenario, adding a new Sweden when it comes to power consumption, or in the high scenario, adding a new Germany when it comes to power consumption. So do it right from the start. So when you look on hydrogen, that will demand a lot of electricity, data centers, do it right from the start. How do we work with energy efficiency from the start and help the decision makers and policy makers to gather knowledge around that?
Thank you, Anna. I'd like to turn to all of you in the panel here. Let's end this off with looking at the power of the money here, the finance, because that is, as Anna said, the COP, the theme of the next COP in Baku. So, call to action from, let's start with you, Aurélie. What is your call to action when it comes to finance and energy efficiency? And to whom? Yeah. Who would you like to direct it? Anna directed it to Matthias and all the other negotiators, but who would you like to direct your call to action connected to the finance perspective and energy efficiency?
It's going to be a mix, probably. Maybe indeed, for Matthias, I think that, of course, I fully agree with what Anna said. And with regards to financing, a good way to decrease also financing cost is to give really predictability and certainty. And I think also to maximize the way that we develop our assets and we make them work together. So a real big call in general for planification or European energy planning strategy, I think we have been spending a lot of years making very good progress, but with every piece of strategy, finance, efficiency, renewables going in silos. And in cities, what we see, and we've had a very good exchange with a lot of mayors last week when we had our Congress, they tell you when you actually try to develop a district heating and cooling networks, everything comes together, the water planning, energy planning, the infrastructure, the building, the citizens, the financing. So we need at some point in Europe, I think globally, but in Europe, which is my field, if we want to reach our targets, we need to plan. And planning, that means also to unlock the access of financing. We need a huge, probably, simplification endeavor in the way that we also shape our financing tools and develop our policies. We can give as much funding as we can upfront, but another really important aspect is the level playing field between all technologies. For example, for district heating and cooling networks, what's very interesting is that the cost of deploying new network is only borne by the consumers who benefit from it, who are connected to it, whereas the cost of other infrastructures, and notably electricity infrastructures, are totally socialized. The costs are spread among all society. So we have a big flow in the system here, and that's for all policymakers to think about. And maybe one last call specific to finance. I think we do have a lot of money, or we have made a lot of money available in the past years, and it seems that we need innovation. We really need innovation in the way that we develop our financing instruments so that they reach the right people. Because in a lot of countries, the schemes that have been put in place, for example, for consumers to retrofit their homes, have been serving the wealthiest, and we still don't manage to really make the right parts of society, being the cities, the local authorities, or the citizens, benefit from those funding tools that we have developed. So we need to be smarter about it. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Aurelia. That's a tall order, but it's a good order. So I'd like to turn out to Katrine. What is your call to action connected to finance and energy efficiency?
Yeah, first of all, I think it's very important to underline that energy efficiency projects are not a cost, it's an investment in low energy bills for us as citizens, but also for companies, industries, etc. So that saying, then I think there is also a role for the finance sector to play here. They need to create a green market. They need to make green investments more attractive. And then we need clear political signals from our policymakers so that the finance sector actually feel confident about which way to go and where to put their investments.
There was just a climate warning out on the We Don't Have Time platform. Well, let's say it was about 2 months ago for the pension funds. And that actually was resulted in the pension fund strategy being changed in terms of investing in oil. So there is also power of communication related to what you just said that we cannot forget.
Yeah.
So David, what is your call to action here related to this topic?
I think we have to differentiate. I mean, the transition in Europe and cities has to be accelerated, especially on the ground of efficiency. We've managed via smart or intelligent digitization to reduce gas consumption in households by 30% without any impact on the comfort of living. And we need these intelligent solutions to be rolled out. And here, cities themselves can invest in municipal buildings because cities have good access to a large share of buildings, and that's important. At the same time, we have to acknowledge that when we look at the financing aspect of also on the agenda COP29, investments in renewables in the global south and Africa are 8 times more expensive than in Europe. Just risk included in financing cost, and that of course is an issue. Here we need to really look for guarantees for companies to actually go into the global south. We have in the German state Bavaria alone more PV solar installed than in the whole of sub-Sahara Africa, and that's of course unacceptable, and that has to be on the agenda. And we always say financing is not the issue, but in fact there's still too much fossil subsidies out there. So reducing subsidies and fossil technologies, reducing financing of new fossil projects means more money for the transition.
Well, thank you very much, David, for bringing up the fossil subsidies here. And please check out the Move the Money campaign that is on the We Don't Have Time platform. That was part of what happened with the Swedish pension fund. That was the result of that campaign, actually. So thank you very much, Mathias Frumery, Anna Hall, and Katrine for joining us here, and also Aurelier. You have contributed greatly to this session in terms of discussing this topic, and I'm sure that Mathias Frumery, you have been able to get a lot of food for thought to bring into your negotiations. Yes, please.
If I could add a call to action as well.
Of course.
Maybe direct that to the business actors who have the solutions. Make your voices heard. Make policymakers know that your solutions are out there, because we need to know that the solutions are there and that we can implement those in our NDCs.
Thank you for not just staying on the receiving line here, but being proactive too. Thank you very much. And let's now move on to the next topic. We will broaden the perspective on finance, and I think you will be slightly surprised at what the next findings will be in the next session. And with that, I thank the panel and hand over to my colleague, Nick Nuttall.
So we heard earlier on the show from the director of the Climate Policy Initiative just how much money right now is flowing into climate finance. It is, by their estimates, about $1.3 trillion and about 1% of global GDP. But it needs to be much more if the world is to unlock and meet the goals of the landmark Paris Climate Agreement now and up to 2050. It's a key issue here in Bonn. As we know, finance is a big deal here because we're looking forward to the next UN Climate Conference COP29 taking place in Baku in Azerbaijan, and it's been dubbed the Finance COP. And we have two terrific guests with us today, coming in on the magic of Zoom, who are going to talk about some new and creative solutions to this challenge of how we actually raise some money. Some ideas will be new, I think, to the audience. Others have been floated before. Maybe they are now ready to fly. And I refer, of course, to a little pun there on shipping and aviation levies or taxes. Our first guest is Laurence Tubiana. She is the CEO of the European Climate Foundation, and she's coming in on the magic of Zoom. Hello, Laurence. Very nice to see you. You were a top negotiator for the French in Paris in 2015 and one of the brains behind the Paris Climate Agreement. You are now co-chair of the Global Solidarity Levies Task Force, which was launched in COP28 in November last year and spearheaded by Barbados, France, and Kenya. Now, one fascinating idea I think the viewers would love to hear about is this idea of raising climate finance and funding from a charge on the millions, maybe it's billions, maybe it's trillions of financial transactions that go on every day across the globe. Laurence, could you tell us a little bit about how this idea came about and how it might work, and does it have enough support to actually fly? Sorry, we can't hear Laurence.
That's my foot. That's my foot, Nick.
There we go. Perfect. Thank you, Laurence.
So the idea of taxing global flows to finance global public goods is not new. We have very good example, for example, of United, which is still funded by a tax on air tickets, and it was launched by President Lula and President Chirac at that time, and has constantly been a support for big health campaign, buying medics and helping the health system in many developing countries. So this is very positive, and again, it's not new. The same for transaction flows, financial transaction flows. There are some countries who have been taxing part of the financial flows to fund, in particular, Gavi is a good example of, again, health purposed type of tax. So no new thing, something in a way, an ongoing discussion and debate, sometimes viewed as a real taboo when really the tax idea was a very bad one. But nowadays, because they are really concerned about the fiscal space of every country, in particular developing countries, of course, because of the debt situation, but even developed countries, for less because of the different constraint after COVID, and in particular in Europe, because of the war in Ukraine. So for all these reasons, there is desperately a need of funding, at the same time that the need of funding for climate in particular, led for adaptation, loss and damage, and even for mitigation, is demanding an adjustment of the international financial system. Is this part of the picture? So since in June 2023, when Macron organized a summit on finance in Paris, and after that, at the climate week that President Ruto organized in Kenya, came together and inspired by the Prime Minister Maya Motley Bridgetown agenda, the necessity to revise this taboo and to relaunch this discussion about the international tax. At the same time, and Quentin will certainly develop that much better than I will do, Brazil within the G20 has pointed out the problem of the 1% richer people really not contributing to really give the fiscal space that every country is needing these days, in particular to fund this collective action problems, the collective public good every society needs. So the atmosphere has changed. Again, it will not be easy. It's never easy. But now I noticed, and even when I was in Bonn some days ago, that now everyone has an idea of a new tax. We heard the Azerbaijan government, the negotiators floating an idea on a tax on the production of oil and gas. I hear some countries floating ideas on the tax on arms, on the trade of arms, and again on financial flows. So the idea, of course, will be to explore all these options to see if there is any serious commitment of enough countries to deploy them, and hope that at the end of the day, we'll have some kind of multilateral system to manage that. But at the beginning, for the moment, the idea is to really try to build coalition behind any of these taxes, because we desperately need money for, in particular, for adaptation, for climate change, and for justice in general, because, of course, inequality is really now making the poorest income household really paying the price of everything now. So
right. Thank you, Laurence. Just stay with us, because we have another wonderful guest here, Quentin Paranello, who's the Senior Policy Advisor at the EU Tax Observatory. And I think we're picking up a little bit on what you just mentioned there, Laurence, about this idea of also another creative idea, the idea of a wealth tax. I know that President Lula has talked about this for in the G20, and this would be some kind of levy or tax on perhaps billionaires, which would then also contribute into the financing for climate action, particularly in developing countries. Quentin, I know that climate change is not your main issue, but you are very interested in the issue of I suppose a fair taxation regime, if I can put it that way. Tell us a little bit about why we need to consider taxation on the richest people in societies around the world. Give us the insight into that, the rationale.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Let me just pick up where Laurence finished, or actually where she started. we're increasingly breaking that taboo about the need for public finance and public resources and essentially new taxes to finance the public good. And Laurence already made an eloquent case for this, the need for stable, reliable source of funding and funding that is not necessarily going to investments that are profitable, which means that they cannot be taken up by the private sector. So that's the case for increasing taxation, increasing taxes. Now, if you look at the public discussion on taxes, there's not necessarily a big, overwhelming support for new taxes on climate. In fact, as a matter of fact, there's pretty much a pushback in a lot of countries on increasing taxes. You've seen that in many countries, and you see that in a number of countries, including my own France, on taxes related to climate with the Yellow Vest movement in reaction to an increase in the carbon taxation. Now, France is not the only case. We've seen a similar conversation in Chile, in Lebanon, in Kazakhstan very recently about the taxation on taxes on consumption. And all of that taxes have one point in common. It is that they actually target the middle class and the poor. So our point here, by starting that conversation about taxing the richest, is that we need a precondition to actually talk correctly about taxes, which is to address the regressivity of our tax system. What do I mean by regressivity? We have an increasing number of cases using official tax data showing that our tax system, when you actually pull together all taxes collected by government, taxes on consumption, taxes on income, taxes on big corporations, turned out to be regressive, which means that the very rich pay less taxes in proportion than the rest of the population. And we need to start by addressing this. All of the studies showing that tax consent goes hand in hand with tax progressivity. And if you want anyone to be happy about paying taxes, you need to make sure that the richest in our society actually are paying taxes. So this is the conversation we started at the G20. The Brazilian G20 just commissioned us a report to look at the effective taxation of the very rich. It will be out in a few weeks. We're looking at different solutions on how to effectively tax the rich. It's not exactly a wealth tax. It's pretty similar. We're also trying to borrow from a very recent agreement on international taxation, a minimum tax on corporations. Now, to be clear, we're looking at the collection part, how to actually tax these very rich individuals that do not currently pay a lot of taxes. We're not even starting to talk about how to use the money. And I expect that conversation to be a very difficult one. And I appreciate the fact that it might not be very popular to say that on a show called We Don't Have Time, but it's going to take time. It's going to take time, but it's actually a necessity. And the risk of jumping towards taxes on consumption that do not take into account the need for progressivity might end up to be a lose-lose situation for everyone, because that's going to close the discussion for the fiscal space. So this is what we're trying modestly to do to make some progress on the conversation at the G20, and later on with a coalition of the willing country ready to study and potentially implement new taxes on the very rich.
Quentin, just a quick supplementary there. Has this always been the case in the history of the world, that the rich somehow always paid less? Or is it a phenomenon that has emerged over the last 20 or 30 years? Is there some historical context to this?
There is indeed an historical context of decreasing taxes on the very rich, of decreasing taxes on big corporations, which are overwhelmingly owned by the very rich, which drives the race to the bottom, the decrease in taxation of the very rich. Now, when you look at official tax data, what happens is that when you're very rich, it's actually very easy to structure your wealth such that it doesn't generate a lot of taxable income. The good news is that we do have a precedent dealing with very similar phenomenon with multinational corporations shifting profits everywhere and not declaring a lot of profitable income in very high tax countries. And we dealt with it by setting an international agreement on a minimum tax on corporation. And what we're trying to look at is a series of taxes that could be comprised within an agreement that actually would set a minimum floor of taxes paid by the very rich. The message here is that tax evasion, tax avoidance by the very rich is not a law of nature. This is the result of political choices, and we can make different political choices to make sure we tackle exacerbated inequality, the much needed revenues that are missed by governments by not taxing the rich, and of course the undermining of governments by just letting the richest, those who have the highest means to contribute, just get away with paying, leads also sometimes no taxes.
Laurence, I know you're looking at a lot of different things. You're looking at obviously this financial transactions, raising some money from that. Obviously this issue of some people call it a wealth tax. Are there some notions within with you or with colleagues, with governments working on all this, that there is a kind of sum of money that could be raised? I mean, if you look at the wealth tax, I've heard a figure of 2.7 trillion. I don't know if that's accurate or not. But we're told that by 2030, we need about 10 trillion for the transition per year to meet the global targets under the Paris Agreement, maybe a little bit more after 2030. So could it be significant? I think this is the point.
No, absolutely, Nick. There is no value to try this anyway. That will be a diplomatic, difficult exercise. If it's not to really have revenues that are predictable and that are meaningful. We don't need, if it's to raise 50 million a year, what doesn't worth all the effort. In reality, when you look at all these tax, and of course, I am talking about the trillion we need about, of course, this transition, and in particular on the sectors and the action that are the most deprived today of access to resources. And in particular, as I insisted on adaptation and loss and damage, which is in a way, it's very connected to anti-poverty revenue, because again, adaptation and loss and damage is about people that suffer the heavy impact of climate change impacts and are deprived of the resource to be resilient vis-a-vis that. But anyway, even to go for a more resilient system of energy, for example. When you do the math, and of course, depending on the number of countries that adopt this tax, we could raise between 200 billion to 500 billion a year if we were serious. Of course, this is nothing compared to the volume that could be reached through this tax on wealth, because that's very different scope. But again, what is really important, this principle of these efforts that are coming now from different sources and different ideas, is that we need justice. And that's the first thing, we need justice. And if we have one word, it would be that. We need social justice, we need fairness. The system is totally unfair. And then we need effectively that the richer people, who are at the same time the ones who really are the main polluters, when you look at the carbon footprint of the 1%, as we know now, and it is better and better analyzed, the polluters pay principle doesn't apply. And that's true for the big oil and gas companies, as well as the rich, higher income type of overconsumption. So there is an element of fairness that, and you see, we are now the day after the European election, you saw in whatever the populist party is gaining ground, this notion of justice is so much at the core of our survival of our democracy. So we don't have many options to get out of this democratic crisis.
Laurence, just wanted to circle slightly back on this issue of an aviation levy as well. I mean, there's also the concept of a shipping levy. I mean, it seems to me it's very interesting since the pandemic, since COVID-19. I think the average person finds that if they try and purchase an airline ticket, those cheap tickets from the low-cost airlines don't seem to exist anymore. And even with the mainstream airlines, everyone seems to be paying a lot more than they did before the pandemic. So people actually are getting used to paying higher prices for airline travel. So the idea of a levy, is it so outrageous to put a levy on aviation? I mean, people are paying high prices now already. So, I mean, people can absorb increases, I suppose, if they feel it's going to a good cause. I mean, Do you think there's a chance with an aviation levy? I mean, I know it's been tried in Europe several times. I remember myself as a journalist in the 1990s, Tony Blair, when Britain was still in the EU, proposing an EU-wide levy on aviation in the mid-1990s. It didn't happen in the end, but there was a lot of lobbying against it by some airlines. But has that time come? Do you think that there could be some levy on aviation?
Yes, totally. I see initially a lot of resistance, concern about the particular economy of particular countries that depend a lot on aviation just for the trade or the tourism. But one is the first element I think everybody agrees on is that the business tickets and the first class ticket could be the most contributing more for the same reason, justice, social justice. Then, of course, we see now much more acceptance. The question will be the problem where this tax with the levy would be captured. Is that the airline tickets? Is there, of course, at the same time, if we were totally logical, even if I know it will be much more difficult, we should have a tax on kerosene. Look, when you take your car in many countries, you pay a carbon tax or the equivalent of it. When you take a plane, the tax on the fuel, which is the polluting problem, mostly is not paying any tax. It's avoided. There was even in international law providing that no international tax could be raised. So kerosene. So I think it's good to open the discussion. I think on aviation tickets, I think this could be raised. I think we will get there, and I hope we will get there before COP30. But we should have a broader conversation on the polluters per principle, including from the fairness point of view. When you have your car and you have to use your car to go to work, that's not the same that not to paying any tax on the kerosene your plane will use. So I think for the sake of fairness and the number of people who take the planes today compared to the global population, we should not have doubt. So I think this is a very promising avenue, yes, Nick.
I know you have to go in a moment, Laurence, but also a levy on aviation and also shipping could also spur innovation and cleaner fuels. Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing some of the shipping industry now starting to embrace green hydrogen and renewable energy developments happening certainly in the Baltic to try and cater for the shipping that would be using hydrogen. So these levies could have a double effect, raising money for climate change action and adaptation in developing countries, but also maybe spur the shipping and the aviation industries to move faster at becoming more sustainable anyway.
Yes, I think anyway, this part of the tools box that we need to decarbonize the whole economic system. And it will be fair to have that signal. For the moment. Again, there is no incentive for airlines to go to cleaner fuels. And that's the same for maritime. And I see fantastic innovation, by the way, on the shipping in particular, on new boats. But there is a number of sources of resources, of polluters that doesn't pay any tax. I take the example of cryptocurrencies. The cryptocurrency doesn't pay a big polluting, a lot of consumption of energy, no tax anywhere. Even and so with this very simple principle, we agree in 1992 or even before at Stockholm in 1972, we should put the polluters per principle, which is very aligned with social justice at the forefront of all this. And I hope we will get there. And as Quentin has said, maybe not everything short, that's not possible, but it has to be a prolonged effort to reestablish a minimum sense of justice in this global tax system.
Super, Laurence. I know you have to go, but thank you very much indeed. And we look forward to this journey that you and but also France, Barbados, Kenya and others are on to see what might happen over the coming months as we go through the UN General Assembly, New York Climate Week, and in Baku, which is supposed to be the finance COP. So best of luck and hope something happens positive in this direction. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Bye.
Quentin, let me come back to you again. These are all very interesting questions. Again, I know that you come from the taxation side, but let's perhaps come back to this issue of the idea of taxation on wealth, because actually I think a lot of ordinary people might think, well, billionaires and millionaires, they want to kind of hold on to their money. I'm sure lots of them do, but we see that in January this year, 260 millionaires and billionaires signed a letter directed at political leaders attending the World Economic Forum in Davos, saying they would be proud to pay more taxes. And in a recent survey conducted by Survation on behalf of the patriotic millionaires, nearly 3/4 of millionaires polled in G20 countries said they supported higher taxes on wealth. So it's not beyond the realm of possibility that there could indeed be some solidarity between the very rich behind the idea of actually paying a little bit more than they do right now in taxes. Is that correct? Or?
Yes, well, first of all, the realm of possibility is something that is moving. If you look at what we achieved in terms of international tax reforms over the past decades, most of them were considered utopian just 15 years ago. In the past decade, we put an end, or at least severely limited bank secrecy. The idea that Swiss bankers would ever share tax information with tax authorities around the globe, ask anyone 15 years ago, no one would believe it would happen. The idea that you would have 140 countries agreeing on a minimum taxation of corporations, albeit all the limitation of that agreement, would have seemed utopian just 6-7 years ago. And yet we have it, and it's in the process of being implemented. So yes, right now, for a number of commentators, the idea that we can have similarly a minimum tax on the super rich might seem utopian, but we're seeing an increasing number of people and countries rally to the cause. So first of all, the fact that Brazil, as G20 presidency, put that issue at the core of their G20 presidency is very important because it gives legitimacy to the issue. For the first time at G20 level, you have an official discussion on the level of taxation of the super rich. That never happened before. That's great. Second, you just mentioned it. A number of billionaires, super rich people are actually supporting the idea. And what we're discussing here is not increasing taxes on upper middle class. It's actually plugging the gap of our tax system, which makes the very, very, very rich in our society pay sometimes little or even zero taxes. This is what we're talking about. Now, let's be frank, not all high net worth individuals are fun with the idea. And it's okay. I mean, it's not for the very rich to decide the level of taxation of the very rich. It's for us as societies, it's for elected government to decide on who the burden should fall. And Laurence rightfully used the key word of justice. If we are to have functioning governments that can demonstrate they work for the greater good, that they don't work only for an elite, that they can demonstrate that they can distribute fairly the burden of transition, then it's likely to increase tax consent. It's likely to increase the trust in government to act as democratically elected bodies and bring us to a low carbon transition.
Tell me, are there any other creative ideas bobbing around on this topic of how to raise more money through the taxation system? Are there any other ideas? I mean, I know that climate change isn't your bag, but I mean, there's always been this notion of a tax on fossil fuels, a carbon price, for example, which has sort of oscillated around a bit and maybe not fully got there, but.
Look, there are a number of options. I'm working on that very specific bit of the minimum tax on the super rich, and it's already very, how can I put that? That takes a lot of time to actually work out the details, work out the support. We have an increasing number of countries supporting that idea. Brazil, of course, France, Spain, South Africa recently endorsed, and we're expecting new countries to endorse soon that idea, and that will be critical to create the momentum for that. There's a number of other ideas floating around, and Laurence enumerated a number of them and rightfully stressed the need to make sure that these taxes are designed to actually take care of the issue of justice. And here, I think that there's a bit of a strategic question. Should we integrate the justice issue in every taxation attempt that we do, or should we prioritize our efforts towards one big overhaul of our tax system to make sure that there's a minimum level of taxation for the very rich? And I'm not sure both are contradictory and they actually can be very complementary. What I know is that any efforts to increase the fiscal space need to be targeted at the very top. Otherwise, we risk facing a huge backlash, as we actually saw in a number of countries over the past decade. And it is, in our mind, a precondition to actually talk about fiscal space in a more generic way.
And tell us a little bit, because I really should have asked this question when we first set out, but the EU Tax Observatory, what is it and what is it set up to try and achieve, Quentin?
So yeah, perhaps I should have started with this. You're right. We're an independent organization, independent research lab, doing research on taxation, the interplay between taxation and inequality, with a number of high-level researchers. Our director is Gabriel Zuckman, prominent economist, renowned for his work on taxation. He won the Clark Medal, which is the Economic Nobel Prize for a young economist last year. And essentially what we're trying to do with our work is to help the public debate and the policymakers make informed choices about taxation. And within our role, we were asked by the Brazilian G20 presidency to conduct that technical work of how a minimum tax on the super rich would look like. And we're releasing that work that was commissioned by the G20 Brazilian presidency in a couple of weeks to explain how would such a reform look like? Is it technically feasible? What are the options? And hopefully that will lead into an increased conversation, increased momentum around the need of a minimum tax for the super rich.
And are there mirror organizations like you in other parts of the world? Is there a network of tax observatories in different places?
I think this is a bit deceiving because we're called the EU Tax Observatory, but we're actually doing global work with people all around the world, and we're relying on, I think, more than 100 researchers working with us across the globe. So
okay,
we're much more a global organization than the EU organization.
Yeah.
But of course, we do work at EU level and following very specifically EU affairs, and this is also why the results from the EU elections yesterday, we follow them very closely to see how we can, contribute to the conversation at EU level. But our work extends beyond EU borders.
Well, Quentin, look, thank you very much indeed. Thanks as well to Laurence, who was on just before. I think it's a really interesting area, and I think the audience would be very interested in what you've been saying. We wish you best with all your work, and we hope that this lands somewhere in the next 6 months or a year and a half, certainly from the climate change angle for us, in at least in Brazil next year, if not in Baku in November later this year. So thank you very much for your time. That was great.
Thank you.
So we're now going to invite 3 other excellent guests to dive deeper into the subject of money for climate action and money not against climate action, if I can put it that way. These 3 who will be joining us again by the magic of Zoom are Mark Kember, who's the Executive Director of the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, Dan Van Acker, Program Manager at Influence Map, and Martin Rohner, who's Executive Director of the Global Alliance for Banking on Values. They all come from slightly different perspectives on this story of finance, but they all interlock in kind of interesting ways. Let's see if you agree with us on that. Let me first come to Mark Kember of the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative. Mark, you have been involved in this for many, many years, and of course, the COP26, the one that took place in Glasgow a few years ago, gave what many people call a kind of green light to the voluntary carbon markets. And they are indeed a great hope of particularly many developing countries that they might somehow be recompensed for their, say, protecting of nature, of forests, and doing other things which contribute to a more stable world, overcome poverty, and fight climate change. And yet the ride has been still a little bit bumpy, has it not, in the just the recent year or so. Tell us what is happening with the voluntary carbon markets, and what can we hope to see over maybe the next few months as we head towards Baku in terms of a more transparent market, and one that actually starts delivering much higher on its promise.
Yeah, thanks, Nick, and thanks for inviting me here today. And you're right, 2.5 years ago,
the whole world was quite excited about the potential for voluntary carbon markets. But before going into what's happening, I think it's just worth emphasizing that when we talk about voluntary carbon markets, these are a stopgap solution. And the fact that 36 years after starting international climate negotiations in 1988, we're still talking about voluntary action and voluntary carbon markets is probably a testament to our collective failure to get really strong economy-wide policies in place everywhere and to step up climate finance to the levels that we all know is needed. And some of the speakers in the previous section were alluding to that. But voluntary carbon markets are necessary at the moment because they are a way of channeling private sector finance to opportunities to reduce and remove emissions, particularly in the developing world. And we would have hoped that Article 6 of the UNFCCC would have been resolved by now. With luck, it will be by Baku later this year. And we would have hoped that there would be more carbon pricing mechanisms in place around the world. And absent that, voluntary carbon markets can channel finance to, as I say, mitigation opportunities, particularly in the developing world, that would be lost otherwise. And what I mean by that, those sort of stranded opportunities, they would be lost because you cannot expect anyone to ask a community not to put in place a diesel generator if it doesn't have electricity now and wait for 5-10 years until public climate finance is in place. You can't expect people to shift to uncertain new forms of net zero aligned agriculture without financing. And this voluntary carbon market, provided it's done with high integrity, and this is the key point, that the credits really do represent additional projects that have permanent emission reductions and removals that build in the views and the needs of local communities and contribute to sustainable development. And on the other hand, are used by companies not as a substitute for decarbonisation, but as a complement for decarbonisation. Then, as we've seen, there have been several estimates of what it could deliver. It could rise from between $1 or $2 billion a year at the moment, potentially to as much as $50 billion a year by 2030. And then if you think, and the banker colleagues on this section will know more about this than I do, but if you think that carbon finance could then leverage other forms of capital investment because carbon credits are denominated in a hard currency or because they take out the riskiest bits of an investment stack, then they could leverage perhaps 3, 4, or 5 times as much capital. And while that's still a small part of the climate finance need that many have identified, it is a significant piece. So at the moment, voluntary carbon markets, I would say, are flatlining. And there are 2 or 3 reasons for this. One is that there has been a lot of concern about the quality of credits. And this is something that affected the Clean Development Mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol and will undoubtedly affect Article 6 projects as and when they come on board. And for that reason, you have the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, the counterpart of VCMI, which is setting high quality standards called the Core Carbon Principles to raise the bar on the quality of carbon credits. And then you have VCMI, my organization, which has developed a code of practice for companies to show them how they can invest in voluntary carbon markets in a way that is credible, that is not a substitute for decarbonisation, but is a way of going above and beyond. And therefore, we're aiming to drive both corporate decarbonisation, that's to say transitions by corporates themselves, and additional investment in voluntary carbon markets. Now, our hope is that with these 2 integrity frameworks, then we'll unleash demand, which at the moment is suppressed, partly because companies are concerned about being associated with projects that don't pass the sniff test, partly because there's uncertainty about when and where they can and can't use carbon credits and what they can say about it. And we're hoping that over the course of this year, some of that more of the clarity around that will appear. And that you have to just to finish off, to put that in a context of, as you said, Nick, more and more developing countries are saying that they need carbon finance to meet their existing NDCs. And if they want to have enhanced, more ambitious NDCs in 2025 and beyond, they want to know what's going to be available to them in generally in terms of finance and specifically in terms of carbon finance, whether that be from Article 6 on country-to-country transactions or whether it's direct investment by the private sector. So while the voluntary carbon market should only be a temporary solution, it is a very, very important part of the climate finance infrastructure at the moment.
Okay, Mark, stay with us because we're actually looking at different parts of investment here and raising money for climate action. So I'm now going to go on to Dan Van Acker of Influence Map. Dan, we had you on the show, was it a year ago or 2 years ago, where you were giving us a take on Influence Map studies of equity funds. Which are handled by big names like BlackRock and UBS, and people invest their money in these equity funds, and many of them have sort of climate-themed names, and people feel they're doing some good with their money to invest in them. They might be doing something good for climate action and financing this green transition. But a lot of your research found that, I suppose, the lion's share of many of these climate-themed investment funds were actually not aligned with the Paris Agreement, and were actually some of them even investing in not maybe oil companies, but things like, you know, oil refining companies and things like that. So it was a little bit, I don't know, it seemed like to me like they were cheating a little bit. Anyway, I just put it that way. You don't have to comment on whether it was a cheating or not. But tell us a little bit about where that research of yours has gone. And I think you've got something coming up on the European equity funds to see how, in a sense, they're performing, they're meeting climate aspirations.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Nick. So yeah, that's right. We published in 2021 originally a report looking at global kind of climate themed and ESG funds. Specifically, we analyzed funds with branding related to those themes in their names. So words like climate, green, net zero, Paris aligned. And we assessed to what extent the portfolios, so the investments of these funds, are actually aligned with the goals of the Paris Agreement. And as you mentioned, we found a significant portion of these funds actually being misaligned with net zero or Paris Agreement goals. Alongside that, we also noted kind of a significant inconsistency between funds and the branding that they're using, and how they performed when we look at climate factors. So, you know, even within funds using similar naming categories and similar terms in their brand names, we saw significant differences in how they performed on climate, what kind of investments they made. And then, so one of the main recommendations from our report was that we wanted to see some more regulation entering the fund market space to ensure that you know, this inconsistency and confusion ultimately for investors was regulated and cleared up in the market. And so we've seen some extent of that happening in a number of geographies, most notably in Europe. We're seeing the implementation by the European Union of a number of sustainable finance related regulations, including the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, or SFDR. And that regulation effectively sets requirements for funds that take into account climate or ESG factors to disclose certain climate-related and sustainability-related metrics to ensure that investors can assess to what extent they're actually performing in alignment with those goals. And so the report that we're working on, or the research that we're working on at the moment, is assessing climate-themed and ESG funds within Europe, and to see what kind of effect the implementation of the SFDR regulation has had on these funds that claim to have these climate themed investments. Notably, this could also be very informative for some of the other regions that are looking at implementing this kind of regulation. We're seeing some moves by, for example, the UK and the US, but also Japan, to implement similar levels of regulation around these kind of funds and ensure that they're not able to get away with greenwashing.
Yeah.
So we're still working on the report, but some initial findings seem to show that while there's some improvement when we look at kind of the highest category of climate-related funds, in practice, funds are able to self-categorize under the SFDR into what kind of ESG integration they have. And as a result, we're seeing a continued inconsistency in terms of the branding of the funds and the naming compared to how they're self-categorizing, and therefore which metrics they're required to disclose.
So could it be that your report forms a kind of baseline report on what is happening in Europe now there is this new directive, upon which then we could probably track a little bit better over time whether actually it is having an impact or not? You see what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. That's part of the idea of the report, is to kind of compare over the past year or two since we published our last report, whether the SFDR has been effective or not, and what potential learnings could be, both for the EU, but also for other regions seeking to implement this kind of regulation.
I mean, there are other directives in the EU, right? So we had the greenwashing directive as well. Can somebody not use that to hold some of these funds accountable for having climate-themed funds that don't really, well, theme with climate action? I mean, there are other avenues that investors could take and say, I thought I invested in a climate fund. It turns out it's actually not a climate fund.
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing the EU implement kind of a wide sustainable finance strategy and integrate it with its more kind of broad corporate sustainability strategy. The hope is that certainly our research could inform investors, but also other groups such as legal strategies, but also the regulator or the policymakers themselves to hopefully take action to rectify or improve where we still see inconsistency and potential confusion for investors in the market.
Yeah. Okay, stay with us, Dan. I'm going to go to Martin now. Martin Rohner, I hope I'm saying that right, who is the Executive Director of the Global Alliance for Banking on Values. I love that name, Banking on Values, because actually that's kind of what we're talking about with Mark and Dan and many other people who are coming on the show today and tomorrow under the theme of climate finance. Martin, we had obviously this amazing report out just a few weeks ago from this huge network of NGOs, the latest version of their Banking on Climate Chaos, which showed that 60 of the world's biggest banks, many in the USA, but also ones in Europe and China and Japan and some other places, that 60 of the world's biggest banks have spent something like $7 trillion investing in fossil fuels, and perhaps even worse, investing in the expansion in many cases of fossil fuels since the signing of the Paris Climate Change Agreement. And we're going to have a look at that. But more importantly, you represent banks in many ways, or banks are members of your global alliance, 17, I think, in total, who don't invest in fossil fuels. Now, this is really stark, right? You've got 60 big banks and you've got 17 under your alliance who don't invest in fossil fuels, and they obviously make a profit or else they wouldn't be here. What are you trying to achieve in your initiative as the Global Alliance? And what are your comments on the big banks versus the 17 that you work with, in a sense, who can do it without investing in fossil fuels?
Well, thank you very much, Nick, to have me on this show today. So the Global Alliance is indeed the movement of the most progressive banks when it comes to sustainable finance and values-based banking. We were founded 15 years ago in 2009. And just to be sure we've got the numbers right, today we are 70 banks worldwide, ranging from Canada all the way to Papua New Guinea and from Peru to Norway. And these are banks that are who have a mission to finance change, but also to change finance. They want to be role models for the mainstream financial industry. Very often we hear the argument that our member banks are smaller players, they're niche players. The reality is that in some of the markets that our member banks are operating, they are considered systemic. They might belong to the largest banks in their markets, in their specific markets, and yet they seem to be able to follow values, to really work against certain principles that we've all signed up to, which is our member banks focus first and foremost on social and environmental impact. That's at the core of their business model. They're grounded in the real economy. They're very client-centered. They're resilient to financial crisis. We've been actually researching that over the past 15 years and been able to show that our members have been performing better against the global systemic financial institutions. And I think what's the most important element or the most important principle of our member banks is that all of this is embedded in the culture of these banks. It's embedded in the organization, in the governance, in the ownership, in the strategy, and it's also reflected in the products and services. So I think where we come from is that if all banks in the world would be operating the way our member banks are operating, then we wouldn't need to have all those control points, all that regulation, because the banks are serving people and planet rather than self-serving and focusing on profit.
And I mean, you have 17 banks in the alliance right now. I note that in the Banking on Climate Chaos report that they also had, I think, 1 or 2 banks that actually maybe aren't in your alliance. So there are obviously some other banks out there doing the right thing too, or heading towards doing the right thing. Do you imagine that your alliance and the number of banks that are not investing in fossil fuels or are exiting fossil fuels is going to grow in the coming years?
Yes, absolutely. And that's actually also why we at the Global Alliance have decided to be the supporters of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. This is a treaty that's in the making. It's a concerted global effort between governments, businesses, activists, scientists, advocacy organizations, but also just normal citizens that want to see an acceleration of this transition towards a just transition to renewable energy for everyone. They also want to see the end of the expansion of fossil fuels, so of gas, oil, and coal, and they want to make sure that is being done in an equitable way. There's 3 pillars. So first of all, we want to stop building out the problem by ending the expansion of coal, oil, and gas production. We want a fair phase out where we wind down the existing fossil fuel production, but in a way where the workers of those industries and the countries that are currently dependent on those industries are not going to be harmed, and they can find new ways of operating. And finally, we want to have a just transition, a fast-track adoption of renewable energy, and of the kind of economic diversification away from fossil fuels, but in a way where no worker, no community or country is left behind. We have, in the meantime, out of our membership of 70 banks, 21 banks have already signed up and are supporting and working towards ambition is to bring this up to 50 member banks by the time COP29 comes around. We want to show the world that banking can be done in a different way. We see our movement really as a catalyst for that kind of change by showing that there are practical examples of banks that are already leading the way.
Yeah.
Just by example, for example, we have several members in our movement that have committed to net zero as early as 2035 and 2040. So much earlier than the mainstream banking industry. And they are already now working on solutions that we will be sharing with the rest of the industry because we want to lead by example. We don't want to, we don't see ourselves just as an advocacy organization, but we really want to underpin our calls for the changes in the financial industry with real practical examples and policies implemented by our members, which are all regulated financial institutions.
Okay. So we've got probably just about 10 minutes left maximum. So maybe I can just put it to each one of you, a question about this journey we're on right now, which is, I mean, we're here in Bonn. It's the beginning of this kind of next phase, I suppose, towards new national climate action plans, cutting across all the economy. It's about Baku being the finance COP, and then, of course, we've got the big COP in Brazil next year, where we hope that every country has put forward economy-wide national climate plans. Mark, just coming back to you first. I mean, what do you feel is needed for the voluntary carbon markets to really sing? What are there 3 top things that need to happen between now and Baku or between now and Brazil that will finally get us in that sweet spot where, yes, there will be some people who misbehave, but in general, most people are confident when they do transactions with the voluntary carbon markets, it says what it's, they get what it says on the tin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, in terms of that last point you just made, I think if you have people adopting the rules that the Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market and the Voluntary Carbon Market Integrity Initiative, I'm sorry for the confusing acronyms, but the supply and the demand side.
It's okay, Mark, we couldn't possibly exist in the UN system if there weren't lots of weird acronyms that only we know about.
That's why we do it, of course. But if people adopted those, and there's a kind of clear message there to Article 6 negotiators on one on sort of what high integrity carbon credits and projects look like, but also more generally on how carbon credits can be used with high integrity, that would go a long way to giving confidence to users and financiers of carbon credits. But I think it takes me to the second point, that we need to move away from the idea of a voluntary carbon market, but rather there is an international project-based carbon market that can be used for compliance purposes, either, for example, by country-to-country transactions, or in some contexts, rather like in Singapore, companies are allowed to use carbon credits to meet a small part of their carbon tax compliance obligations. So that you've got not a whole lot of separate markets, a voluntary one and a compliance market, but a central market based on high integrity principles and rules for how carbon credit projects happen and how the credits are used. And that should be a single system, so that the voluntary carbon market per se doesn't need to exist, but there is compliance use and voluntary use of carbon credits by companies, particularly in those jurisdictions that sadly do not yet have economy-wide climate policies. And but even going to the third point, then what we really want to see is NDCs, or national climate action plans, that incorporate all sectors of the economy, of every economy, and allow companies to have transition plans that recognize that they need to be as ambitious as possible if we're going to meet our Paris Agreement targets, but also recognize that companies' decarbonization investments are not straight lines, they're bumpy. And so that where there is for example, a technology is not yet available, rather than sitting back and doing nothing, a company then uses carbon credits to bridge the gap, invests in getting back on track by investing in its supply chain, its value chain, or its own operations, and there continues to reduce its emissions. So what we're going to need here this year is one, guidance from governments. And we saw the US government a couple of weeks ago announcing that it's encouraging US companies to invest in voluntary carbon markets in addition to their own decarbonization. So more governments encouraging use of voluntary carbon markets or voluntary investments in carbon markets. We need to see advances on the rules around Article 6, so that then the UN system is working and we have that convergence between what is now a voluntary carbon market and the compliance markets. And that then countries, as they bring forward their nationally determined contributions or their national climate action plans next year, factor in carbon finance. And so we've already seen conditional NDCs in the first round that countries are explicitly saying, well, we're going to do A, but we can do B, which is much further than A, if we get carbon finance. And these are the terms on which we want it. So that there's a real driver for companies to invest, because at the moment they're saying, I invest in a voluntary carbon market, I'm likely to appear on some scathing article or some scathing news program, although I'm absolutely doing the best I can in decarbonisation terms, and I'm investing above and beyond, but I get no credit for it. Why would I bother? So
you just get abuse. Yeah, you just get abuse. Yeah.
And good rules.
Yeah. Okay, cool, Mark. Quickly then, Dan, is there anything that on your landscape that you feel the governments need to do further to tighten this? If there are going to be economy-wide national climate action plans, do there need to be more economy-wide finance measures to ensure that things like the equity markets or other markets perform in line with the goals of the Paris Agreement? Because this is the journey that the world is on, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're also just seeing many of these financial institutions setting their own net zero targets and thereby claiming to recognize the importance of their role in the transition and climate risk for their own business. But over the past few years, we've not seen that necessarily translate into real financing or investment into green or transitionary activities, and they scale down of fossil fuel financing anywhere near the rate that we need to see if they're to meet even their own net zero commitments. And so we certainly encourage to drive more transparency, at the very least, more transparency and disclosure around these activities, the financing of green activities and how that compares to fossil fuels. And this is where regulators can really play a key part in driving that transparency. Finally, also note that many of these institutions are themselves engaging with policymakers to try and push back against this kind of climate-related financial policy. And again, the regulators have a key role, or policymakers have a key role to encourage that those processes are transparent and that the financial institutions aren't able to simply push against such policy, which doesn't even align with their own net zero commitments.
Martin, banking on values, I mean, there are banking guidelines, there are all kinds of guidelines produced by central banks, other banks, other institutions in governments. Do they need to tighten the ratchet here a little bit on, you know, what's going on? I mean, surely the minimum thing is that banks shouldn't be allowed to fund expansion of fossil fuels. I can see that some of them have investments in fossil fuels and they might have to go down a little bit over time in line with the Paris Agreement. But the expansion is the really shocking side to this, I think.
Yes, from the Global Alliance, we believe banks should not be expanding the investment in fossil fuels. Last but not least, also from a risk perspective. So I think regulators would be well advised if they would make sure that the expansion stops and that there is a clear phase out and transition plan. So I think at the end of the day, we need a mix. We need to show that there's alternatives and that those are also good for business. And for that, I think the governments cannot be left off the hook. They need to set the framework conditions in a way that those business models can be replicated and scaled up. I think the member banks from the Global Alliance have already shown the way. We want other financial players to follow our lead. We need more leadership in the mainstream financial sector. We're here to support that, but we also need the governments to bolster that with the correct framework conditions, making sure there's a level playing field where all the banks have to measure up.
Well, look, thank you very much indeed. Martin and Mark and Dan, this was a quick glimpse into different sides of the climate finance story, different areas that all have to come, in a sense, into harmony and move forward in this trajectory if we are truly to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement. We're very pleased to have all of you on the show. Thank you very much indeed, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Bye-bye.
So, that was great. Yeah, I think we are going to a new session, are we not, ladies and gentlemen? We are now going to check in with our studio in Stockholm. We are going to talk to the wonderful Ingmar Rentshag. Are you there, Ingmar?
I'm here, Nick.
Great. You've got a session now, and so take it away, Ingmar.
Yes, so we're going to continue with the Move the Money theme, but in order to really know where we can move the money to, we need to know if we're moving the money to the right players, right? So that's why I'm very happy to introduce the Nordic Carbon Accounting Leaders as our next sessions. And with me here, I have Petter Pelander from Open Sustainability Index. And we have some really exciting news coming out here and that are going to be launched today. You have made this quite comprehensive report about Nordic public traded companies to see how well are they reporting. Do we have the numbers where we really know if they're going to, do we really know if those companies are moving in the right direction? Do we want to move our money to these companies? Please tell the audience a little bit your background, who you are and what you do.
Yeah, so I'm one of the founders behind the Open Sustainability Index, and it's an open source, crowdsourced data platform for sustainability data with the aim of democratizing sustainability information to advance and accelerate the transformation to a low carbon economy.
And why have you started this?
Transparency and comparability are crucial factors for the transition. And currently it's really, really difficult to gather the data, analyze the data, and extract the data. They are often embedded in annual reports, and it requires deep knowledge and much intense work to gather data.
And we are right now here today going to announce that we are partnering up. So all the numbers the Open Sustainability Index will gather and publish will also be published on We Don't Have Time. Yes. But I would like to give the floor to you now to disclose this report on the finance you have made, and we will continue the dialogue afterwards.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. All right, so we have the report, Nordic Climate Transparency Leadership. We launched that today together in cooperation with We Don't Have Time. And we have looked at the Nordic companies on the Nasdaq OMX Nordic 120 list, assessing whether they are aligned with the upcoming CSRD requirements, both in terms of reporting and in terms of targets. And we see that overwhelmingly the companies are well aligned. About half of the companies on the list, they report full scope 1, 2, 3 total emissions, and that's what's required for CSRD on one scale. But 1/3 of the companies, they report completely and transparently. So they, on top of reporting the total emissions, they also report on what categories within scope 3 are material and which aren't and why. And we believe that's a pretty good sign. Another 48.5% of the companies, they are well on track. So they report some of the emissions in scope 3 per disaggregated per category. Not all of them, and in some categories they only disclose some part of the category. But that makes up almost all of the companies, of the largest companies on the OMX 120 index, more or less on track for the upcoming CSRD requirements in terms of emission reporting. Surprisingly, we have some companies, some large companies, still not disclosing scope 3 emissions, and that's surprising this year, I'd say. But they are disclosing that they will abide by the requirements. All right. So we have also looked at where the companies are in terms of targets, where they are in climate targets. And the European Union has, as the first continent, set an ambition to be climate neutral by 2050 and reduce emissions by 55% to 2030. And so we've looked at the companies which targets they have set and how many companies have set targets in line with science, in line with 1.5 degrees pathways. And 68% of the companies in the list have set near-term targets, which mean targets between 5 and 10 years in the near-term future. That covers the 2030 Fit for 55 requirements. 47% of the companies have committed to net zero, which means that half of the companies are more or less aligned with the European Union own ambition of being climate neutral by 2050. 20% have actually got their targets validated by Science Based Targets Initiative. And one could imagine that the other share of those that have committed are well on a path to actually submit their targets to science-based targets. 11% have set a net zero target at 2050, the same year as European Union, aim to be climate neutral. And 7% of the companies have set a target prior to that date. So 2040, we have seen one company in the list that has set an even more ambitious target at 2035. But we the conclusion here is that they are well aware of the requirements. They are setting targets. They're getting validated. They're moving towards a net zero future. We have an outlier in the reporting that we have noticed, and it's the financial institutions. Those are very important for moving the money, as you said, and we see a gap here in the reporting. We see only 24% of the companies within financial institution and financial sector that reports completely and transparently. And only 12% of these companies within the financial service sector have set a science-based target covering the emissions in finance in their investments. So that's an outlier, a sector that's an outlier, and there needs to be work done in this sector. We've also looked at a correlation between financial returns, financial results, and reporting transparency. And if you would have invested in the full OMX 120 list, that would have yielded a 17% return over the past year. If you would have invested in the companies that are complete and transparent, that yields 22% return, which means a 28% high return in those companies. We also see consistently that top performers, they are more complete and transparent in their reporting. So the top 10 performers on the list have 40% complete and transparent companies. The average, there we have 32% of the companies. They are reports completely and transparently, and the low 10 performers. Here we only see a 10% share of the companies being complete and transparent. And that holds true both for 1 year, 3 year, and 5 years. And I think I'll stop there with the presentation. I think we can have a talk about the findings.
A lot of interesting findings there. What do you think what was the biggest surprise for you when you conducted this study?
I think one of the surprises would be that more or less all of the companies, they're talking about the CSRD requirements. They are more or less prepared for it. There are some outliers. There's one sector that we've identified as an outlier. There are some actually major companies that's not reporting anything at all in scope 3. They are planning to, but they don't do it yet. So I think that's some of the surprises.
What surprised me was actually that the finance industry, the finance sector, were lagging behind.
Yeah.
And I mean, financial reporting, what will happen if a company, a public traded company, will not have their financial reporting? I mean, first, it's kind of illegal. Second, no one will invest in them. So it's a little bit strange that the financial companies are the ones, they should understand the importance of numbers, right? And they are lagging behind themselves. But I think we're probably going to see a lot of action happening here in the finance sector because there's a lot of financial players that are now starting to awake, not just reporting, but also moving their policy in the right direction. We're going to see that more and more.
We see them moving in the right direction, and I think the CSRD is helping that movement.
I was a little bit curious about this, that the ones that have full reporting were also performing better. For how long did you check that? Was it a long time period, or was it just this year, or
the past couple of years?
And do you think it's because those companies have things in order, that they also have other things in order, or can it be that there's one kind of companies that are performing better because they are not in finance industry or whatever? Do you see any pattern here?
I think one explanation could be that they're more well managed, better well managed in general, and therefore they report better as well. That's a part of being a well managed listed company.
What's the message you want to leave the business leaders in there, those that are not reporting as they should yet?
So I think the most important is to act urgently. As we don't have time, the window of action is closing. The next 18 months are the most important months for climate action going forward. That's where we can make a difference. I think setting targets, get them validated, be aligned with 1.5 degrees pathways, and then finally, obviously, report transparently and make it openly available for everyone to see and analyze.
When you talk to the companies themselves, what did they say? What is their kind of struggle with? Why is it not 100% doing the report yet?
I think it's a general reporting overwhelmness burden. It's complex materia. The further away from the value chain, in the value chain you are, and try to gather data, the more difficult it is. So I think that's one explanation, and that's also why the companies within the financial sector, that they claim the reason why they don't account for their emissions. It's because it's complex and difficult.
But just because it's complex doesn't mean it's not important, right? Yeah. You are on a mission together with us to open up this data, because the data has been around quite for some time. Many publicly traded companies have done sustainability reporting, emission accounting, but it's very different quality. It's not just if you have the number or not. It's about if you're calculating the whole scope 1, 2, 3, or just part of it, etc. Do you think that now with CSRD and initiatives like yours that are opening up this data will help calibrate this? Because previously, maybe no one know if you were reporting fully or not.
Absolutely. And one vision for the Open Sustainability Index is that you can get all the data you need from your suppliers from an open, accessible database and one source. Not only us, of course, but it needs to be more open because the data is there somewhere. It just needs to open up.
It's a lot of ESG data providers out there that are selling this data today, quite expensive. I know some of the subscription could be as much as up to 50 to 100,000 euro per year in license. Yeah. How do you think they will react when people like you are making their data free?
I think they will react like everyone does that gets a new competitor, new kid on the block. But I can see the reason why they are expensive. Well, because it is a lot of manual labor to do it, and especially since they are not open, they are not crowdsourced. It requires all that labor doing them themselves. They need to do it, and that's the reason why it's so expensive, I think, or one of the reasons.
And how will you afford collecting all this data and do the work without getting paid?
Yes, so the idea is to flip the switch to reverse how it's being made, because every company, they know their data best, so they are the ones that should report it and publicly disclose it, and that's our aim. Our aim is that the companies themselves actually disclose their data in the platform.
To you?
Yeah.
I see.
Hopefully.
And just a tricky question there. There's a lot of those, organizations that are collecting information, and sometimes when I speak with companies, they're very tired of putting in the information in many different places. Do you think they will not just think that the Open Sustainability Index will be another organization they need to report to?
Absolutely. And for that reason, we will make it super easy to report, and eventually they probably wouldn't have to do anything manually at all. But the data will end up in the database as soon as they publish it in their annual reports.
Yeah. And this report you have just presented here, we will send it out to everyone that have signed up to this event, so it will be available on We Don't Have Time. And the data will also be available. So if you search for Nordic companies, you can find their emission data if they are reporting it on We Don't Have Time, and you can compare it with other companies. One last question. We are here in the Microsoft office here in Stockholm. Nordic companies are in many ways the lead of sustainability out there. We have many sustainability leaders. How do you think this study will look when you're gathering data from other companies like the London Stock Exchange or New York Stock Exchange or Asia or other parts of the world? Do you haven't done it yet? But what do you think that they will be better or worse off on the reporting?
I think it is like you said, Nordic countries are leaders in climate action and transparency. So I think that's a trend we'll see when we look outwards. But I'm dying to see the results and dying to get into the next batch of data.
Yes, and what is a game changer here is also that up until now has been voluntarily to report or not.
Yeah.
But within European Union, we have the CSRD directive. We also have in China a new directive for public traded Chinese companies, and in US there are also happening a lot of things. So it will not be a choice anymore. It's about if you're going to do it before everyone else, or if you're going to be the one lost to the game. Thank you so much for joining us. We're soon going to have two other guests joining us, and we will be right back. So we have been talking about companies that are publishing their numbers, but in order to publish the number, you also need to calculate. You need to do the carbon accounting. And with me in this section, I have one company that are specialized on helping companies to do the carbon accounting. And I also have a company that recently have just done the calculation and published it. So I warmly welcome to our new guest, Robert Sabelström, founder and CEO of Climate Hero, and Maria Tomicic.
Yeah.
Founder and CEO of Olika.
Yes, that's correct.
Welcome. And I would like to start with you, Robert. We actually have a history together.
Yeah.
I was your client before I started We Don't Have Time, when I was working in the finance industry, and I wanted to learn how to go surfing. And I know that you're running this surf school. Now we end up here in a total different circumstances. But I know you have quite carbon footprint of traveling around the world to surf. So now you try to kind of level out that a little bit, paying back. So You have founded Climate Hero since
2018.
2018. And you have helped 1 million customers and over 1,000 small and medium companies to calculate their carbon emissions. Tell us how it all began.
I mean, I think it all started back in 2018. I was going to calculate my own carbon footprint, then as a consumer, part of a household. And then I realized that my biggest passion, surfing, typically meant that I became the largest climate villain, so to say, in the room. I had quite a large carbon footprint. And the first 3 years of Climate Hero, we were basically focusing on helping households, private people, to get the same, what you could call aha insight as I had back then. Okay, how large can your own carbon footprint be, and what simple actions can you actually take as a private person to reduce that? The first year, 2018, we received like 25,000 people had used the first version of our carbon calculator, and then we doubled that the next year. And while that happened, we started to also get questions. So I mean, most of this then soon 100,000 people we had helped, they also had their own companies. They were working at companies, so they started to ask, "Hey, can you also help our company to calculate their carbon footprint?" And first we were like, no, not really. We're helping households. Then we got the question again, "Hey, can you help our company to calculate the carbon footprint?" And when you get that feeling 2 or 3 times, you start thinking, okay, so we started with doing like a simple version for small service-based companies working in an office. But then we had to add like a little disclaimer in the end. By the way, if you have some kind of physical products or not, these simplified questions will not apply. But okay, hey, please contact us and we'll see if we can help you. And then we started to get contacts, people asking. And one of the first companies that asked that was actually Marie, who's here today. And that was I think in 2020.
Yeah, I think so.
So you are one of our first
I'm happy to hear that.
So to say B2B clients, one out of thousands that have used our tools. And we've not worked with everybody as close as we use. Some have more used our self-service tools. But you are one of our first clients. So we helped you now 3 years in a row.
Yeah, 3 years in a row. Yeah.
So Marie, your company name is Olika, that is different in English. How come you're different?
We are different, yeah. We started in the publishing industry. By the time it was in 2007-06, was really unequal when it comes to the stories about gender, for example. So that is what the first mission was, to create and publish high quality children's books, but with the purpose of also creating equality, gender equality, to make an inclusive society. So in that case, we were like different. We say like different kids, I need to have different books. We want to have all different kids in the publishing industry to mirror themselves, to see themselves represented in the children's books. So that is why we are different.
And how come you started to measure and calculate your carbon footprint?
As I told, the mission is to create an inclusive society, and we started. And it's like after a while, climate change. In the beginning, we were concerned about, like, for example, the food in children's books. In the beginning, we have only vegetarian food and vegan food in our books, and we have approximately like 300 books now. We publish approximately 15 to 20 books a year. So, but over time, in the beginning was like animal welfare. Over time, it also connected very closely to the climate. So it was like, that was kind of the key, that this is also connected to the climate. So we started to talk about it like that the food is connected to the climate. In the children's book, it's a lot of food. It's always meat, So it's like, I think, and those small things can add up to actually change, because if you have books read by lots of kids and everyone in the schools and etc., you start to change. So I think that was the reason. And of course, me, like many other people, when you think about, we are producing things, we are creating those emissions, either I have to stop to produce at all, because it doesn't feel good to continue to produce and produce. And I read about all the climate change. I need to take responsibility. And then we saw Climate Heroes. So it was like, okay, either I stop or we try to do it as best as we can. So we went for this second option. Yeah, and this is where we are now.
And how did you do to measure this carbon footprint on producing the books?
I mean, we follow the same framework as applies for all companies. It's the greenhouse gas protocol, where you calculate emissions in the scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. Just like we saw on the previous session here, which were focused on, on large public companies. But 99% of all companies are small medium enterprises with less than 250 employees.
It's a lot, yeah.
And they may not be, don't get the focus as is needed, because they are also on the demand side. It's more closer to how you work as households. Within a smaller company, you can also have higher impact. The decision is less complex. The calculations become less complex. So you can do, you can calculate and understand your carbon footprint in a quicker way. So for you and for all small medium enterprises we work with, we use the same framework as for large companies, but we do it in a quicker and a well-defined process. And we always, want to look at not only calculating and understanding the carbon footprint, and not only setting your targets. I mean, you halved your emissions the 3 years we work together. That's fantastic.
You have done this 3 years now.
Yeah, 3 years in a row.
And that's and just by measuring, I mean, you're also measuring real time carbon footprint. I know you do more than just measuring. You're coming with a lot of advice and you kind of nudge why you're not doing this. You can actually lower the emissions. So you're more than this accountant. You're also kind of a coach. So that's my next question. There's a lot of carbon accounting, AI-powered services out there, quite cheap, but you're different to them. What is you doing different, and why is that?
Yeah, maybe I can tell from this. I think what I liked with the climate, because I think first it was for the private persons we had, and we checked the carbon footprint, and then we wanted, as you say, we wanted to do it for Ulrika as a whole. I like, because when you are an entrepreneur, you're in a small company, you don't have time. Usually you want to book everything, and I just like to learn while doing things. So this sheet was very easy for us to understand. Usually before I was doing research, I like to use figures and numbers and understand. So for me, that was a big thing. It was just easy. And you made it easy, because it's like, gave us these numbers and we tried to find them. That was our job, but also just to fix them. And it was like, yeah, and we're ready. And then you can continue like this or like this. So it was, you made it easy. And I think that is the key when you work with small companies, because you don't have time to put aside for so much. But in this case, you can do it alongside the regular activities. So that was easy for us. So it was a good.
So it's a little bit, if you see within finance, if you do the financial reporting, you often have this kind of, sorry to say this, but kind of a little bit boring accountant helping you with the bookings and everything. That's only half of what you do, because here you're also helping the companies to lower the emission, and if that would be a finance consultant, you have helped them to double the profit. Maybe you should switch to finance, I don't know, but I think it's a lot of profit to actually lower the emissions. And that's the question. It must feel so much better to know that you in 3 years have lowered your emission from your company. Besides feeling better, what is the case for your business?
Yeah, what is the case?
Have you seen any?
It's a good question, actually. It's like when we started, we were early. It took numbers of years. Maybe a few years ago, people starting to look for these norm creative books, which we call them. We have like 200 of them. So we were early. We were like working hard. I think it's the same. I would say that it's good today that people are actually asking for this, but they are not. I try, we try to communicate, but I see it's a long process, maybe 3 years, maybe 4 years. You have to be patient because this is not, you cannot sell it like that. Instead, in a number of years, people will start to look. Maybe, when libraries start to buy books, they will say, we need to have this kind of, with some kind of climate measures. Then we have them because we are there. So you cannot get the money here in the beginning. That is not... I don't think it works like that.
Not yet.
Not yet. No. Over time. Yeah.
What's happening now in the regulation space? We see it now in European Union with CSRD. We also see it in China. Public trading companies, they are also obligated to report on their emissions. And in the United States, California, etc., you have those new rules. And I think that's a game changer because we at Beyond Time, we work with many of those multinational companies, like Microsoft, where we are lending their studio right now. And for them to lower their emissions, they must include their suppliers and the whole supply chains. And the small and medium-sized companies, they are in those supply chains. And what I see is that in order to be able to measure this, they need the data from the suppliers. And in order for them to succeed with their climate targets, they need to buy from those that are also lowering their emissions. So I think you're quite smart because you're ahead of your competitors. So when
I hope so, but it's still meaningful. So there's no other way you can do it if you live in this world. But I wait for this day when the library come and say, hey, we need this kind of book. Maybe I hope it will happen, as you say, because they start to demand those things, those figures, those numbers from the producers. So I hope so.
So how do you see this market will develop?
I think, yes, as you mentioned, there is regulatory pressure. We have the CSRD, for instance, coming here in the European Union, but that is focused on large companies and publicly traded. So there you have a regulatory, transparency kind of pressure. And then you have a cascading effect. So many small, medium-sized enterprises that have large clients as their customers can today have an edge by saying we have also calculated our carbon footprint, we've set targets, so hence we can be a preferred supplier. So that's one effect. And that's one of the typical clients we are helping. The other is like here with Marie and the Olika Publishing. There is somebody who truly wants to change. I mean, you don't need to have large B2B clients, but can see also that even your carbon footprint with is not that large still. You have halved it in 3 years. And the full residual you're taking responsibility of by funding climate projects that remove carbon dioxide. And you're doing that, and you set your net zero target for 2040. But the most important thing, I think, where you've changed and where you can change as a small, medium enterprise is to look at the value chain you're part of. If you take the example of Marie, I think you have like 80 different authors.
Yeah, authors and illustrators. Yeah, I would say 82.
And you use our tools to survey all those 80. And they are typical like one-person companies. But we've got them aboard as well. Then you have two large suppliers. One is the logistics company, and one is the printing house.
The second biggest in the publishing industry in Sweden. Yeah.
The first year, they didn't understand what you were asking about. The second year, they started to think, okay. What happened now the third year? Both of them have committed to calculate their climate footprint.
Are they your client yet?
Yeah.
Yes, they are our client now, and we're working with them.
They're good.
And even though you're a few percent of their turnover, but looking that and of course there are probably other.
But this is very interesting because people are saying, when you're measuring your own individual carbon footprint, it doesn't matter. Because what you do, if the system don't change, it will not scale.
I've heard that before. Don't agree, but I heard it.
And I mean, I agree actually. If you only do it for yourself and don't talk with anyone, or if you're the only company in your value chain doing this and you're doing it as a big secret, it will actually not do as much. But what you talked about it's just was like you talk to your larger companies in the value chain. You change them. You talk to the smaller, the waters. You change them, and this creates a ripple effect going up and down.
And not just the value chain. I mean, that was suppliers. But then also what Marie and the team is doing, they've changed. I mean, we understood that the largest driver of your carbon footprint was the paper that the books were printed on. And now you are one of the first, I would say, worldwide that are now printing these kind of books on recycled paper. And you got the attention of what do you call it, your industry, your competitors to also change. And you show now it's possible. Still, the large dragons are not doing it. But I think it's only a tipping point. Before they will follow suit.
So one of the best actions: start measure, start talking,
to measure,
get others moving, and search for Climate Hero. We don't have time, and you can find Robert and Ulrika as well. We are running over time because we got so excited, all three of us. So stay on. We have one more guest that we want to bring in. So we have one more person in the sofa. We are doubling. And I would like to introduce Katarina. Please present yourself and what you do and what you think about this.
So my name is Katarina Wangler-Björk, and I'm a senior advisor with business and sustainability, working with our global commons, the foundation behind Open Sustainability Index, among other things. Yes.
Here before.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So how do you see about this, what Climate Hero are doing for small and medium-sized enterprises?
I think that's very, very interesting, and I think you're doing a very good job, obviously. Also, I picked on something that I heard before while watching you, was that the easiness of doing, both of understanding how and why and how to do a carbon footprint and how to engage and start working. I think that is crucial, because I think one of the main things that we still need to work on, even though we don't lack knowledge, but to increase climate literacy, if you will, to make it easy to understand, I mean, it should be as easy as looking at the weather report to understand climate.
Would be nice.
Yes.
So how can we make it easier?
I think what we try to do with the Open Sustainability Index is one thing, is to make corporate climate data and other sustainability data, when we get further ahead, accessible. So democratize access to data, democratize climate action, if you will, to make it easy to take action, make it easy to understand your footprint, and again, act upon it, and also to make it easy to collaborate
and also transparency, so you can compare.
Yes, and
that
transparency.
That is important.
And transparency also between apples and apples. Because now sometimes it's apples and pears and chocolate, and it's a bit difficult to see what is behind here.
And that's why we don't have time, together with the Open Sustainability Index, are presenting this data where you have the emission divided with the revenue. So you can compare a small company in the same sector with a large company within the same sector. It still needs to be in the same sector because if you're producing cars, you're very different from someone producing books. So hopefully you can show the big players in the industry how to do it, and you can get them to compete with you.
And your actual footprint, I mean, that's just the start. It's good if it's apples and apples. I can live with if it's apple and pears, as long as your own apple is getting, you know, smaller by every year. You're committed to set a target that are, so to say, science-based. And I think many of these other things you're saying, okay, do you have a net zero target? That can apply even if you are, you know, a company with 10,000 employees or with 10 employees. You can. It will be easier if you're smaller because we're working with the CEO. You don't have, you know, as much stakeholder management, maybe. But you can look at, have you set a short-term target? Are you following that target? I think it applies for all companies. And what's so effective with the small medium enterprises is that they can be role models. Of course, there's 1.5 million of these companies in the European Union. Not everybody will do it, but we don't require that. We just require a few more like Marie and Olika Publishing that can be role models coming up, and they can compare with the large companies. And then a really large company can say, okay, if this small company can do it, which don't have the resources at the large one, and they might even be in the same value chain, I think we can get that cascading effect that can actually be a positive tipping point.
I agree. And the Open Sustainability Index will make everyone aware of it. And we don't have time, we will broadcast it to everyone. Just one last call to action before we're going back to Bonn is that you can do things by also asking. You asked your suppliers about their data. If you don't run a small company or a large company, if you're an individual, ask the companies you buy from, what are their climate footprint? And if they don't have the answer, direct them to those three, and they will teach them how to do it. So thank you so much, and now over to Bonn.
The Olympic Games begin in Paris in July 26. But now we're going to focus on another kind of Olympics. We're going to talk about the Climate Olympics. Just like the more well-known Olympics, gold medals, silver medals, and also bronze medals will be handed out. And there is a lot of focus on speed, achievement, etc., in these Olympics. It's now my pleasure to have the person behind this, and we'll talk about what the Climate Olympics really are about. And next to me here is Dr. Richard Steiner. You are president and founder of the Center for the Promotion of Global Health. Wonderful to have you with us here in the studio.
Thank you. Thanks. A pleasure to be here.
So, please tell us about the center that you founded and its work.
So it's a Canadian nonprofit. I'm a pediatric and adult psychiatrist. It's founded about 5 years ago. And our vision is that all lives deserve to flourish. Our mission is we focus on two areas, the climate crisis and also the promotion of peace. We have a special interest in using strategies from behavioral science, motivational science, and also family systems theory.
That's wonderful. Yeah. And the Climate Olympics initiative, it's amazing. Tell us about it, please.
Well, the basic idea is to bring together governments, businesses, and individuals to compete globally on sustainability challenges in an ongoing way, ongoing sustainability challenges. So it hasn't started yet, but we're making progress at this meeting, connecting with a lot of partners and people that are really interested.
So, Dr. Steiner, why is the element of competition important in the field of climate action?
Well, there's a few ways that competition, this kind of initiative could be really helpful. First is having to do with positive motivation, or positive reinforcement, that when there are medals given, awards given, it's very motivating. Science shows that positive reinforcement, even with kids, is very powerful. There's elements of social cohesion that are important. So when people feel that they're engaged with others in a meaningful way, that promotes action and interest. There's also an opportunity to change social norms. If you bring together large amounts of people working together, social norms can change. There can be, I made some notes on this. Certainly, competition can be fun, which can engage people. It can raise awareness. And the way that we're envisioning this to be set up is through teams, so that it will enhance collaboration and bring in diverse stakeholders. So there's a lot of ways that the competition can be helpful. Also with crisis theory, the way I'm thinking about this is if we can have a major global initiative, it can almost help move the climate crisis in a positive direction.
This is really, really cool and interesting. But I think I'd like to ask you a little bit more about how will this really take place? I mean, now that the Olympics, the real Olympics, are physically in one place, this will not be the case, of course, with the Climate Olympics.
So what we're working on as a potential launch, it hasn't happened yet, but we've made some progress, would be to have a launch potentially this fall. We're looking at a global concert for our children's Earth in a global locale that hopefully would, it's inspired by some of the very famous global concerts that have happened in the past. And the idea would be that individuals watching the concert, either in person or on the internet or even on television, would be invited to take a pledge for our children. And the pledge for our children, it's based on the United Nations Environmental Program recommendation. They have 16 recommendations for individuals with regards to climate action, things like moving more plant-based, making your money green, making your home green, your next vehicle, if possible, hybrid or electric. There's a whole variety of things that people will hopefully pledge to. The most important, though, is voting for leaders that are climate conscious and that support the Paris Climate Accord. That is the most important part of the pledge. So we're going to hopefully have lots of people taking this pledge, and the way the competition will go is that countries will get medals according to the percentage of their population that takes the vote. So we're proposing 5 gold, 5 silver, and 5 bronze to the top countries with regards to the percentage of their population. And there'll probably be a 2-week window where people can vote. So it gives people time to, and hopefully build interest and media excitement over which countries are going to get the medals. And hopefully this is a way to, kick something like this off. The idea in terms of follow-up would be followed by regular events like this, but probably I'm hoping to pair it with music. So global music events that we're calling it Stand Up for Our Children, where we invite the global population to get involved. It might happen on a Sunday evening on the internet, and there would be challenges for individuals, businesses, and later governments. We're hoping to be able to move forward with this at the next COP. I've been talking to a lot of governments. There's a lot of interest with something like this because we really do need to supercharge our climate action globally for countries and certainly for businesses and individuals. So that's the vision at this point.
Fantastic. So, in terms of support and getting involved in this plan, how do you go about? Who's with you already?
Well, we have a number of confirmed partners. It started with Our Kids Climate, that I know you were founder of, and thank you for that.
Not only founder, but I was part of the founding, so co-founder.
So,
yes.
so our first partner was Rejoice Africa. They're doing work in Uganda, and a big thank you to them. They were the first people to jump on board from Our Kids Climate. Also, we have Environmental Champions, which is a group of 4 NGOs based primarily in Kenya. And so they're on board. Here at the meeting, I connected with a vice president for European Young Engineers, 500,000 engineers in Europe. They right away said, we want to be partners on this. So that was very exciting. We're talking with the plant-based treaty people. They're interested. We're going to be talking more with them. So those are some of our initial partners, but we've also had success talking to governments. I have a colleague here from the Nigerian delegation, very interested already, very helpful. And we've spoken to a number of other countries that are interested, and spoke to the a number of US delegates. They've forwarded this to the State Department. Our vision actually is to have President Biden speak at the opening concert.
Can you give us any sort of details on the physical location and of this?
Not yet, but we're looking potentially at Sunday, October 6th.
Sunday, October 6th.
Yeah, but nothing's definite. You know, we're also talking to potential sponsors, because this is going to take funding. So but we have a number of people that we're speaking, businesses and governments, that we're started the conversation with regarding potential funding.
That's very close to your Climate Week. There's not an option of adding that on to that big event.
It's an interesting question. I hadn't thought of that, and
September 22nd, September 29.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. You know, I love Madison Square Garden.
So why not?
It's an interesting option. Yeah.
Terrific. So if we turn to the audience now, we have many people watching this. How can they get involved with this?
So there are a few ways. First of all, we're inviting individuals, businesses, and governments to join as partners. Just if you go to our website, info@cpgh.ca, send us an email. And partners, as a partner, you'll get a monthly update by email, but you'll also have the opportunity, if you like, to join a monthly Zoom call for brainstorming and planning on the Olympics. Another great way to get involved as an individual business or government is to consider sponsoring the initiatives. Initially, the big initiative is the concert for our Children's Earth. And then finally, we've just launched the crowdfunding campaign that's also on the website. It's going to change. It's there now as an Indiegogo. I think we're going to switch it over to GoFundMe, but it's there, and so people are invited to contribute to the concert's proposal.
So if you might have missed the web address, if you Google Climate Olympics, will you be able to find it?
No, not yet. I don't think, although that's an excellent point. I think we have to make that come in quickly. So we can work on that.
Because it's a great brand or name.
Yeah, it's a little easier than the Center for the Promotion of Global Health. Yeah, so I think that's an excellent point. I guess we should probably make a page dedicated to the Climate Olympics.
I'd say.
Where we kind of put all the information there. That's an excellent suggestion. Yeah.
And just the last question here, back to the connection with the health of the children, the health of the planet.
Yes.
How do you see this as sort of an enabler? Is it a way to reach the parents, to reach the decision makers, to go through the dearest that we have that will be the children?
The way I see this is as I have had training as a family therapist as well as in pediatric psychiatry, and that we know in families, when you're doing family therapy, if you're missing important family members from the work, and if families aren't working together, you're not going to solve the problem. So my view as to what's gotten in the way of us making the changes that need to happen on this climate crisis. We don't have enough global family members, that's individuals and businesses, on board in a passionate way, working to support the government changes that need to happen. So the hope is that with this Climate Olympics is that we're going to bring, it's an opportunity to bring the global family more closely together on this and create more passion for what needs to happen. We're at 2.7 degrees Celsius now is the projection, and that with tipping points that could get much worse. So and with what's going on politically, we have the risk of moving in the wrong direction instead of the right direction. In terms of the health impacts here, there are so many. The direct effects of extreme climate, heat, infectious disease, air quality, mental health, the effects of migration, forced migration, people leaving climate disasters, and there is an existential threat that climate change it gives. Existential threats are nuclear war, pandemic, and climate change. And in my view, climate change may be our most serious existential threat.
I completely agree on that one.
Yeah.
Well, that's fantastic work that you're doing, Dr. Steiner.
Thank you.
And
great suggestions that you've made.
Well,
so thank
happy
you.
to be of help.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is really, really, really good. And thank you for joining us here from the Bonn studio. And I'm sure you'll get even more connections during the future days that you're going to spend here and find more people who want to support you. And now you have a global audience, and just get the Climate Olympics connection on the web page,
absolutely.
on the internet.
Yeah, thank
please
you.
right away.
We'll do that right away.
Well, thank you so much.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We're going to go back to the Stockholm studio and see if Ingmar Rentzhog is ready for us. Let's see if Stockholm is standing by.
Thank you, Catherine.
So, Ingmar.
Yes.
Yes.
We hear you.
Yes. Wasn't that the fantastic setup with the Climate Olympics? Well, I'm going to hand it over to you now, Ingmar, because I know you have more guests lined up and more things to talk about. So take it away.
Yes, we have. And I would like to thank our partner Microsoft for lending us this beautiful studio we have here in Stockholm. It's almost as good as your studio in Bonn, but only almost. We have a new guest, and it's Jenny Cato from Scania, heavy truck manufacturer, and you're the head of public affairs. Jenny, you have quite interesting background in this climate leadership area, where you both have worked for the Swedish government, and you're also a civil engineer, and now you're working on the production side for something that are emitting a lot, both when you produce it, but also when your customers are transporting all the goods. And someone told me, I think actually it was on one of your events, that if we end all cars, the society will keep going. Not so much will change. But if we end heavy transport and heavy trucks, nothing will work in our society. So it's a very, very important solution to transform this sector. Yeah. So please tell the audience and us about who you are and what you do at Scania.
Yep, so I'm Jenny Cato. Thank you for having me as a guest. And as you said, I'm heading the Public Affairs and Partnerships Department at Scania on a global level. And you're right. We are part of the problem as a heavy truck manufacturer, also manufactures buses, actually. So therefore, we also need to be part of the solution, right? So, I mean, already back in 2016, Scania actually adopted the purpose to be driving the shift towards a sustainable transport system. And ever since, that have been what we've been working for. So acknowledging that we're part of the problem and then trying to make solutions to kind of decarbonize both supply chains and our products when they're in use. Because as you're also into, I mean, it's one thing, the production, that's actually the small part of the CO2 emissions. It's actually when the trucks and buses are in use at the customers that they emit the most. So that's why we also have adopted our battery electric vehicle strategy that we are now working to kind of ramp up. And in kind of my work, and also coming back to climate change and sustainability, that is, of course, since it's core of Scania strategy, that is also core of our work. So we work a lot with stakeholder engagement, having dialogues with policymakers, politicians, governmental agencies in Sweden on a regional level, on a national level, on an EU level, and on a global level, to kind of convey our message and trying to form partnerships on different levels with our peers, with our competitors, but also with governments sometimes, to kind of how can we help each other in achieving the goals that we have set.
So this is how you engage with your supply chain, with dialogue and kind of partner up and work together.
Yeah, I mean, we need to be in very close collaboration with our customer, but also with our customer's customer, the transport buyers. They're a super important kind of group to be in dialogue with, because we have to, if the transport buyers, they need to kind of ask for sustainable transports. Otherwise, and we need to produce the vehicles in order to make them sustainable. But the kind of our customer, they are transport operators with very, very small margins. So they also need to have a good business case in order to buy the trucks. But then they need to have the demand from the transport buyers, their customers in their turn.
And what's the biggest challenge in this aspect of getting not just get companies and players in the supply chain to do the right thing, but also to make them economic and financial, sustainable and thriving?
Yeah, that is what we call the enabling conditions or the enabling factors. And that is actually the focus of our public affairs work this year and the coming years, I would guess. Not only have we set very tough targets for ourselves, we're the first in our industry to adopt science-based targets back in 2019. Now we also have sales volume targets of how many zero-emission vehicles we are supposed to sell at a certain year. But now we also have in the EU, we have CO2 standards regulating the CO2 emissions from the heavy-duty sector. And we will get heavily fined if we can't fulfill those goals. So therefore, we need to work with enabling conditions, and that is our biggest challenge, because that is not at all points something we can actually influence ourselves. That's a whole ecosystem. That's the energy utilities, that's the electricity grid, it's the permitting procedures, it's the supply of green energy, it's also the price on carbon and the mechanisms for that, like the emission trading scheme or other types of supporting schemes to kind of raise the price of carbon, so the business case will be better for our customers to make the transition into zero-emission vehicles. Because we are actually in the biggest shift in our industry since we went from horse and carriage to combustion engine. It's the same magnitude of a shift going from combustion engine to an electrical driveline.
So if I interpret what you're saying is that it's very important to not just provide the solution, but also help the ones using the solution so that they can enable it and integrate it into their business model. If you see, what do you need in order to become very enabled from the political system?
Yeah.
What's the biggest, hurdle today, and what can happen in that sector?
Yeah, I mean, we do need bold and brave leadership on all levels. I mean, we do have bold and brave leadership, I believe, in our industry, not least our own CEO, but also our peers are very kind of coherent in this message. But we do need also political leadership, of course, and also political leadership that is stable over time. So we need a systems approach also to legislation and regulation. There needs to be a kind of a whole legislative system that kind of works in the same direction. But most of all, we need these politicians to be kind of long-term in their perspective. And also setting, of course, ambitious goals. That is what we've seen in the EU the last kind of decade. And that's a very good thing, actually, because that also drives, it sends signals to the market. And we kind of adopt after that. And if that changes all of a sudden, And then, of course, I mean, we have invested heavily into this transformation. So there is no turning back. As we say, we put our whole company at stake, actually, in this transformation. So we need also to get return of our investments. And that is, of course, then we need to ramp up the speed of the transformation.
So are you worried now, the day after the EU election, that things are moving in the wrong direction, coming to climate legislation, or do you see that things can move in the right direction still? Is it hard to say? Maybe?
I think it's still early days. We really don't know. We expected this outcome. I think the outcome in Sweden were a little bit better than expected, maybe. But we still really don't know the effects of what this will actually mean. Our hope and our message that we are trying to convey to politicians is that if we want to go from kind of a green agenda to a growth agenda, which has been what we've been talking about now the last before the elections, then for us that is actually the same thing. So the competitiveness of the industry today in Europe builds on an ambitious climate agenda. That is the same thing. There is not the one or the other. It's actually the whole the system.
So if we're optimistic, maybe things are maturing, where sustainability is not something you do on top of things. It's at core of the business. And if the business are going to grow, you need the whole thing to grow.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a global company, so Europe is just where you happen to live and have your headquarters. But you're active in how many countries? Almost all countries on the planet.
Yeah, we're present at over 100 countries. And then we have industrial operations in 3 regions of the world. So it's Europe, it's Latin America, and it's China.
And what do you see in the kind of political or leadership? Are we in the driver's seat here in Europe, or is it other places on the planet that are now speeding up?
Yeah, I think there are kind of local pockets in the world. I mean, at the same time, we of course have the geopolitical tensions and the geopolitical kind of situation that is not very good for our kind of the whole transition. I would say Europe is, or have been, Sweden and Europe has been leading in the forefront for kind of the electrification transformation. But then, of course, we also have, as we say, the rolling fleet, so the combustion engine trucks that are rolling on the streets for now and in the coming 20 years. We need to do something to decarbonize those as well. So, for example, we work also a lot with biofuels and biogas and other solutions in order to do that. But I would say that the real kind of leaders in the forefront, as we've seen, it's not only the industry, it's also cities. So there's a lot of bold and brave, yeah, exactly, where you can see cities working more ambitiously with climate targets than maybe their countries or their nations.
So cities is many. I mean, we have had focus on that here today on this broadcast.
Yeah.
Men are saying that cities and mayors are where you see the bold leadership in policy.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do actually, because they also have their kind of local problem with maybe congestion or air pollution or other driving forces in order to make this happen faster. So they can also take decisions on a more agile manner sometimes, and they can have even more ambitious targets and work with instruments like zero emission zones or environmental zones in cities, or and also public procurement, of course, because there's a lot of, I mean, in people transports, buses as well. Then, of course, you can work with sustainable solutions for that. And I think that is super important to start off with.
So are you working actively towards and cooperating with cities already today? And is this an area where Scania will do more?
Yeah, I mean, we are. We do have cooperation with a lot of cities, Stockholm not the least, being in Stockholm now. But also this is something that we are looking into more and more, how to cooperate with cities on a more kind of systematic level. So we have partnerships that include cities, or we are having partnerships within the industry that is targeting cities, etc. So yes, I would say that is an area where we could do much more.
So I have a little bit tricky question here, because many cities are struggling with get the goods in the city, the last mile transport, and many experts are saying that heavy trucks is not maybe not the most efficient solution for that last mile. Can this challenge Scania, or are you seeing a market of also getting the goods with the heavy trucks and other transportation in the cities?
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to compete for the last mile. I mean, but there still needs to be trucks somewhere in the kind of supply chain of the goods. So, I mean, there is the regional level. So we are not, I mean, we don't have to be in the city necessarily. I mean, that could be other solutions where we have like good hubs or you know, outside the city, and then you change to whatever vessel or vehicle you have.
So that's a little bit how you
exactly.
see it.
But also, yes, that could be one. But of course, we also, I mean, we also have with our battery electric trucks in the cities for urban usages, we can also provide cities with the silent and zero emission deliveries, for example, where a truck is needed still.
Yeah.
So then you can use kind of nighttime transports or deliveries because you don't have the noise problem, etc. And then you don't have the congestion on the streets, etc. So that's also a different way of thinking about it.
One thing on the topic cities, maybe a little off topic here, but I would like to hear your opinion about it. We had an election in London, big city, as big as the whole Sweden almost in citizenship. And that election came to be about climate legislation, where the opposition actually thought that they were going to win the election by cancelling the legislation and allowing combustion engine cars, polluting cars in the city, etc. But they didn't win. It was quite the opposite, actually. And I heard the inside story of this, and the reason why so many people in London are supporting this, you know, getting off the polluting cars from the street, were actually that parents, the city were giving some measurement to the kids' backpacks. So when they're coming home, they saw that they were really polluted air for the children to breathe. That was a very health concern. And that educated the grown-up that demanded to have a cleaner city. Do you see that this kind of getting people behind policies can be something that also heavy truck manufacturer can play a part on you know, sharing the knowledge in a smart way?
Yeah, I think that's super interesting actually, because I think that nudging and getting people's awareness of you know, what is affecting their day-to-day life is really important. And of course, it's easier with the passenger car side because that is a consumer good that everybody has a relationship to. Trucks are a little bit more, you know, it's a business to business product, so it's somewhat harder. So I think we have work to do in order to explain also to the citizens of the city how important it is with clean transports also, you know, with everything you do, because everything you have, your cups, your shoes, has been transported into the city through a truck. And the truck is I mean, if you have a clean truck, then it can help provide a better kind of air situation in the city. So I think that's super interesting to make kind of people aware of what is actually affecting their day-to-day life.
When they see a Scania truck, that should be a good thing.
That should be a good thing. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. And it will be.
What's your most important call to action?
I think, well, you know, there's it should be an easy question, but I think we need multiple solutions actually to tackle this issue. But to be totally honest, I think phasing out fossil fuels is actually my kind of call to action. We have to do this. And I think with the last COP meeting last year, this is the first step of phasing down at least fossil energy and fossil fuels. And I think we're on the right way because, you know, removing subsidies for fossil fuels and kind of phasing out fossil fuels, that's kind of the most important thing to do eventually.
I think it's so... This gives me so much hope because you're representing a very big polluting company that have been, you know, very in align with the fossil fuel industry because your trucks have been using their products. And here you are in a UN meeting saying that the most important call to action is not just scale the new solution, but it's actually we need to end the pollution. And it's not going to be easy. But we need bold leaders like you. So I want to thank you so much for saying it out so clear. So I hope that all the politicians watching this will be as bold as
I hope
you
so
are.
too.
So I want to thank you, and I think we're going back to Bonn right now.
So thank you very much, Ingmar, and great talk there with Scania, who are obviously doing really great work. It's now time to introduce our last super guest. We had many on the show today. The last super guest of this first day of our live broadcast from the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change's headquarters here in Bonn with their June meetings. Our guest is an award-winning authority in the global climate change movement. He's a barrister, he's an advisor. He's in fact advised governments like Morocco and Fiji in the climate change process. He's a climate advocate and a social entrepreneur. He was the co-founder and chairman of Climate Change Capital, and his list of titles is so long that we'd be thrown out of here if we had to read them all out. So without further ado, please let us welcome on Zoom James Cameron. Hello, James.
Hi, Nick.
Great to see you.
Very
Yeah.
much.
So, James, we've heard a lot today about there's not enough money flowing into climate action and decarbonising our economies. Current climate finance flows are thought to be standing at about 1.2, 1.3 trillion US dollars, and we need to get up to something like 10 trillion a year. We've entitled this session, James, because I talked to you a few weeks ago about this, climate financing or casino, fixing capital markets for climate with James Cameron. Maybe that's a little bit dramatic, James, but what is one of the big challenges that we're facing right now in terms of actually getting the finance flowing into the right direction?
Well, Nick, I like the focus on flow because we have a lot of capital in our markets. We have a lot of capital aggregated and pooled, but we don't have sufficient flow, not to the right places, not in time for the transformation that we should have started long ago, and still not sufficiently away from increasing risk, climate risk. So I think flow is a really good motif, and we should be asking ourselves, are our capital markets, which, let's face it, are a strength in our system, are they good enough? Are they fit for the purpose of making that money flow away from risk and towards opportunity, and specifically to where one needs to deploy a lot of capital reasonably quickly in markets that might otherwise fund fossil fuels? And I'm afraid the answer is it isn't good enough yet. And there is a big difference between an efficient market from a trading point of view and an efficient market from an investment point of view. And we have overemphasized the trading part of our capital markets and underemphasized the deployment of capital into real things, real assets that have real value in the real economy that people can touch and feel and experience, make a difference to their everyday lives, whether it's infrastructure or principally the replacement of fossil fuel infrastructure by clean electrons. Essentially, it's about the electrification and digitization of our economies. And to some extent, there are very good signs. We are certainly investing a lot more, multiples more, in renewables versus fossil fuels when it comes to new deployments in new systems. But the balance is still not right. There's still not sufficient movement of the money away from fossil fuel investment towards the alternatives. And that's a competitive game that needs to be won by those who have an interest in both the deployment of the capital and the use of it to build the energy system of the future.
How do you actually characterize, to those that are not really financial experts, what capital markets are and why they just, I mean, trading sounds a little bit like a hamster on a wheel, you know? it just goes round and round and round, and somebody picks off some profits as the wheel goes round, rather than saying, actually, we don't need a wheel, we need something else to actually deal with climate change. Are capital markets quite unthinking? Are they automated? They just search out the highest profit at this moment?
An awful lot of our trading markets are wholly automated. Yeah, I mean they're algorithm driven, and that can be a problem. I mean, you know, how does that algorithm get formed? It's quite difficult. For example, if you spend, as I have done, the whole of my working life working on climate change, to take the imperative to act on climate change and fit it within the standard cost benefit analysis, risk and return models of the sorts of decision-making tools that we have in finance. Because let's face it, it's not only in finance, but an awful lot of our model making and decision-making structures are designed to simplify and find an outcome that satisfies key actors in the world you're trying to please, your key stakeholders. And climate change is such a huge problem involving us all, nobody capable of solving the problem on their own, that it's very difficult to factor in the absolute necessity to cooperate, to solve the problem collaboratively, to distribute resources in a way that's the most effective to deliver the outcome we need, which is a safer climate in which to live in, where atmospheric pollution is taken down and where we find a way of accommodating the amount of greenhouse gas emissions we've put up in the atmosphere over the last century or so.
Right.
And that's a real conflict. It's very difficult to resolve, but you just have to. You have to do it with other interventions. And one of the things that I find helpful right now to imagine, to hold in your head, is that we are at a point where there is an opportunity to make what I think is the largest economic hedge in history, which is high to low carbon. You take the rents that are extracted from the high carbon economy and you invest in the low carbon economy of the future. And that makes a difference to those who are producers of fossil fuels, including our next hosts of COP. But it also allows you to see how you might enable a big swing away from fossil fuels to take place in time.
So let's look at Baku a little bit briefly, James. It's dubbed the Finance COP, this COP29 coming in November in Azerbaijan. What do governments need to think about when they want to kind of call it a really genuine finance COP in favor of climate action? What are there some measures with the capital markets that could be taken?
Well, most COPs end up at some stage being finance COPs. And you need to judge the success of a COP, not just by the final statements made by the host, but by whether it really does make a difference to the amount of money that flows into the solutions to climate change. And I do think that because of where it is, this idea of a high to low carbon transition at pace will resonate. I think it's also true that the speed at which we are innovating in the world of digitization provides encouragement to those countries that still haven't really got their transition underway, because we know now that renewables plus storage plus digital management of energy plus electric vehicle take-up, these are all strategies that work in every jurisdiction in the world, including those that have fossil fuels to export and those who are most vulnerable in terms of their economic power. So I do think there is potential for this COP to be deeply symbolic about the energy transition. And that Baku is quite a good place to draw attention to that transition, given its long history, all the way back to Marco Polo, as being a source of fossil fuels. But if they want to modernize, if they want an economy that will survive in a climate change affected future, this transition needs to happen as rapidly as possible.
Yeah. And James, finally, when we were chatting before this show, you were passionate about, as you say, the renewable energy economy as a way of delivering a better and, in a sense, a richer economy in the future, rather than the fossil fuel one, which has dominated our society for the last well over 100 years. but you felt that there was a big risk that everyone has to also watch out for in terms of delivering that renewable, secure energy economy. Maybe I'll let you speak to that topic.
So we are used to using the phrase energy security.
Yeah.
And it's a better phrase than, for example, energy independence, which can be a bit misleading and often prone to capture by sort of nationalist politicians and the like. Energy security is a good idea, obviously, and it does produce more resilience for an economy. But I think we need to, especially those of us who live, let's face it, near a conflict zone, or in the case of Europe where there's war on our continent, we have to be smart about how we build secure, clean energy systems. That means, for example, if we're going to go towards as close to 100% renewables as we can do in our power systems, then that system has to be cyber secure, because every day now we are under attack from countries like Russia and China in cyberspace. Last thing we want to do is to build a system that is more secure in the sense it's more independent from fossil fuel imports, but not secure because it's attacked in cyberspace. So I'm now very keen on what might be called dual purpose investing to make sure that we are robust in our peace and security sense of security at the same time as we are building more climate and energy security. That's an extra dimension to how we need to deploy our resources smartly, and we need to do it in ways that increase our resilience as a society when we are under threat. And I'm afraid we are under threat. And if we don't deal with security, other things fall away. I mean, we have to be free, we have to be able to resist threat, and then we can get on with building a more secure future for us all.
Yeah. So it's interesting you bring this up, because this was actually a topic of a show we had last year in the Nordic region, where defense ministries around the Nordic region were coming to a conclusion that actually they needed to factor in that kind of defense, not just cybersecurity, but also attacks on, renewable energy installations like offshore wind, just simply being maybe taken out or blown up as part of, a strategy by some other countries that you just mentioned to actually destabilize European societies. So the defense side is very important. Do you think anybody's really thinking about it in mainstream Europe, like Germany, France, Britain? Is anybody really aware that these renewable energy installations could be vulnerable from either cyber attack or other forms of attack, and are doing something about it?
Well, yes, actually. I mean, my conversations about this have been in Stockholm with people I work with at a boutique firm called Worthwhile Capital. And in due course, I think there'll be more and more, I'm afraid, examples of infrastructure being attacked. I mean, we already have examples in the Baltic of cabling being attacked, seabed cabling being attacked. And it's also the truth that NATO itself has now got investment funds that are focused on innovation that does cross over between defense and energy. These are difficult issues. They're sometimes, some of our longtime colleagues in the environment movement will feel uncomfortable about this association. And a lot of the ESG rated funds will exclude any connection to defense. But I think we need to be clever about how we combine our resources. And it gets us back to the beginning point about investment as an imperative, where often some combination of public and private money needs to be provided to get the infrastructure that we need. And I don't favor one versus the other. I don't think public finance is somehow worth more than private finance, or private finance is somehow superior to public. Frequently, we need to combine those types of capital in order to be able to deploy in the speed and the amounts that are required. I'm just suggesting that a brute reality has entered our frontier for investment for climate purposes, and that is war and conflict. And it's not going to do any good to look away. We have to accept that that is a real threat. It has to be managed. We have some superiority, if you like, in our investment power, and we certainly have tremendous technological capability. and we need to deploy both in order to build a more resilient system and to live peaceably, and also at the same time to ensure that we don't use the, if you like, the immediacy of conflict threat to distract us in any way at all from dealing with the climate threat. Because let's face it, that happens, right? That's happened many times in my career. Something that seems more urgent and immediate to a politician requires you to phase down your efforts on climate, and we can't have that. So we've got to be able to pull the two parts together and make them coherent.
We've got to actually be big and grown up and accept that we have multiple threats, and we should be grown up enough to deal with those and then reap the harvest that comes from those kinds of multiple investments across different related challenges. Yeah.
Let's face it, it's a better system to aspire to. It will be a more resilient system. There's no doubt about it that if you can pull off a transition away from fossil fuels into a digitized renewable energy, electrification becoming the sort of dominant way in which society moves every day, all the decisions that get taken, there are real benefits from that. It's not a panacea, but there will be a real boon to the next generation that will have more resources to deploy on other things of value. And I think we could have a similar conversation about valuing natural capital in the natural world, but equally, building resilience and security in the future has got to factor in the risk that we face by having conflict and war on our doorstep.
Good, James. It was a short but sweet conversation. Thank you very much for adding a new dimension to something that we need to take into consideration, especially the digitalization of the renewable energy systems and their vulnerabilities. And I think you're absolutely right. We have to take all these things on board as big grown-up countries, rather than ones just looking for populist and quick solutions. So thanks very much for your time. Great to see you, and hope to see you again soon.
You will do indeed. Thank you, Nick. Thanks all.
Thanks, James. Back my co-host, Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansen, back on stage. Hi, nice to see you. Katarina, the first day of our live broadcasts are coming to an end. What are your main takeaways? And when I say takeaways, I'm not talking about snacks at lunchtime.
Oh, okay. I won't talk about those.
Okay.
Well, actually, we started very strong with Professor Johan Rockström setting the stage. So according to science, we only have 5 years left of carbon budget if we keep pumping up emissions the way we're doing now. 5 years is a very short time. So setting the scene with those 5 years as a backdrop, going through looking at the exponential positions that are at hand, landing in the good examples, because it's very difficult for us to grasp the exponentiality of it all. So we need to have the good examples. And we've been seeing plenty of good examples today. And that makes it's easier for us to visualize the future and also to sort of make the step that needs to be done accordingly. And for me also, big takeaway was the interview with the Canadian doctor who was founding the Climate Olympics, because we also need to talk a lot about what happens inside here, not just here.
Yeah.
So the connecting the heart with the brain and what that sort of the speed that entails. Because coming back to Rockström, speed is crucial now in this race to zero.
Yeah. Absolutely. So I think it's worth informing the audience that what we're seeing here right now is not just what you're seeing through the broadcast here, or even some of the members of the live audience that have graced this room here in Bonn. There's also things happening on the app. And Ingmar Rentzhog, I know our CEO and founder with David Olsen of We Don't Have Time, he's been monitoring the app to see what kind of activity is popping around in there. So tell us about it, Ingmar.
Monitoring you and Katarina, but I have kept an eye on the app as well. So what's been going on today on We Don't Have Time, mostly after discussion since the election in Europe last night, where we had some, as expected, a lot of climate or skeptic politicians have been on the rise. And what have been discussed here is the reason for that. And I think the kind of main conclusion is that the climate voters, not so much in the Nordics, because we had here it was actually we had some resistance and we had quite many voting green and voting for policies that wants to support EU Green Deal, etc. But in countries like Germany, etc., we have seen that those voters, it's not like they have changed. Suddenly they gone from being very concerned about climate and started to vote on the opposite side. They stayed at home. And for me, it's quite shocking that the people of Europe, almost half of the people of Europe, choose to not use their vote when they can vote it for the climate. That's not a good thing. And I think the reason why is that? Is that we need to show that we can do it, that going fossil free is not, leaving everything and stop doing everything. It's doing things in a new way, in a much more exciting way, in a better future. And that's what we try to showcase here on We Don't Have Time. We try to put the leaders on that have the vision, that have the bold leadership, so that people get engaged. And what they should do is at least use that vote for a future that is brighter. Not just give up. So that is a little bit what's being discussed on We Don't Have Time, where I also agree with this narrative that we need, at least go and vote. If you live in a democracy, go and vote. For all those people not living in a democracy, vote for them. They don't have a choice, but half of the European population had a choice and they hardly used it. So that's what's going on the We Don't Have Time, simultaneously as we have this discussion about solutions and bold leadership in Bonn.
Well, thank you, Ingmar. This is just the first day of our broadcast, and we have another day tomorrow.
Yeah.
So could you please tell the viewers, Nick, what's on the menu for tomorrow?
There's a lot on. We're going to look a little bit more at Move the Money. And indeed, Ingmar will be back on the show tomorrow as well, talking about the We Don't Have Time Move the Money campaign, which is good. Talking about the European elections, we do have actual debate tomorrow around about 5 o'clock Central European time with 3 NGOs and a very senior environment correspondent from a German newspaper on their take on the European elections. Let's see what they say. There are some people in Germany that think the populist right-wing Alternative for Deutschland actually was stopped in the European elections. They didn't get 20%, which they thought they were going to get. They actually got under 17. So I think we'll get a nuanced debate, Ingmar, as well on this from our guests. Let's see what they say. We've got an interview with CNN's chief climate correspondent, Bill Weir, who's got an interesting new book out, and a really fascinating session with Google on an interactive way of saving the corals. We can't say more than that because it's a bit hush-hush, but we'll do that. And then finally, we've got Weather Kids, this amazing thing with kids giving weather forecasts from 2050 in their own countries, with supported by the UN Development Programme and others. So it should be quite a fun day tomorrow. A lot on finance and a lot on these other topics too. Yeah.
Thank you, Nick. So Ingmar, what are you looking forward to the most tomorrow?
I think Nick summed it up very, very well. I'm looking forward to all of that. But for me, I'm very much looking forward, especially for the Move the Money campaign that We Don't Have Time launched together with UNDP, Exponential Roadmap, and Non-Fossil Fuel Proliferation Treaty. We already have got the first big victory in this campaign, and I will tell you all about that tomorrow.
Well, thank you very much, Ingmar, and thank you very much, Nick. Music music and culture in our broadcast. We have had artists and groups live on our broadcasts, and we have had them on Zoom. We've interviewed artists, and today is no exception. It's therefore my great pleasure to introduce on Zoom Sofia Söderberg. She is a musician and composer from Lund in southern Sweden. So, hello, Sofia. Wonderful to have you on board. I think you might be muted. See if we can get some sound on Sofia.
Okay, can you hear me?
Great, terrific. We cannot have a muted singer or musician. That's not a good thing. So, Sofia, you are a cellist, organist, singer, and also a composer. And you have distinguished yourself as a very active and award-winning also choral conductor. So, please tell us about the piece that we're about to listen to.
The piece is a prayer for life on earth. It is written as a paraphrase of the Lord's Prayer, prayed all over the Christian parts of the world every day for more than 2,000 years now. And I have used it in aspiration to connect to our history and to ourselves, but turned God our Father, who art in heaven, into Mother Nature, our Mother of Heavens.
It sounds beautiful, Sofia. So tell us about the connection to climate, because that's really our main focus here at this broadcast, as you know.
Yes, I know. So this piece is all about climate, actually. And my hope is that the piece shall remind us of the miracle of life, the miracle of nature, and putting us closer to a feeling of gratitude, but also a feeling of humility before the creation, and of course make us more aware of our own responsibility.
So, Sofia, in terms of art driving climate action, you just mentioned a few examples here, but what can art really accomplish in this field?
It's a very good question, and I have been very much thinking of it, and it is my absolute conviction that art is a necessity for humanity. Art in general, and music especially, has the capacity to give expression to emotions that are hard to explain. But music is also a language by its own. It can open up hearts, and it helps us to connect to each other. And I believe that music made us who we are. I believe that the rhythm of our bloods has made us so strong that the only thing that threatens us, and really threatens us today, is ourselves. And if we are to succeed in solving the global problems we face, I believe that we must go back to this very origin, to what has been and is the prerequisite for our existence. And that is the innate capacity of collaboration, empathy, and love that passed down to us through thousands of generations that have gone before us. And I believe that music is one of the answers to this, because music makes us connect. And when we are connected, we are stronger. And to survive today and to manage today, we need to be really connected and really strong.
What a beautiful way to end this first broadcast in Bonn with your wise words. And let's now listen to your song, Mother, Our Mother of Heavens. Thank you very much, Sofia Söderberg. And for all of our viewers, thank you for joining in today, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Take care until then, and let's listen to the song.
Our Mother of Heavens, oceans, forests and plains, may your realm thrive, all things alive, on earth as in water and air. Provide for us each day, and forgive us our carelessness, for life runs through you and you through us. We have been led into temptation. Your riches are not without end. Still the power to protect and preserve is ours, today and tomorrow. Our Mother of Heavens, oceans, forests, all things alive. Provide for us each day, and forgive us our
tomorrow.